students, and future. Welcome to the official launch of our Doctor of Nursing Practice program. Today marks a significant milestone in the journey of nursing education and healthcare advancement. We are truly honored to have all of you with us as we embark on this exciting chapter designed to empower nurses with the skill, knowledge, and expertise necessary to lead in today's dynamic and evolving healthcare landscape. As we all know, healthcare is in a constant state of transformation, and the role of nurses has never been more critical. Nurses are the heart of patient care, the advocates for community health, and the driving force behind innovation in care delivery. This DNP program reflects our institution's commitment to excellence in practice, research, and leadership, giving advanced practice nurses the tools they need to influence policy, improve patient outcomes, and meet the complex challenges of the modern healthcare system. This program is being organized by Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, Karad, under the Krishna Vishwavidyapith Team to be University. It is the first time launch of the Doctor of Nursing Practice program. This initiative is being introduced by the Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi, in collaboration with the University of Houston College of Nursing, Texas, United States of America.
Today's launch is a testament to dedication and vision of our academic leaders, faculty, and partners who have worked tirelessly to develop this program. Their collective efforts ensure that our DNP graduates will not only excel in clinical practice, but also be empowered to drive meaningful changes in the healthcare industry. As we begin this event, we are proud to stand alongside future DNPs who will redefine the standards of nursing care and push the boundaries of what is possible in healthcare. Our mission is clear: to foster an environment where our graduates emerge as pioneers, ready to lead with compassion, innovation, and integrity. So without further ado, let us dive into the details of this incredible program. Thank you for joining us today as we celebrate this remarkable launch, and we look forward to sharing the exciting future of our DNP program with all of you.
Now, let's begin the program. To invoke divine blessings and fill the atmosphere with positive energy, let us begin this event with a beautiful prayer song. Prayer connects us to the divine, brings tranquility to our souls, and prepare us for a day filled with grace and purpose. I now invite our choir girls to lead us in the spiritual offering.
Told me you'll be there for me. I feel your love, 'cause I do believe
Thank you, girls. The lighting of a lamp is a beautiful and symbolic tradition that signifies the dispelling of darkness and welcoming of knowledge and wisdom. Just as a single flame can light many lamps without diminishing its own brightness, may the ceremony fill our hearts with inspiration and illuminate the path ahead. To mark the auspicious beginning of our event, I now invite Chancellor Sir, along with all the dignitaries on the dais, to do the honors. Let the flame of knowledge and positivity shine brightly as we move forward with today's program.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हर्तु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः वो दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः वो दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Thank you, everyone. As a token of our gratitude and love, I would like to invite Dr. Mrs. Vaishali Rasin Mohide, Dean, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, to felicitate Honorable Dr. Suresh Chemandarao Bosle Sir, the Chancellor of Krishna Vishwavidyapith Deemed to be University Karad, and inspirations to students for achieving their dreams. Thank you, ma'am, for doing the honors. Now, I request Honorable Dr. Suresh Bosle Sir, Chancellor of Krishna Vishwavidyapith, Deemed to be University Karad, to felicitate our guests for the day. Firstly, Honorable Dr. T. Dilip Kumar Sir, President of Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi. Please come forward, sir.
Thank you, sir. Nextly, to Dr. Shani Varghese, Director, Houston University, College of Nursing, Texas, United States of America. Please come forward, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Once again, I request Dr. Suresh Bosali, sir, to felicitate Dr. Beena Joseph, Clinical Assistant Professor, Houston University, College of Nursing, Texas, United States of America. Thank you, sir. Nextly, to Dr. Punita Eljarasu, ma'am, Consultant, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi. Thank you, sir. Nextly, to Mrs. K.S. Bharti, Senior Consultant, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi. Thank you, sir. Now to Dr. Pramila Ali, Professor, Christian Medical College, Vellore. Thank you, sir. Now to Dr. Asha Sharma, ex-Vice President, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi.
Good morning, ma'am.
Now I invite Dr. Mrs. Jyoti Salunge, ma'am, Dean, Academics, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, to welcome Dr. M.V. Gorpade, sir, Registrar of Krishna Vishwavidyapith, Team to be University, Karad.
Hello.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Prakash Naregal, sir, Associate Professor, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, to welcome Mr. P.D. Johnson, of Krishna Vishwavidyapith.
Associate Professor, Krishna Institute of Nursing Science, Karnataka, Dean, Krishna Institute of Nursing Science, we heartily welcome all the constituent deans, academics, medical preceptors, nursing preceptors, supervisors, ICU in charges, Dr. I, and all our nurses
It's a great privilege to introduce someone who plays a pivotal role in our academic community, Dean of Krishna Institute of Nursing Science, Dr. Vaishali has been a driving force behind our academic excellence and progress, with a wealth of experience and commitment to fostering a dynamic learning environment. Vaishali has been shaping the future of our institution. Today, we are honored to have ma'am with us to welcome the gathering and share with us the journey of NPCC at Krishna Institute of Nursing Science, Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth deemed to be University
Happy morning, happy special privilege and honor to present remarkable journey of program at Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth, Krishna Institute of Nursing Science. On this historic day, the official launch and orientation of the Doctor of Nursing Practice Critical Care Program, the first of its kind in Indian esteemed dignitaries on the dais of the Honorable Chancellor of Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth University, respected Honorable Dr. President of Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi, respected Madam K.S. Senior Consultant, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi, respected Dr. Sunita, Consultant, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi, respected Dr. Asha Sharma, former Vice President of Indian Nursing Council, respected Dr. Premila, Professor of Christian Medical College, Vellore, respected Professor Dr. Pina Joseph, my heartfelt welcome to Mr. P.D. John, Executive Director of Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth and deemed to be University, Karad. Respected Dr. M.V. Ghorpade, Registrar of the Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth, Karad. COE, Dr. Gavkar, Dr. Josna Patil, Controller of Examinations, Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth, Karad. In absentia, Dr. Agarwal, Director of Innovation, Incubation and Entrepreneurship. Dr. Aib Cherian, Director of Neurosciences, KVV, Karad. Dr. Ramdas Sir, Professor and Head of Neurosciences, KVV, Karad. Medical Director and Medical Administrator of Krishna Hospital, Karad. I warm welcome to all the Deans of Constituent Units, Dr. Yugandhara Kadam, Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, Karad, Dr. Girish Pathade, Krishna Institute of Allied Sciences, Dean Academics. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of medical preceptors, Dr. Jayant Pawar, Chief Nursing Officer, Mrs. Rohini Babar, nurse practitioners, and all my dear students. I welcome on this very auspicious occasion program and the launching of the DNP orientation at this Jupiter Hall. Reflecting on this journey of kins, we honor the great visionary, the late Sri Jaywantrauji Bhosle Appa Saheb, who has founded the School of Nursing in 1983 and in Krishna Hospital in 1982. Since then, our programs have grown phase by phase. BSc Nursing in 2006, Post-Basic BSc in 2008, Postgraduate courses in 2010, PhD Nursing in 2008, MSc Nurse and Nurse Practitioner in Critical Care in 2017. And today, October 23rd, we are in the launch of DNP program. The total 2,000 students are graduated and placed all over the globe. It is my privilege to present the rapid progress of KVV KINS, which we are proudly call our university. And as an alumnus, we assure you that we will continue to enhance the honor and prestige of this great institution. Our university equips the students with the skills and tools shape their future, and you are the fortunate to be a part of this journey. The vision of KINS is to be internationally recognized for imparting healthcare education, fostering innovation, and providing high-quality nursing education. Registered under the Charitable Commissioner in 1974, and Krishna Charitable Trust has grown into the Krishna Vishwavidyapit, conferred deemed to be university status on 24th May 2005, and awarded an A+ NAG rating with the CGPA grade 3.39. In the key meeting on the September 28, 2016 Board of Studies Academic Council Board of Management has approved the introduction of MSc Nursing in Nurse Practitioner in Critical Care. Following this, Indian Nursing Council from New Delhi, Maharashtra Nursing Council inspected the KINS and recognized our institute with annual intake of 20 seats for MSc Nursing NPCC. Esteemed professionals like Bindu John from St. John's and Dr. Jayarani from CMC Vellore visited for the feasibility of inspection, and after receiving the permission, we commenced the course for MSc Nursing in NPCC in July 26, 2017, with the starting officially on 15 September 2017. On the November 22nd, 2016, Indian Nursing Council has organized orientation program for the MSc Nursing NPCC Critical Care Residency Program in New Delhi. The meeting was also held with the university registrar and key officials to discuss the several important points such as legal support for the nurse practitioners regarding drug administration, scope and career pathways, with the recommendations made by the INC to the Union Health Secretary to start the MSc NPCC at medical colleges, practice standards to guide the scope of practice for the nurse practitioners, guidelines for the university examination and commencement of academic year. On the June 24, 2018, further discussions were held at the workshop, and workshop was organized by INC to address the salary structure designations for nurse practitioner, and subsequently we received permission from the INC to admit the 20 students, and we welcomed up our first batch of students. The induction program and guest lecture held on the 15th September, which was a prestigious event and aimed at introducing the student to the field of critical care in nursing. The program of inaugural and induction was featured with the distinguished guests including the Dr. Honorable Suresh Bhosle Sir, Chairperson and Managing Trustee of Krishna Charitable Trust Karad, and was the chief guest, and Dr. Mrs. Lata Venkateshan, Principal of for Apollo College of Nursing, Chennai, spoke about the importance of NPCC and quality patient care. Honorable Dr. Suresh Bhosle is the man of distinct vision and fountainhead of the illuminating the ideas and idol of knowledge and experience and inspiration. He recalled that Appa Saheb was the prompt to start the nursing school before establishing the medical college in the 1983. Sir made the special emphasis on the admissions of nursing students for their well-being, happy stay in Karad, and the management is keen to provide all the necessities required by the nursing students for their successive growth and professional development and enable them to become a quality professional nurses. Dr. Lata Venkateshan was recognized for academic achievements and contributions to the nursing profession, while other faculty members, medical preceptors, nursing preceptors were honored, and the event highlighted in the growth and development of critical care nursing and education and the institution effort to highlight the high standard in healthcare and nursing education. I am pleased to share in March 12, 2021, INC highly appreciated our proactive implementation of NPCC as one of the institutions in Maharashtra to face the challenges for starting this program, and we have excelled in the preparing nurse practitioner in critical care. Thanks to the immense support from Honorable Chancellor Sir Dr. Suresh Bhosle, our university officials, medical preceptors, departmental heads, and continuous effort of faculty members, it's a team effort. Our students are excelling the advanced critical care procedures and collaborative care in the healthcare settings. And NPCC program employs the variety of innovative teaching methods to ensure the student engage actively in their education and fully prepared to real-world clinical experience. Under the guidance of dedicated faculty members, including the PhD holders along with the 10 medical preceptors, 5 nursing preceptors from the Krishna Hospital and Medical Research Center. Students are trained to excel the advanced nurse practitioner, clinical experts, educators, managers and consultants. These experts all were having the 15 years of critical care experience and guide the students and following approaches for the like a simulation lab, clinical rotations, interactive lectures, peer assisted learning programs and capacity building programs for the teachers were organized by Indian Nursing Council, and we have received appreciation letter from the INC. To date, our achievements, 7 batches are successfully graduated from MSc Nursing Practitioner in Critical Care program, totaling 33 students. Currently, 12 students are pursuing the NPCC program and gaining the invaluable clinical experience at our 1248 bedded tertiary care hospital. Our graduates are receiving competitive remuneration following the 7th Pay Commission, have demonstrated excellence in providing the high quality and competent to care to the critically ill patients and raising the visibility of the NPCC across the India and international level. It is a proud to share the information among 24 graduates are employed that at Krishna Hospital Medical Research Center in ICUs. The success of this program has elevated the reputation of Krishna Institution of Nursing Sciences as a leader in the nursing education, and nurse practitioner recognized in the hospital. And MSc Nursing NPCC graduates have published their original research article in Scopus and Web of Science in Index Journal with the high impact factor journals. Stakeholders has queries about the eligibility criteria, legal support of drug admission, administration and advanced procedures, scope, career path, uniform, leave provision for deputed candidates, and the management of KVV and INC has addressed all the queries. The Indian Nursing Council remains committed to capacity building for our faculty. Numerous online, offline meetings has been taken place to facilitate the to start our DNP program. Today, we are witnessing the culmination of all these efforts with the launch of DNP program at Krishna Vishwavidyapit, Karad. Thank you once again for joining us on these significant days as we embark on this new journey in nursing education. I welcome from my core of heart, Jai Janmabhoomi, Jai Karmabhoomi, Jai Matrabhoomi, Jai Maharashtra. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, we offer a warm welcome to Honorable Dr. T. Dilip Kumar Sir, the current President of the Indian Nursing Council and has previously served as the Nursing Advisor to the Government of India. Sir notably was the first nursing professional from India to be appointed to the Global Advisory Committee of the World Health Organization. Now, we call upon Sir to launch the program and share his insights about the program.
Good morning to all of you. Greetings from the Indian Nursing Council to all of you on this auspicious day of launching the Doctorate of Nursing Practice. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Bhosle ji for taking this innovative idea. So I used to tell many of the people, Tahsil of the India, the Karad is a Tahsil, which is able to demonstrate having a world-class educational institutions, including the medical college and nursing college and the nurse practitioner program, and now the DNP, and especially I would like to again taking this innovative idea and to put into practice. This is the second institution. Day for yesterday, we have launched in the MGM Medical College. I think Maharashtra is showing the light to the different parts of the country in terms of the launching this DNP program. And especially this DNP program, how in developed countries it is making an impact and outcome in the reduction of the mortality, morbidity in the ICUs, and also the infection rate, reducing the medical errors. All this has been evidence-based in the form of the research has been produced all over the world. So India was lagging behind in this direction. And since I worked as a nursing advisor in the Ministry of Health, working in the Nirman Bhavan, where the policy making for the whole healthcare delivery system is framed in the Nirman Bhavan for 33 years. And I had a tough time to convince the medical fraternity to accept the word of the nurse practitioner. With due respect to the medical fraternity which is in this hall, so I had a tough time whenever I used to put up a file in the ministry to initiate the nurse practitioner program. So I never got a support in spite of the regional office of the WHO supporting the Ministry of Health to launch the nurse practitioner on a pilot basis. So ultimately, I think many of the corporate intensivists have requested me, sir, this is a course need to be started in India. You know, any new course to starting, you need a blessing of all the policymakers to start this program. So it so happened, you all know that how Dr. Devi Shetty, whenever talks about anything on health, and definitely focuses on nursing. So I requested him to bat for us with the policymakers. Before that, in Bangalore, we had an assessment program and administering the questionnaire to all the intensivists of the corporate hospitals in Bangalore to have the perception of the towards the nurse practitioner critical care program, how they could perceive this program in the clinical setting. And everybody gave a very good opinion, rating, even in terms of the handling many of the critical patients. So with that, we shared that information to Dr. Devi Shetty. So we requested him, why can't you talk to the top policymaker in India? So it so happened, we are very happy to see that the present, our Union Health Minister Naddaji, in the first time while he was a health minister, Dr. Devi Shetty got an opportunity to meet the health minister for an half an hour for a dialogue. So in that dialogue, he mentioned about the nurse practitioner program to our Honorable Health Minister. So immediately it got a lot of support from the Health Minister to the Health Secretary and all, and the Joint Secretary. And again I am telling you, I think I feel so proud to mention the Maharashtra, because while we were doing a meeting in Mumbai, I am getting a call from the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Health, who is looking after the nursing section, that he told me, what is this nurse practitioner program? Where this syllabus is there? So why can't you start this program? You being a regulator, what is preventing you to start the nurse practitioner critical care program? So I told our Joint Secretary, sir, the syllabus is already ready. To tell you, the syllabus was not ready. And I just told him, you give me 1 month time, we will be placing it in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So my team, Dr. Punita from the CMC Vellore, Dr. Asha Sharma from the Rajkumari Amritkar College, all my team worked behind the screen to make it to happen, to frame the syllabus. And within a month, we submitted to the Ministry of Health for the approval. So after seeing the proposal, the ministry, the secretary said, you as a regulator, what is preventing you? You have empowered to prescribe the syllabus for various category of the nursing professionals. Why are you not prescribing the syllabus? So I told him, sir, in India, if you have to work with the medical fraternity to roll out this in the healthcare delivery system in India, without the approval of the Ministry of Health, I will not be able to launch this program. Okay, then he called a meeting, Union Health Secretary called a meeting at the level and calling about 3-4 health secretaries, and including the Director General of Health Services were participated in that meeting, and it was deliberated. Indian Nursing Council made a presentation to all the members, and especially Director General of Health Services happened to be a cardiothoracic surgeon, and after the detailed deliberation, he told the health secretary, sir, I am being a cardiothoracic surgeon, I operate it, and afterwards everything is done by the nurses only in Sattarjang. So why can't you implement and approve it? So that's how the whole, and then I requested our Union Health Secretary, Sir, this is a program which is more attracted by the corporate sector and the private sector, and therefore this course has to be started. So he said, no, I want in government also it should start. That is the immediate response. Sir, please put it in the minutes so that government also it should start. Sir, then he made it a point to minute that point. Then I said, just minuting that government should start the nurse practitioner program. It is not going to suffice. It should be minuted, it should be given a direction, the post should be created. Like that is one of the challenge the nursing sector which is facing by not having the optimum nurse-patient ratio which has been approved by the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Health. What the nurse-patient ratio, still many of the states have not been implemented. So therefore, creation of the nursing position is one of the challenge in our healthcare delivery system. Therefore, I requested our health secretary, so immediately immunited that government should start and also government should create the post. Even that it has been minuted and has been shared to the different states of the government. I think gradually now it is taking a shape that, and with all the support, and while we made the orientation program for the nurse practitioner critical care program, we ensured that intensivist has to participate in that orientation program. That is the policy, the Indian Nursing Council, for any syllabus, we would like to orient the people to implement that syllabus so that they can understand and they can further have the orientation programs at the state level. That is the policy of the Indian Nursing Council. So we called all the intensivists, about 30 institutions to start with, and we were getting a very remarkable feedback that these nurse practitioners critical program has made a significant mark and to reduce the morbidity and mortality in the ICUs. So therefore, we were getting a lot of. Then when globally, you know that in the 2020, the World Health Assembly, the World Health Assembly, which is constituted of 190 countries, where generally every year in the month of May, all the 190 countries' health ministers, health secretaries, director generals, generally they participate in Geneva, and they participate in that World Health Assembly, and they discuss where the issues and trends of the healthcare delivery system happening globally, and comes out with a resolution to all the countries for implementation. In 2020, nursing sector was fortunate. I think the Lord Nigel Crisp, he was the health secretary of the NHS, National Health Service, one of the best government-sponsored healthcare delivery system is having in the globe in the United Kingdom, and he was happened to be the health secretary. He was fully aware of the roles and of the nurses and midwives, how they are making a significant contribution in the healthcare delivery system of the UK. So he took the initiative to commemorate the 200-year birth anniversary of the Florence Nightingale. He collected the data of how evidence practice, how nurse-led clinics are making an impact in reducing the cost and also reducing the admissions in the hospitals. So he collected the evidence. He went to the International Council for Nurses and also to the World Health Organization. So he was able to bat for declaring the 2020 as the International Year of the Nurse and Midwife. And that's how, unfortunately, globe could not experience the euphoria of the International Year of the Nurse and Midwife because of the COVID. So ultimately, they have passed a strategic direction for nursing and midwifery, SDGNM. You can please consult our Indian Nursing Council website. The 21-25 World Health Organization generally have a plan for the 4-year cycle. That's why 21-25. So it has come out with various resolutions. This whole resolutions is having 4 themes. One is the investment. It is telling all countries, you should make an investment to the nursing, then only it can have a more impact and outcome in the healthcare delivery system. That is one of the important theme which has come out in. The second theme, which is very relevant to India, where the creation of the nursing position. That's what I was telling, where the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has given the optimum nurse-patient ratio resolutions, which is still many of the states have not been implemented. So the second theme which has been given in that report is the creation of the nursing positions. The leadership, the third theme is leadership. He was able to present the data, how nurse-led clinics have made an impact globally and also many of the clinical settings. So therefore, the leadership is one of the theme. I think this DNP, what we are starting, it is again showing the leadership competencies for in the ICUs. So the third theme was the leadership, and again the Indian Nursing Council, with reference to the leadership, we were able to bring in the 40 countries, International Council for Nurses has brought the LFC program, Leadership for Change. Because now many of the leadership programs are having a theoretical component of the leadership, but this Leadership for Change is having a how with working in the units and the hospitals can make an impact and outcome in the leadership and to reduce the impact and outcome of the patients. I think I am very happy Vaishali is one of the, from Maharashtra, she is one of the member out of the 40 people which you have selected. We have taken the representation of the government, private and the corporate, and from Maharashtra she is representing. They have undergone this training program. This is one of the very standard international council nurses which is conducting in the 40 countries, which has made a significant impact in the leadership program. So the leadership is one of the theme has been reflected in that strategic direction for nursing and midwifery. The last is the service delivery. The service delivery, it is telling the countries the working conditions of the nurses and midwives have to be improved, and advanced nursing practices have to be started, so that many of the specialities with this advanced nursing practice, what the advanced nursing practice means for India and for the globe is the nurse practitioner critical care program. I think we were, nurses are the one person with the medical fraternity always in the Ministry of Health used to question me, your nurses are good in theory, but they are not having a practical. This is one of the questions which I have to face. The nurse practitioner critical care program, it is just like a MD and MS. It is only a residency program. There is no need for them to go and sit in a classroom and listen to the lecture. It is totally how the MD, MS, the medical personnel are undergoing. They are in the clinics, 24/7, they are in the clinics. That's how they will be able to, and keeping this in mind for the advanced nursing practice, we have now all the specialities, the 14 post-basic diplomas, we have made into the residency format, so that we want our nurses should be competent and they should be able to work an effective team member in healthcare delivery system. Again, I am very happy to inform you the latest the syllabus of the BSc Nursing, which has been made as a competency-based program. I think you may be knowing, I don't know if you can see our Indian Nursing Council website, the Brunswick University from Canada. It is one of the province in the Brunswick in Canada. The Brunswick nursing regulator, Brunswick University, they came to the Indian Nursing Council straight away by seeing that our Indian Nursing Council, the competency-based BSc Nursing curriculum, which you people are implementing that, straight away they wanted to give a dual degree. And now 30 students from Manipal, who are undergoing under the name of the supernumerary, 30 students, without going those 30 students to Canada, in the Brunswick University, they are straight away they are getting the dual degree program. That itself speaks volume of how best our curriculum has been framed with a competency based. I think if you see the syllabus, we are now we're discouraging to study the outdated textbooks. We are telling them to go through the protocols which has been approved by the Ministry of Health. We have given the link to all those protocols. We will be very happy. Whatever the National Health Mission has given, many of the protocol, if they implement, we will be very happy, so that they will be acquiring the necessary competencies. So in that respect, we are taking the nursing education to the newer heights, and especially many of the nurse practitioners, the critical care, they were asking, what next? After the nurse practitioner critical care, what is the career path for us? That is the question which I was facing from the different experts. So then I will narrate some story how the DNP has been conceptualized. We had one of the gentlemen who has happened to be an engineer from India, working as a businessman in the University of Texas in the Houston. And he is there for almost 35 years. He is from Chhattisgarh. I think Durga Agarwal, he is the one person who is having a working in the University of Houston as a regent. So even the University of Houston was not having the DNP program. So when the proposal came to his committee, and there was a lot of debate was going on whether the DNP has to be approved in the University of Houston. So at that time, this gentleman was able to bat in the University of Houston, being a chairperson of that committee, he was able to approve it. That's how the University of Houston started the DNP program. So the same gentleman, because he's having a high level politically connectivity in USA and also in India, he came and met the Prime Minister for some other issues and also, and the Prime Minister office was briefed about this DNP program. Immediately, our Union Health Secretary at that time, C.K. Mishraji was the Health Secretary, and he gave me a ring, you come tomorrow at 10 a.m. to my office. I was not knowing why it was called. So I am seeing a gentleman who is Durga Agarwal in front of our Union Health Secretary, and see this gentleman is having some new program in DNP program, what is that? He took me about 5 minutes to explain that. Sir, we have already decided to have the DNP program. The career path for the nurse practitioners is going to be the DNP. We are going to start on a pilot basis. So that's why immediately that has been conceptualized, and we were able to put up the whole writing to the University of Houston. We signed an MOU, and we were able to get the faculty from the University of Houston, and in consultation of my team worked the curriculum, and now we wanted to have it on a pilot basis. That's how now all the programs at the developed countries, which are the different nursing programs, I think by having a DNP program, we have all the programs in India where the developed countries are practicing. Now it is for us, for the nursing professionals, professional associations, intensive, the interest groups working for the nursing and midwifery. It is for us how to take forward these newer developments which are taking place. Ultimately, the medical fraternity and the nursing fraternity and other allied health professionals are all working for the patient outcomes. So we are, with the latest research innovation, we should be able to contribute to make an outcome for the patients. Ultimately, how best we can save the cost and the quality for the patients which are coming to the healthcare delivery system. So in this background, again I would like to congratulate Dr. Bhosleji by taking for the initiative. I think when the proposal came in, I think this institution is already in many firsts, and starting this DNP is another first. And again in the Maharashtra, again you are the second person institution to start, and you should lead the light to other parts of the country and show some evidence how they are having the DNP is going to impact and outcome. Because the intensivist, one of the Critical Care Society of India, one of the medical superintendent in Holy Family Hospital in Delhi, he is the Secretary General of the Critical Care Society of India. So he has seen this program, and he recently started this program in the Holy Family Hospital, nurse practitioner in critical care. So such a response which is coming up, my only plea to the medical fraternity, we are not going to be the competitors. We are going to be the facilitator to work for the impact and outcome for the patient, because everybody is working. We are not going to be the competitor. We are not going to have a private practice, because many people have many questions with the having a DNP, we having a nurse practitioner. They will know. I think the Indian Nursing Council has not taken a policy. They will be working the four walls of the hospital. Four walls of the hospital. No doubt should not be there that they are going to make the private practice. So they are going to work with you. They will be the competitors. They will not be the competitor. We will be the facilitator. So in that perception, I think working as a team member. So because now in the medical fraternity has gone to MCH. So you can't have a general nursing. When the medical fraternity has gone to the specialization, so you have to reach out to work as an effective team member. We need a specialization in the nursing so that you can work as a very effective team member in the healthcare delivery system. In this context, I think our Honorable Health Minister had first time we had a Chintan Shivar. In that Chintan Shivar, I think Indian Nursing Council, being one of the regulator, at least in my about 45 years of working in the ministry and the Indian Nursing Council, I never had an opportunity to sit with the other regulators. Then opportunity was given, all the regulators was brought into the medical council, nursing council, dental council, pharmacy council, all the regulator came into the one platform. In that platform, it was appreciated by the Honorable Health Minister with regard to the role of the Indian Nursing Council, making a live register. Because at present, if a parliament asks the question, how many nurses are there in India? We don't say how many are there. We say how many, about 34 lakh nurses have been registered from 1947 to date. Out of that, how many people have died? How many people are sitting at home? So we don't have a data. So the Indian Nursing Council is the first regulator to start the live register, linking Aadhaar, because that is the one, if you don't link it to Aadhaar, you are not going to have an effective data in India with the unique identity which the government of India has recognized. So we have now, as on today, we have a data, 1 million nurses data, their latest photos, latest email ID, latest phone number has been captured. So with this now, I think many of the states now they are going to follow, and to ensure that for a smooth implementation of this live register, in the new transformation of the nursing reforms which the Ministry of Health has launched by amending the Indian Nursing Council Act into the National Nursing and Midwifery Commission. In that new National Nursing and Midwifery Commission, we have a very important problems we had in our existing act. One is recognition power was with the state government and the state nursing council, and the scope of practice. There is no scope of practice in our act. In the absence of the scope of practice reflected in our act, we are not being effective to prepare the scope of practice. These very important two things has been corrected in the new Nursing and Midwifery Commission, that the scope of practice, even including the nurse practitioners word, has been included in the new act, and which has been recently approved by the Parliament. So within a month or two, I think the ministry is going to establish the new Nursing and Midwifery Commission, so that we have a some of the bottlenecks which are there for implementation of the nurse practitioner program has been taken care in the reforms which the Ministry of Health, by way of bringing the new act, which is going to be addressed. So therefore, even how many MScs are there, how many PhDs are there, we don't have a data. So therefore, this nursing registration tracking system, which has been now reflected in the new bill, so each state has to follow. And again, in that act is one of the things which I said is, whatever the National Nursing and Midwifery Commission, which gives the guideline to all the state governments, they have to implement in toto. That also has been reflected in the new Nursing and Midwifery Commission. So therefore, to have a uniformity of running the programs in India, and ultimately everybody is working, including the ministry and the new Nursing and Midwifery Commission, for the producing the qualitative and competitive nursing and midwifery professionals, so that they can effectively work in the healthcare delivery system, and seeing that the patient care is improved and the patient's welfare has been addressed with this new Nursing and Midwifery Commission. Again, with the COVID, I think a lot of lessons we have learnt. I think many of the IAS officers are working in a collectors asked me, in my district, how many nurses are there? The collector is not aware of that. So what is happening is, the new nursing and the NRTS nursing registration tracking system, what we have prepared, like if they put Satara, your district, by putting the Satara, the collector will be able to get how many nurses are there in Satara, how many cardiothoracic nurses are there, how many the specialty, how many PhDs are there, how many MScs are there, how many diplomas are there. So I think the day is going to come, the collector is going to take a planning for the planning the health care with this COVID has been taught. So collector is going to take a prime responsibility of the planning the health care in that district. So for that, human resource is very, very important. In that perspective, the Indian Nursing Council, what has brought out these reforms of the NRTS, is going to address this problem. So therefore, I am very happy to be part of this celebration of launching the DNP program on a pilot basis. I am herewith going to launch the DNP program. I hope this Krishna Institute is going to take it further height in terms of at the national level and also international level, with the ultimate producing quality of the patient care to the patient. Thank you very much. Wish you best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening the audience and inspiring everyone here. Now, I request Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, sir, to officially launch the program by launching the syllabus. I would also like to request all the dignitaries of the dais to join, sir.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Beena Joseph from the Houston University, College of Nursing, Texas, United States of America. She's a clinical assistant professor at the university and has specialized clinical interest in maternal newborn and nursing population health. She has received Florence Nightingale Award and Good Samaritan's Excellence in Nursing Awards. We welcome ma'am to share her remarks about the program.
Good morning, and thank you for that warm welcome. And also, thank you for the warm welcome outside. That was very smooth, and it was very great to see that rich tradition out there. Thank you so much. Yes. And also greetings from Dean Todd, our Dean from University of Houston, Gessner College of Nursing, and all the faculty and all the members from University of Houston. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Executive Director, and Registrar from Krishna Vishwavidyapith, Dr. Vaishali, the Principal, Krishna Institute of Nursing, and our visionary leader, Honorable Dr. Dilip Kumar from INC, as well as all the INC team members, all the dignitaries on stage, off stage, most importantly, dear students. I'm standing here with a great privilege and honor because being from India, did my bachelor's degree from India, so I got my basic education, basic nursing education from India. So I learned my alphabets of nursing from here, and I was one among you guys, like sitting here, and usually I managed to sit in the back seat, maybe not to the very end, because I don't want anybody to ask me question, because probably they're thinking I'm not listening, right? So I'll manage usually like maybe 3-4 bench ahead, but not in the front, just hiding somewhere. Let me get through it and then go. So yes, many years before, right? Maybe 25 plus years, but I don't want to give you the exact number. I don't want you guys to calculate my age, so. Okay, so right now I'm standing here. So the question is, if you have a question, why do we have to go for the DNP? I will say, I can just say that, like where I am right now, it's because I have that terminal degree. And then also if you think about the DNP degree, why and what do I have to do? Why should I go? What I'm doing right now is working. It's actually written in your mission, vision, and goals and objectives of your Krishna Institute of Nursing. There are so many keywords I can highlight: innovation, excellence, the patient safety, population health. If you think about that is your answer, why do you have to go for the DNP? If you think about the healthcare, we cannot work in silos, right? It's not just the medical profession, it's not just the nursing profession, it's not just the allied health professionals. We have to come collectively work together, work as an interprofessional team member to advance our health and get the better patient outcomes. Either you're studying here, practicing here in India or internationally, our ultimate goal is patient safety and patient outcome. So that is where we are thriving to. And then also think about the PhD nursing versus the DNP. We have so much data sitting out there from these researchers, so much scientific knowledge, and here we are asking the DNPs to take that information, take that scientific knowledge and translate that into practice so that we can practice, we can actually have the evidence-based practice for the utmost patient care outcome. Again, thank you. We will talk more about the DNP and a little bit of details later. And I wish everybody the very best. And then hopefully there are so many future DNPs are sitting here because we need those visionary leaders. And then we need those mentors. And for you to mentor the next generation, you need to make sure that you have that knowledge and skill, right? And again, in healthcare profession, it's a lifelong learning. Every single day, you learn something. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to learn something here today. So just take it from here, and then we will talk about it later. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those kind words. Now we have Dr. Shani Varghese from the Houston University, College of Nursing, Texas, United States of America. She's the director of the university. She has professional expertise in telehealth pediatrics and establishing nurse-managed clinics. She is recognized as the Global Nurse Consultant and has received Community Impact Award. We welcome ma'am to give her remarks about the program.
Good morning, and good morning for the, thank you so much for the kind words and the warm traditional welcome we received when we arrived. I'm so proud to be here. Honorable Chancellor, Honorable INC President Dr. Dilip Kumar, and the whole INC team, Krishna Vishwavidyapith administration and leadership, the College of Nursing leaders, the deans and directors, students, and the future DNP students and all the attendees, greetings from University of Houston, Auntie and Barbara Gessner College of Nursing. We are so honored to be here to witness the historic moment in the history of Indian nursing. Like Dr. Joseph said, I am so proud because my basic nursing education is from India. I was trained at Dr. MGR Medical University, Christian College of Nursing. So I want to congratulate everyone for a successful launch of the DNP program. I admire everyone's courage and persistency in moving forward with this initiative, which has started in 2018. College of Nursing started talking to Dr. Dilip Kumar. He already explained a little bit of the background. We had many meetings. We had many 5 a.m. Zoom meetings to talk about the curriculum, about the classes, what has to be taught, and different matters. And finally, I am so glad that we are here to witness that it is actually happening now. Starting something new is always hard to push through the resistance, which needs visionary leaders, supporters, and the courage. Someone has the courage to take the challenges. I see that in this process, and I'm confident that the NPCC and DNP program will flourish in India, and the people of India will get the opportunity to have the best care, health care, which is based on the best evidence. With these programs, we will have clinicians who have the knowledge to translate the research to the bedside and to the populations. For future DNP students, as you embark on this new journey, you are not just taking knowledge, but also shaping the future of patient care, healthcare system, and nursing leadership. Faculty, let us train nurses and nurse leaders who are not afraid of taking challenges for a better tomorrow. I also want to share the greetings and best wishes from our Dean, Dr. Catherine Todd. She was with me in Delhi when we started in 2018. And also Dr. Durga Agarwal, who is not a nurse, he is an engineer in oil and business, but he is the one, he was instrumental in starting the DNP program in Texas. So his vote made the decision that whether we can have a DNP program in Texas or not. So it takes the whole village to have a successful program. So we need other healthcare professionals and other leaders who are well-wishers of nursing for us to, help. We need everyone's help to go forward. With that said, congratulations everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those encouraging words. Nextly, to share the remarks on the objectives of the workshop, we have Dr. Asha Sharma, former Vice President, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, dear. Well, good morning to all of you. And Honorary Chancellor, Dr. Sureshji, Mr. Dilip, President, Indian Nursing Council, and all the other dignitaries on the dais, which I think we have just heard. Some medical preceptors and the nursing preceptors are here who have, supported and facilitated the nursing practitioner program to run. So, students, and I think maybe some faculty of your college, good morning to all of you. Not only myself, I think we as INC, we are very delighted that the two institutions from the state of Maharashtra, MGM University, Navi Mumbai, and your institute, you have taken the lead to pilot test this program, DNP. And we congratulate you, and we wish all the grand success and expect a lot of support to implement pilot test this program, as we have got it from for the nurse practitioner program also. And I'm sure that experience of implementing the nurse practitioner program would have given you now courage to even test this. So I wish all the success to all of you. And whenever you want to implement any program, educational program, you have to have some aims and objectives in mind. You cannot implement any activity without having a goal or objectives in mind, because it is the objectives which are finally then translated into activities. So the objectives of this program, DNP program, are that the participants will be able to recognize the importance and scope of doctorate of nursing practice, describe briefly the INC guidelines to start the DNP program, that is as to who all are eligible to enter this program, and what are the requisites. Then explain the DNP curriculum designed by INC in collaboration with Houston University College of Nursing, Texas, USA. Discuss evidence-based practice methods and quality improvement methods, because this is a program where majorly the theory is not so much. It's almost like 85% practice and only about 10 to 15% is classroom, teaching is going to be there. So it's so much practical oriented program, and where lot depends upon the evidences that we collect, and then you, start to decide upon what is good, what is bad in promoting the outcomes in the patient care. And so that is why it's very important for these students to learn about the evidence-based practice, what methods can be used for improving the patient care. and how those data which you would receive from the evidence-based practice, how can it be utilized? Identify the difference between the evidence-based practice, quality improvement, and research utilization. Develop a clear understanding of how to write a evidence-based practice project proposal and how to do the reporting, the evidence-based practice reporting. Here, I think many people still are not familiar with the term DNP in nursing. You know, what is this program as such? So they say, if this is Doctor of Nursing Practice, then what is PhD in nursing? Anyway, we have a session in today's day where there will be clarification on these three terms that we are using. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for guiding us.
Now, it is with great honor and pleasure that I invite someone whose leadership and vision has been instrumental in shaping Krishna Vishwavidyapith. We are privileged to have with us Honorable Dr. Suresh Bhosle Sir, Chairman of Krishna Charitable Trust and Chancellor of Krishna Vishwavidyapith, deemed to be University Karar. I would like to invite Sir for enlightening the gathering.
Honorable Dr. Dilip Kumar, Dr. Ghorpade, Dr. John, Dr. Mrs. Bharati, Dr. Pramilali, Dr. Beena Joseph, Dr. Shaini Varghese, Dr. Punita, Dr. Kaur, Dr. Vaishali Mohite, other members of the staff, and friends. I am not here to enlighten the gathering. It has already been done by Dr. Dilip Kumar. He has given us so much information, and you may not be knowing his 40 years of experience, all his lifetime in nursing, more than 20 years as the President of the Indian Nursing Council. And I remember his first visit to Krishna about 20 years back. I think he was the newly elected president. And I remember my father was there. And we were very happy to have, the Nursing Council president with us. And his journey, this is not his first visit. Krishna is his, all that we have been doing here, he has been behind us in all our programs. So our graduation, first college, like Vaishali said, if you look at the progress of this institute, hospital first, nursing college next, medical college afterwards. That has been the path. And that is the right path, I think, for any university or college to go ahead. And after that, the GNM, and then the BSc program, the PBBSc, the MScs, and we were very happy to have your nursing practitioners program in critical care. We were also among the first who took up this program. And let me come to this, because getting all this has not been easy for Dr. Dilip Kumar. And he said, the biggest obstacles, they always come from the medical profession. For doctors, they don't want to give anything away. And this, sir, is a mammalian trait. We have territories. We don't want anybody encroaching into our territories. And everywhere this happens, it takes some time to, get people around and then really to work together. So this is what is happening. So what has changed in nursing is the expertise, the knowledge, the skills, the decision-making capacities, the communication skills, everything is now at a new level. And so we find now nurses are, the backbone of any healthcare delivery systems. So even in our country, if we look at the primary health centers, see the number of nurses posted and see the number of doctors. So for every doctor we produce, how many nurses we need in India? Maybe 3, 4, 5 times? 5 times, because you work in shifts. You're, for one doctor, you see, working in one, you'll have 3 nurses working in shifts. So the number of nurses needed are much more, and they are really going to be, you see, how the medical delivery system, the whole landscape of, you see, healthcare is going to be defined by nurses. I always say in a hospital also, the hospital will be known by the efficiency of its nursing service. So if you have good nursing service, you see the doctor is there with the patient for hardly any time. Everything that is done by the doctor is really being implemented by the nurse. She is the first to know about the patient, and she is the first to intervene. So you see, the nursing profession is at, you see, a new crossroads now. And now when a program like this comes up, when we in our institute also, we have, postgraduate studies in emergency medicine, we have MD in emergency medicine, and we have a doctoral program in critical care medicine. So this is all going to be, you see, very complementary when we start this course. Among the very few institutes who have a doctoral program in critical care medicine. And once these nurses get trained here, now the MPCC, the nurse practitioners course, and the nurses that have come out, I would like to tell you that everywhere in the ICU, before this, we never got, it was very difficult to get an intensivist. And all the intensivists would sometimes come from other branches of medicine, sometimes from the Ayurvedic. Many of the top corporate hospitals would have Ayurvedic graduates as their intensivists. Some of them had, you see, the doctors with just the MBBS degrees. And now once this has come in, every, you see, head of the intensive care unit says, we want these MPCC nurses. They have really taken over the ICU. That is the change we are seeing. The real intensivists now are coming from nursing. And I'm sure this program now, as it comes up, there's only one thing I would always like to tell the nurses. When they get into, you see, higher degrees, they always want to be teachers. I said, MSc is not for, you see, just producing teachers. We need few of them. But we need you to work in the hospital. We need you to really be the head in the intensive care unit. And that is really going to change the way services are being, you see, delivered here, administered here. One of the other things that the nurses really can be good at is administration. So it's not just nursing administration, the hospital administration. Hospital administration, I really feel, can be done better by nurses than by doctors. Because nurses are really at the ground level, they know everything what is happening and what needs to be done. So I think that is one area, I don't know whether you can have an official program like this just to produce, you see, hospital administrators who are nurses, really. So this is one area we really have to look at. And you see the way the nursing profession is going. Sir, we are initially when we started the nursing college, students would first like to become doctors, then they would like to become dentists, and then they would like to become physiotherapists. And when they could not find, you see, a place in any of these courses, they would say, then now I'd like to become a nurse. But now this has, and you are instrumental also, you are instrumental in seeing that this change. Now you will see that it's still, if I cannot become a doctor, maybe my next best step is to become a nurse. But in a few years, they'll say, first I'd like to become a nurse. If I can't become a nurse, maybe I'll become a doctor. That is not far off also, not very far off. And that is what you should be looking at. Just a word before I conclude about Dr. Dilip Kumar. He has been honored by the government of Thailand also. He did not tell us in that, and none of the Dr. Vaishali should have told us about it. He's the, I think, one of the highest civilian awards given only to one person outside Thailand. He has received that. And and he is in, you see, truly in life he is a global influencer. So that's the, you see, the stature he has in the nursing profession. So we are very happy to have him here. He has never said no to us. This may be his 5th or 6th visit to Krishna, and I hope even when the nursing commission comes up, he'll remain as the advisor, he'll remain as the backbone of nursing education. With these few words, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. Now we invite Dr. Jyoti Salange, Professor Dean Academics, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, Karad, a dynamic lady, to present the vote of thanks.
Just I would like to say what nursing status in, at least in Southeast Asia, because India comes under the Southeast Asia region of the WHO. Thailand, I think we consider Thailand is the best in nursing in Southeast Asia region. The Thailand is giving so much recognition to the nursing sector. The highest award is given to the Princess Nagarendra Award, the princess. She herself presents this award, not to the Thailand people, outside the Thailand people. They have reserved this award to the global nursing leaders other than the Thailand. The reason I think you all should know that how the nursing has gone in Thailand. The Thailand Nursing Council President happened to be the Member of Parliament. Twice she was the Rajya Sabha, like what we have in India, so that type of a member, and she was the instrumental in making. Now the government of Thailand is telling the Tasana Boontok, she is the leader, and they have told to prepare nurses for the primary health care in Thailand. 400 nurse-led clinics are reimbursed by the government of Thailand. Whatever the expenditure, this 400, which is all the hard work of this Tasana Boontak. And she was responsible, because I met her in the Global Advisory Committee in WHO about 30 years back, and I brought that model of the Thailand National Consortium of PhD Nursing to India. That's how we are implementing this consortium for PhD Nursing. And I was fortunate, with the blessing of the nursing and midwifery community of India, representing as a president, I was being awarded by Princess Nagarendra Award, which is one of the, so much respect is given to the nurses for that. The country guest, the person who gets the award, is treated as a country guest, and the day the person in Thailand, where I 5 days I was there, I was given an honor of I have to only travel with the pilot car. So that is the from the airport till I come back to the airport, that is the highest respect the government of Thailand providing the pilot car. So without pilot car I can't move in the Thailand. So that is the respect which the Thailand government is given to the nurses, and that's how now the government has asked the Tasana Boontak to prepare more nurse-led clinics. Since I was honored, and since I happen to be from Karnataka, and the global our felicitation, public felicitation program was held in Bangalore, and at that time the book was released, and I would like to hand over that book to the Chancellor on this occasion.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Jyoti ma'am to do the honors.
Good morning to all, esteemed guests, dignitaries and participants. It is indeed a privilege for me to propose a vote of thanks at this momentous occasions, the launch of orientation of the Doctor of Nursing Practice program in India, organized by the Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit deemed to be University Karad in collaboration with the Indian Nursing Council New Delhi and the University of Houston College of Nursing, Texas, USA. First and foremost, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to Chief Guest Honorable Dr. Suresh Bhosle, Chancellor of Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit, for gracing this occasion with his presence and inspiring words. Sir, your unwavering support and vision have been instrumental in taking the institute to new heights. I also express my sincere thanks to Honorable T. Dilip Kumar, President of Indian Nursing Council, for his leadership for the launching this prestigious DNP program. Sir, your role in advancing nursing education in India is truly commendable, and we are fortunate to have your support. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to Honorable P.D. John, Executive Director of Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit, for his continuous support and guidance. Your leadership has been instrumental in success of this event and growth of our institution. I also express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. M.V. Ghorpade, Registrar, Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit, for his unwavering encouragement and assistance. Sir, your dedication to the development of our university has been invaluable. Our thanks to Asha Sharma Madam, former Vice President, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi, for sharing the objectives and outlining the path ahead for this workshop, which promises to equip our participants with the essential skill and knowledge. I would also like to express my gratitude to Mrs. K.S. Bharti, Senior Consultant, Indian Nursing Council, for her participation and support. Madam, your involvement has been pivotal in the success of this event, and we deeply appreciate it. Thank you, madam. I would also like to extend our gratitude to Dr. Bina Joseph, Faculty of University of Houston, for continuous support. Madam, your presence has strengthened the collaboration between the Indian Nursing Council and the University of Houston, and we look forward to more shared success. A special mention of thanks to Dr. Shaini Varghese, Faculty of University of Houston, for your insight remarks. Madam, our partnership in this program is invaluable, and we deeply appreciate your contribution to advancing nursing education in India. A special thanks to Dr. Punita Madam, Consultant at the Indian Nursing Council, for esteemed presence and valuable contribution to today's event. Madam, your expertise and guidance will greatly enrich the discussion. Our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Pramila Madam, Professor at Christian Medical College, Vellore, for joining us today and for Madam insightful contributions. Madam, your leadership in the nursing field continues to inspire and uplift all of us. I extend a special thanks to university officers of Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit, who have provided constant support throughout the planning and execution of this event. I would like to take the moment to extend my heartfelt thanks to medical preceptor for their invaluable guidance and mentorship. Your expertise and dedication to teaching have greatly enriched the learning experience for our students, ensuring they are well prepared for their professional journeys. A special thanks to our nursing preceptors, who have tirelessly supported and nurtured the development of our nursing students. So your hands-on mentorship and the patient care have left a lasting impact on their practical training and the overall growth. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to ICU in charges for their leadership and commitment. A special thanks to Chief Nursing Officer for her support and the cooperation. I must also to thank our Dean, Dr. Vaishali Mohite, for her dedication and for leading the journey of the NPCC program at our institution, as well as all faculty members and administrative staffs who have worked tirelessly behind the success. Thanks to Deans of constituent colleges, Dean Academics, for their presence and best wishes. Our thanks also go to the photography team, whose efforts will preserve a wonderful moments of these events for posterity. Your attention to detail and professionalism are greatly appreciated. I would also like to thank a guest house staff for ensuring our guests had comfortable stay, hospitality, and greatly contributed to the success of this event. I extend my gratitude to all the teaching and non-teaching staff of Krishna Vishwa Vidyapeeth whose tireless work behind the success has made this event a success. Your dedication and hard work are truly appreciated. Last but not least, I express our gratitude to all our esteemed guests, dignitaries, students, and the participants for making time to attend this significant event. Your enthusiasm and the commitment to learning are what drive us forward. Thank you all once again. Thank you.
Just a word of what Dr. Dilip Kumar has not told you is that this award, of course, you know the respect this award carries, because I think only the Prime Minister and the royal family can have a pilot in Thailand. So he's the but the important thing is this award also carries a cash prize of 25,000 US dollars. And he has not told us that he is going to use this as a corpus to form a trust which will work towards advancing nursing education. So, sir, thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this remarkable inauguration event, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone for joining us today. Your presence here signifies the importance of this milestone and the exciting journey we are about to embark upon with the launch of our Doctor of Nursing Practice program. Once again, thank you all for being here and for your continuous support for this transformative journey. Enjoy the rest of the event, and we'll see you shortly back in 10 minutes for the workshop.
Welcome you to the exciting sessions lined up. We are honored to have you all with us today. Now, it's truly an honor to welcome Ms. K.S. Bharati to educate us on the INC guidelines to start the DNP critical care program in universities and College of Nursing. I hand over to Dr. Prakash sir to introduce the resource person for the day.
Good morning. Dr. K.S. Bharati, Senior Consultant, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi. Madam has worked in INC for more than 20 years. She was the overall in charge of the entire administrative and institutional related work in the organization. She is also the coordinator of the PhD consortium. Some of her significant contribution in work includes coordination for implementation of various WHO projects, close coordination and management of the GFATM project with the US dollar of 33 million for 8 years, which result in the project getting A2 grading. Conceptualization and implementation of nurse registration and tracking system, the online approval and affiliation process for all the nursing educational institutions across the country, which has resulted in efficient monitoring of performance of the institutions with regard to compliance with the norms set by INC for the nursing educational standards. Active involvement in revision of the syllabus of the nursing program under implementation by INC, about 20 gadget notifications, digitalization and implementation of e-governance of INC internal working, program coordinator of UNFPA project for capacity building of midwifery, faculty and leadership for change program. We are fortunate to have you, ma'am. I hand over session to you, ma'am.
Prakash for introducing me to the participants over here. We are glad today that our President INC has launched a DNP program in your organization, and we look forward, though it's a pilot basis, we look forward a lot because we were amazed when we were in the principal's office now, looking at your journals, looking at your patents. So we expect some more from you, dil mange more. ठीक है, करोगे मांग, हमारी मांग पूरी करोगे, दिल मांगे, ठीक है, अच्छी बात है. Thank you very much. आज सर ने बोला, आज मैडम मोहिते ने बोला कि कैसे कृष्णा इंस्टीट्यूट फॉरवर्ड आया, how they started the GNM and now today are with NPCC, now today is DNP launching. So इसी तरह INC also had, you know, when we had GNM, ANM, BSc program long back because it's before the independence. It got recognition later on as a qualification. Then nice syllabus is in front of you, including the units, you know, hours, unit-wise, hours-wise, what to be taught. But everything has to be taught in the, implemented in the true spirit of the syllabus. I mean, it has been, INC's experts have worked out very nicely. I mean, you have must have not seen any syllabus like that. If you go to any department, check their syllabus and check our syllabus, how it has been prepared. It is just a guidance to the experts, I mean to the professors, the readers, how to take about the program. It's very nicely done. So where were we? We had GNM, BSc, and then we had MSc somewhere in 1960s. It started in RK College, right? Then we thought, everybody was talking about, you know, हमारी नर्सें कुछ आता ही नहीं है, बस वो पीछे रहती हैं. Is it true? हाँ बोल रहे हैं सभी. क्यों? It's no and yes. The thing is a knowledge. A knowledge is very important. आज जो पढ़ाने जा रहे DNP is nothing but a translation of research into utilization, right? The practice is nothing but a knowledge. And knowledge, with you are confident with your knowledge. When you talk to a doctor, you should know what you are talking about. Not कि कोई आ गया दिमाग में flight of ideas and no. You have to do all the study and come out with the points. So that's the reason we wanted you to have nurse practitioners, because GNM is also a practitioner, isn't it? Once you are licensed to practice, what is RNRM? Registered nurse and registered midwife. It's a license to practice. You will not able to work without RNRM, isn't it? If you work and do some problems, you will be in a jail. So that's the reason the health professionals has to be registered compared to anybody else, except and also a legal profession. So we are all registered to practice. So now what was the philosophy? Terminal degree is what? It's a maximum degree, right? In the academics, what happens? PhD is the maximum degree, and here in the practice, DNP is the maximum degree one can obtain in the nursing profession. As I said already, it's a development and validation of advanced competencies in one area of specialized clinical practice. Already research so बहुत होता रहा है, academy there's a lot of research, but that you have to ensure while doing DNP whether that is really is applicable over here. And to prepare advanced practice nurses at the highest level of professional practice and to advance the application of evidence-based knowledge to improve patient outcomes. Evidence-based का मतलब क्या है? You always say ना, अरे मैंने कुछ उसको बोला, कहाँ है evidence? You always ask, isn't it? ये बोलचाल भाषा हो गई आज, isn't it? Every other day we say, क्या evidence है यार तेरे पास? Don't you ask your friends, even for a small thing? What is an evidence? In the same way, we want in the practice also the evidence-based knowledge. जो आप कर रहे हो, जो आप बोलोगे, whether it is evidence-based, right? So whatever we speak, we are bringing into the practice now. Now, what is the impact of DNP? आप तो nurse practitioner में बन गए, तो DNP का क्या मतलब है? Why should I do DNP? As I said, GNM के बाद आपने we have INC has done also post-basic diploma programs. Isn't it? For what? To have a specialized nurses in that clinical areas. आपने देखा होगा 11 gazette हो चुके हैं हमारे. It's also a residency program. It is not a lecture theatre program, right? It is all about in the clinical. You have to be specialized, right? क्या होता है basically? GNM में हम सब कुछ पढ़ते हैं. 3 साल के अंदर हम थोड़ा सब कुछ पढ़ते हैं. But specialization के लिए you need what to specialize, right? Pediatric nursing or mental health nursing. You have to be specialized so that you are in that department. So once you have a foundation level of nursing courses, you become a specialized nurses. अब INC is also thinking about कि अगर आपने GNM किया and you have done a specialized residency program, because residency program doesn't need a leave, isn't it? Is it the good thinking of our experts? INC experts की भाई आपको पढ़ने के लिए लीव नहीं लेना पड़ेगा because it's a residency program. So once you're in a residency program, it's part of your jobs, right? But you earn a degree, earn and learn. So you have a degree while you are earning also. After that, Indian nursing also thinking अगर आप BSc के बाद भी post BSc diploma कर सकते हैं, no problem. But अगर आप GNM के बात कर रहे हैं, you will have a 6 months module where you become a graduate nurses. Right? You have done already a 1 year clinical residency program, or with the 6 months become a graduate nurses. Then again you can do NPCC, right? And because it's a NPCC only for critical care, but Indian Nursing Council also coming with a 10 nurse practitioners program. Now it will be interest of yours where to go, right? Post basic diploma oncology hota hai, to nurse practitioner oncology bhi hoga kal. So you get a MSc degree, and DNP is now for critical care, but then it will be on oncology also. So it will be your research area, your clinical areas where you have a doctor of nursing practice. But we do not have a prescriptive privileges, right? We don't want to be prescriptive because we are not doctors, right? As the sir said, everybody has a jurisdiction. Let us not go to their jurisdiction. So we will give the INC will give the prescriptive privileges of only some which we can give. If there is a protocol, it's already a protocol in the hospitals. In this emergency, if we can give that, only those prescriptive privileges will be given to you, not more than that. And it will be done by the Indian government and also with the help of Indian Nursing Council. And what is the scope of practice here? So as advanced practice with higher level of competencies, assume clinical leadership positions, because as you go higher, as you go have more qualification, you grow higher, right? So what doctors are there, as they grow higher, they are with the patients also. In this nurse practitioner also, you are growing higher, you are having postgraduate degree and DNP program, but you are also with the patient all the time. Assume faculty position teaching nurse practitioner specialty nursing programs. Only for the nurse practitioner you can be a teacher, right? Not like an MSc nursing in general where you are doing a teaching in the classrooms. And assume dual role leadership as at integration of education and practice settings, where I do not know whether KIMS is following the dual role. If you have dual role, the nurse practitioner can also be a CNO one day or a director of nursing one day. And conduct evidence-based practice projects to apply evidence for advanced practice nursing. Only not because you become a DNP, you stop there. You can do your knowledge, your methodology, your research, how to collect the data in the particular clinic, even the wound management, how to do it. So that can be done over the period when you are practicing as a nurse practitioner later on, even after obtaining your terminal degree. On what is the duration? It's a 3-year part-time for nurse practical critical. Now we are only launching the DNP for the critical care. And you will be given like additional qualification, it's a PhD, you will be a DNP. So you can put a doctor in front of you, but after your name write a DNP. And who can start? Like KIMS could have started because if it started an NPCC program. If somebody is doing NPM or somebody doing nurse practice emergency and trauma, they will have a DNP in that particular clinical areas. So now in the KIMS we have a NPCC program and has 2 batches because they started in 2017. So they have come out with I think 6 batches now, so they will be able to start this program. And they should have minimum 2 guides. See, DNP is a first of its nature, so no DNPs will be available with you, but we have got from the hostel we have a DNP over here who will be guiding you, and also we will have PhD guides who will be also involved in first 2 batches. Later on it will be taken up by the DNPs itself. But you have should have a research publication. We saw nice indexing over here in your journals today. So you should ensure that you also publish in your own journals, because it is indexed one. It gives you a high level, it will go everywhere in the world. So I don't think I have to tell you about where to start it, but examples from clinical experience focusing on evidence, its main focus to identify clinical problems need and develop an evidence-based approach to address the problem, and the project must be practice-based. It is not just कि research को छोड़ गया तो हम उस पे करेंगे, नहीं. The clinical area what to define, what to look at the topics to be very good and result in a change or improvement in the practice. It should be improving. It is not कि क्या था वही था, नहीं. क्या था, what we can do intervention and what it can be improved upon. So very well, examples are quality improvement projects, practice change initiative, and research utilization project based on the evidence based projects. DNP project guides or project advisors can select and have only 6 scholars at any given period of time. The way the PhD we have, in the same way, the DNP guides can only have a 6 at any given time, because DNP is a 3 years program, can be 6 years programs later on. It all depends if you are not able to complete the project. It can be up to 6 years. And here the hostel faculty are here to give you a technical support and guidance throughout this period of the collaboration. And DNP scholars must have co-guides, one in MSc nursing and another co-guide must be a PG medical faculty, that is intensivist, preceptor for the NPCC program. Whoever involved in this NPCC program, only those people can be a guide or co-guide. And deemed university, see, it's a university which has a constant college. You can have the faculty will be from the same university, unlike MUHs where 2-3 institutions are involved with it. And eligibility criteria for project guide. I mean, when you have an eligibility criteria for the students, we also have an eligibility criteria defined for a guide who can be a guide. I've already told you, I don't think I should again repeat it. I think I have already informed about part-time DNP scholars who are there. And what is the eligibility? You should have obtained a postgraduate degree in nursing recognized by council with 2 years of critical care experiences in a clinical experience for enrollment in DNP under Faculty of Nursing in the respective university. This is the one who are eligible to be a scholars. Have passed MSc with a minimum of 60, NPCC. MSc Nursing, that means NPCC with a minimum of 60 marks for every course or subject, and are working in specialty hospital, not that you are working as a teacher of the NPCC, but you are working as in specialty hospital, specialty unit, department within the College of Nursing or the university. Like, you know, it is not like anybody coming from outside university, like from Uttaranchal or from the other body from the Mumbai. They cannot be a part of your, provided they are working regularly in your hospital. Selection can be done because being a pilot basis and the demand may be less, you can start with a merit, but as the demand grows, you can have a entrance test later on. Reservation in the admission is based on the UGC guidelines. As I already told you, maximum period be 6 years. There will be no further extension provided the VC thinks everything is fine, only she or he needs a little time to complete this DNP program. Then if the VC gives that permission, his decision will be final. Calendar of events, INC give the guidelines to the university. Now, however, being it's an off for now, we have launched it late, you can't do in July, you can start in December or January as per the university guidelines. I mean, you can discuss on it when you want to start it, it's up to you, it's being a pilot. And there's a calendar, like there should be half-yearly projects, there's a scope for, there is a change of EV project topics, in between you feel this is not correct for me, I'm not able to find the data, I'm not able to change the things, so you can always change a project topic, but it is a limited time, within 6 months, not more than that, because after 6 months you can't go back again because you worked very hard on that topic. And there's semester examinations also with this DNP. It is not only that you put a guide, research and your own and guide is on your own, no. We have the semester examinations here, and you should have ethical clearance certificates within the 6 months of the research topic. And the ethical clearance, submission of final synopsis of EBB project. EBB means evidence-based project, and submission of project report along with the application. So it's a guidelines, and then the final Viva Voce will come at the 6th semester. I don't think I should go about the procedure for registration because it will be there in the prospectus how you have to register for this program. But there will be a board of research and doctoral studies. This has to be consisted of Dean of Faculty of Nursing, selected DNP or PhD qualified committee members, and one subject expert. Progress report, I said, it has to be a half-yearly progress report. People should know what you are doing. The board should know what you are doing because they will not be there every day to day. You are with the guide, with the DNP guide, so they want to know what's the progress going on, so that to monitoring that, they have to submit your half-yearly progress report regularly through the guide, and it should cover the progress in the review of literature, new data acquired, progress standardization EBB project, and discussion of the work done. So these 4 guidelines we have given you to ensure that it's there in your progress report. So I don't think I should go here. Everything will be there in your prospectus, and what we have launched today, the DNP program, it will be there everything. I don't think I have to tell how to go about. Yes, the award of DNP degree. The degree will be awarded by the university from where you are doing your DNP program, and the chairperson will consider the recommendation for the award of DNP degree based on the following: the report of examiners who educated you, the EBB project report, and evaluation of the candidate's performance in the Viva Voce exam. So these 2 will be there for the award of your degree. Only after successful completion of these 2 criteria, you will be awarded the DNP. And the chairperson shall forward the consolidated individual reports with recommendation to the registrar of the university. Based on these reports, the university shall award the DNP degree to you. And there are list of annexures how to go about, which is for the guidance for the university, not to you. Thank you very much for my patient hearing. Thank you so much. Any questions you can ask us, the experts are here.
Thank you, ma'am, for that informative session. Now, for the next session, I would call upon Dr. Punita to acknowledge us on the DNP curriculum. I hand over to Dr. Prakash, sir, to introduce ma'am.
Good morning once again. So it's a privilege to introduce and PhD in Nursing at MGR Medical University, Tamil Nadu, Overseas Diploma in Health Management and Leadership at Georgia State University, Georgia, US, and clinical responsibilities are held at HOD at CMC Hospital. Pioneered specialist roles, stomach care nurse, specialist, pain management, nurse, breast cancer nurse, and research and publication. Madam is a guide for PhD at Tamil Nadu, Dr. MGR Medical University and RGHS, guided around more than 100 MSc and 8 PhD scholars, currently guiding 1 PhD scholar, has more than 80 publications in national and international journals and authored books, and she is a leader. So Dean from 2000 to 2005 and first director of WHO Collaborating Center from 2003 to 2005, College of Nursing, CMC Vellore, and was responsible for its designation. Had been a deputy nursing superintendent of CMC Hospital for a term of 4 years, founder, continuing nursing education department of College of Nursing, CMC Vellore, founder, editor of Indian Journal of Continuing Nursing Education, and member of expert committees by Government of India, Indian Nursing Council, member of Academic Committee of PhD Council by INC and IRGHS, and Education Committee of INC, involving in designing NPCC curriculum, NP programs in other 9 specialties, NPM educator, NPM curriculum, redesigning PBD specialty in nursing and BSc nursing programs. And Madam has national level awards of National Florence Nightingale Award 2014 by Government of India, and Lifetime Achievement Award by National Infusion Society of India 2019, and Best Teacher Award by Tamil Nadu MGR Medical University, and Best Nurse Leader Award. And we are fortunate to have Ma'am here, and a handover session.
To be here amidst you at this very important orientation workshop of the DNP program. And I had the privilege given to me by INC to be involved in developing the curriculum for DNP program, and really I'm so happy to see its fruition, and your institution is going to start as a first, one of the first two of you together. It's a pilot basis, and I'm sure you will be excited, thrilled to be part of this, and at the same time I'm sure you will also have certain challenges, and with support from your institution, faculty, and also faculty from Houston, I'm sure you should be able to do successfully. And thank you for the kind words of introduction. And I would like to see how many of you are here as NPCC graduates. NPCC graduates, okay. Amongst you, how many of you are thinking in your mind, or you have finalized that you would like to do this DNP program? Are still thinking only? 2, 4, 6, excellent, very good. 6 of them want to do DNP program. I don't know what is your administration going to finalize on it, how many numbers, but I'm so happy to see that you are excited to join this program. And then at the end of what you're going to do is what I'm going to tell you, the whole curriculum, what exactly you're going to do. And the curriculum will give you an insight of how you go about through this program. And you have already heard that very specifically to differentiate between DNP and PhD, what mostly differentiates is the practice and research. Practice intensive degree is DNP, and research intensive degree. I'm not, you have heard enough. You will be hearing enough on these aspects. So keeping this in mind, I just want to list out some of the important competencies that a DNP graduate is expected to achieve. Based on these competencies, the curriculum has been developed. And you will find the various courses that have been planned based on these fundamental competencies. So the first and foremost is integrating the knowledge of sciences. Every time, even in BSc, you will say that the different sciences have to be integrated in learning nursing, right? So here again, you will have to integrate the science knowledge from pathophysiology, pharmacology, psychology, ethics. But the main purpose is to develop evidence-based practice approaches. That is what's the major difference here. And also to conceptualize and develop new care delivery models. It's not the kind of the delivery that you have been used to doing, not the exact clinical practice year after year, decade after year after decade that you have been practicing all through, but you are going to be instruments in developing new care delivery models because of your expertise in clinical practice, your clinical scholarship. And particularly, not based on what was there before, what is happening today? What is the context today? The political context, the cultural context, and the economic, the various perspectives of today. And then you will assume leadership, particularly to improve quality improvement. Next important competency is to demonstrate clinical scholarship and analytic methods for evidence-based practice. Utilizes innovative information and patient care technology for the improvement and transformation of patient care healthcare. Many times you will say that, everybody say that you need to improve your technology, you need to be aware of what's happening in healthcare technology, innovations that's happening in informatics. But remember, not just knowing. By knowing that, what you are expected to move forward is to improve nursing practice, patient care, transform the practice. That's what is important. And engages in the process of healthcare policy development and implementation of advocacy. This is what we are lacking. We need to develop nurses, nurse leaders who can be advocates, who can be involved in policy development. Only when nurse leaders are part of the policy development, the policies for nurses, for nursing practice education will be effective. That is what is very, very important. And next is promoting interpersonal collaboration for improving patient population health outcomes, engages in health promotion and population health activities, demonstrates specialty focused competencies to practice as an advanced practice nurse in the area of specialization such as NPCC. Don't think that you will be only an expert leader. You only will be in a different capacity, administrator. But remember, you have to be competent in your own specialty. So in DNP, you cannot say without this competencies, I will become a clinical academician or clinical scholarship I will be involved in, and also I will be a clinical leader. You understand that? So until unless your specialized skills are evident, you are strengthening all the skills that you have got it in NPCC. And I'm sure at the end of the 2-year program, still you will feel inadequate. Am I right? You need more experience. If you have done 10 intubations, you may want to do another 50 to become more competent, right? So you need to be involved in strengthening these competencies. So that is your procedural competency. There are other competencies like leadership. You understand? So that kind of competencies, don't forget, as you move forward, it's clinical, intensive, practice intensive degree. So don't forget, this is fundamental. This is what I want. You are not going to move away from the practice. You are not going to move away from your competencies. You are going to strengthen them. On the basis, you are going to lay the rest of the competencies. Now, what is the curriculum? What is it that you are going to learn? There are 6, it's a 3-year part-time program you heard. So there are 6 semesters divided across 3 years, and there are 19 courses. We are going to look at one by one. So I am not going to explain this slide. And along with this, you are going to have an elective. You may choose an elective on scientific writing or telehealth and nursing practice. So any one of it. There are many programs available. You can get certified through these credible programs. A new digital health e-learning program is coming up. You can get those programs and you can get certified, particularly if you are interested in that, to do electives. And your clinical experience, what you are going to do, that is the clinical practicum. It's a residential clinical experience. and all in critical care units to develop proficiency in all the skills and competencies. And whatever, you will go through different shifts, you will do at least 48 hours per week as per institutional policies, and the postings will continue. NPCC, you had several postings in critical care unit. So minimum medical, surgical ICU, cardiothoracic, emergency department, and other ICUs you will have to go through. You will be rotated during the DNP program. And clinical competencies, whatever is listed in NPCC logbook, please see whether you have achieved your expert level during this time. Not as a novice, but get into an expert level. And maintain portfolio for your experience and your competencies. Yes, I have developed a beginning level. I have moved from there in the middle. Now I have come to you write your own progress. That's portfolio. And your leave may be as per institutional policy. An examination preparatory leave, electives, you need to have extra week per semester. An examination while you are going through university examination will be considered as working days. Now the syllabus, the content, these 6 semesters you will find the theory, 1 credit is equivalent to 1 hour per week, which is for 15 weeks per semester, means 15 hours. So theory 1 credit is 15 hours, and clinical practicum 1 credit, 4 hours per week. For 15 weeks it is 60 hours per semester. That is a difference. Based on this calculation, every semester it is divided, and you will find in the first semester theory 6 credits, which means 90 hours, practicum 2 credits, 120 hours. Second semester 7 credits theory, 2 credits clinical practicum. Third semester 4 credits theory, 2 credits clinical practicum. Fourth semester 4 credits theory, 2 credits practicum. Fifth semester 3 credits theory, 2 credits practicum. And theory for 6th semester 2 credits theory and 2 credits practicum. All these will add up the final summary. I will let you know. But remember, as you go on, your number of courses, the strength of the content of the courses will go down, and you will have more time for your evidence-based practice projects. So in the first semester you have 4 courses: Foundations of DNP Practice, Leadership, and Scholarly Evidence-Based Project Seminar, Clinical Practice. And you will find this is the kind of course content that you have. I just highlighted, I am not going into detail. Foundations of Science and Scientific Inquiry, Sources of Evidence, Practice Inquiry as a means of guiding science-based practice, Fundamental Components of DNP Practice, that is about evidence-based practice, innovation, leadership, and so on, and DNP competencies and role. The essential DNP competencies will be covered by our faculty from Houston as your initial learning outline, so that as we go, you will expand your knowledge on that. Then leadership, here again you have, these are the course content. I am not reading all this, it's all there in the syllabus. You have your book. I am only highlighting theories, leadership, transformation systems leadership, organizational culture, communication, system thinking, models of leadership, organization leader function, HR management, quality improvement. Here again the quality improvement methods. You are going to have a session, and I am sure you will get an overview which will help you to read more and develop more knowledge on that. And Scholarly Evidence-Based Project Seminar. This is 1 credit, 15 hours. Every semester you have this. So every week you will come together to look at how you're going to do the project. It is called evidence-based project, scholarly evidence-based project, seminar, all your planning and seminars related to your topic, all that will happen during this time. So every semester you have one project seminar. So all 8 semesters you have 8 semesters, okay. So in that first semester you start your selection of clinical problem or practice question in the Picard form, population intervention, comparison, outcome, time, period. Then you search literature, identify most relevant evidence, critical appraisal of the evidence. All these in detail in evidence-based practice method, they are going to discuss with you. So in the clinical practicum, you will continue to strengthen your clinical competencies. And in second semester again, these are the 4. The highlight is about translational methods, that is evidence-based practice method. Then statistical method, applied statistical method, which are useful for practice inquiry. And then the seminar 2 and practicum 2. Here again, in this, about the evidence-based practice steps, the differentiation between different terms, all these will be taken in one of the sessions, which will form the content of the translational methods for practice inquiry. This is about the methods, statistical methods, how to apply, what are the methods, and also how to apply them in evidence-based practice project. Here again in the project seminar, you will, sort of second semester, you will finalize your project proposal and you will continue your clinical practicum number 2. In third semester, informatics and business of healthcare and evidence-based practice seminar 3 and clinical practicum will continue. And here, this is the main content about the informatics. In the business of healthcare, particularly you are going to learn healthcare financing and reimbursement. As a nurse practitioner, right now if you are not involved, probably you may be involved in future. And what's happening in the other countries, you need to also know. Many times in the healthcare policy development, unless our nurses are not are familiar with these kind of financing principles, healthcare financing methods, we will not be able to participate effectively in the team, which involves development of policies for nursing. So that is very, very important. So what are the regulations? What are the financing for nursing, business, the role of DNP, how you will be involved in the business. And then in the project, here again, from third semester, you start having seminars related to your practice problem you have selected, and also you discuss the process of your project. Practicum, you will continue, and from third semester, you can start implementing or start doing the data collection. Fourth semester, particularly population health strategies, seminar, practicum, and this again, population health strategies, healthcare policy, role of DNPs. These are the major components. Seminar again, there will be one more seminar here. Then project progress discussion, and you may be involved in data analysis. And practicum, you will continue taking care of critically ill patients, as well as you will be implementing your project. Particularly that is your main data collection. Fifth and sixth semester, you have only, you remember, you have only seminars and practicum. So in the seminars, you will be discussing only about your project, related to your project, and also what is your progress, coming together and say that these are the things that I have come across, and discussing your challenges. And also you will continue to look at analysis, report writing, preparation of synopsis, and also you will plan for scientific writing. how to disseminate. Okay? And in the practicum, particularly 5th and 6th semester has got not critically ill patients management practicum. Here, what is more important, 5th semester you're going to have nursing informatics practicum. So nursing informatics practicum, you're going to have hands-on experience, and I'm sure in your institution, hospital, you may have enough, if not at least arrange for additional kind of guest lectures, and also have observations, experience in other places other than what you have in relation to practicum. 6th semester, here you are ready for project submission, your discussion. At the end of, among the middle of it, you will be submitting your report. And calendar of events is telling all those things. Then the practicum here, specifically leadership practicum. Remember, the leadership practicum is very, very important. 1 full semester we have given for you to develop skills in leadership. Probably they will put you in charge of the ICU to practice, or you may be given 1 shift in charge in an ICU to practice. You understand? So leadership, it's not just unit leadership, it is the patient care leadership. How to manage patients, what type of patients can be admitted, when can it be discharged, what decisions can be made in order to, a patient has to be intubated, how a patient has to be started on ventilator, when to wean the patient. All the decisions will be, initiated by you people. So that is where the leadership, it's not just the unit leadership where how much of equipment is there. That's more important. You don't get all that you have learned earlier. What is more important is a care leadership. So what you have learned, you have to practice it. It's not the content of leadership that you have. You must practice it in your care leadership. So that is a practicum. And I'm sure your mentors will give you opportunity to make decisions supported by them so that you will develop the leadership. Until unless you are allowed to do, nobody will develop. Thank you so much. And you will not be able to develop the leadership. You understand that? And I'm sure the faculty will remember that. Allow them. And if there is something very important that they cannot make a mistake, be around, but allow them to make the decisions. There are things that you can allow them to make decisions which are not very harmful to patient. Many times you don't even allow them to do that, which are not harmful. Let them make a mistake and learn. They will never forget. Not what is harmful, but what is not harmful. Even small things, we won't allow our students to make decisions. Plus, so leadership, how will it come? It will come only by allowing them to do. So in summary, every semester, whatever the credits I have just put down, and you will find out, totally we have 26 theory credits and 12 clinical practicum credits. That means 390 hours and 720 hours, and credits total is 38 credits. So we have 19 courses, 38 credits, and total of 390 hours theory and 720 hours practicum. Remember, we have taken every semester only 15 weeks. So as you go through, nothing is packed. In BSc, a semester we take for 20 weeks. But mostly internationally, they take only 15 weeks. I think Houston also takes only 1 credit for a semester for 15 weeks. So we also, for the doctoral level, we have taken 15 weeks. Whereas BScs, we have 20 weeks, we pack them. But here, your time should be mostly for clinical, because you are also contributing towards patient care, right? while doing on the job also. So that is what is important here. The scheme of examination, you have 2 papers, college exams in the first semester, and you have 3 university exams in the second semester. And that's the time that you are having a proposal, evidence-based practice, a project proposal. And third semester, you have 3 college exams. And fifth semester is synopsis presentation, also supervised or guided by university, and viva was the examination by university. The examination regulations are found in the exam regulations in your guidelines, so I am not repeating, but it says you can do it for 6. This is 3-year part-time, you can go on for 6 years, and every course you are given 2 attempts. All those things are there, and minimum 60% to pass. All those guidelines are there. Please go through it, and I think it's already, your principal is very proactive in getting a syllabus printed so beautifully, and she got it released, and really appreciate the quickness and proactiveness in getting it ready, and really appreciate and congratulate you. So it is available in front of you, so you will be able to do that. Thank you. Thank you for your patient listening. I'm sorry for my throat, and normally I am my voice is very harsh, but today it is too low and soft. I don't know whether it is positive or negative. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful session. Up for the next session, we have Dr. Beena Joseph to lead the session on DNP education and scope of practice in USA, and to give an overview on the essentials of the DNP practice. I hand over to Dr. Prakash sir to introduce the person.
So good morning once again. So it's my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Beena Joseph, Clinical Assistant Professor and Clinical Learning Coordinator, Andy and Barbara Jesner College of Nursing, University of Houston, Texas, USA. Dr. Beena Joseph, Clinical Assistant Professor and Learning Coordinator at UH Jesner College of Nursing, and graduated with her BSN degree from Manipal Academy of Higher Education in India, MSN in Nursing Education from University of Houston, Victoria, Texas, and DNP in Healthcare Systems Leadership from Chamberlain University, Illinois. Dr. Joseph is involved with teaching undergraduate and graduate nursing education in simulation teaching. She serves on different committees at the college and is also part of interprofessional education initiatives at university with nursing, medicine, social work, optometry, and pharmacy. In 2023, Dr. Joseph led the team to achieve simulation centers at Jesner College of Nursing, accredited by Society for Simulation in Healthcare (SSH). She has also done several scholarly presentations locally, nationally, and internationally, and has been part of several grant applications. Currently, she is the program manager for the UH Nursing Pipeline for Faculty Shortage with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board Governor's Emergency, Jesner College of Nursing. She worked with major health system in Greater Houston, Texas, and has extensive project management and staff development experience. At the state level, she served in State of Texas Advisory Committee, Literacy Texas, in validating frontline worker competencies as a SAIC, that is Standards Alignment to Industry Clusters project team, subject matter expert in health sciences. Her research interests are simulation in clinical learning and interprofessional education. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you for that warm welcome. Before I start, we have like a short audio clip from our dean, so I'm just going to actually go ahead and present that. And what you see on the PowerPoint is our first DNP graduates, the cohort.
Namaste. Welcome to all of our friends in India. We're so excited to have Dr. Shiny Varghese and Dr. Bina Joseph there with you as you launch your DNP program in the country of India. We started this process in 2018 when Dr. Kumar came to visit us in Houston, and then Dr. Varghese and I went to India, where we worked with the Indian Nursing Council to begin the curriculum and the procedures and the policies for the Doctor of Nursing practice in India. And so now at this time in 2024, we have re-signed our MOU with the Indian Nursing Council, and we're thrilled that you are now beginning your journey into the Doctor of Nursing practice. It's a historical day. It's a wonderful day for you all. We're very proud to be your collaborators, to be your fellow nurses as we move forward with this wonderful process. And I know that you are going to learn so much today. And we thank you for hosting us and welcoming us so very hospitably. And we look forward to all that is to come. Shukriya. Thank you.
Okay, so without further delay, I'm just going to jump on to what is DNP, the scope of practice in US, and as well as the DNP essentials. And you will see those DNP essentials. That's pretty much you already heard from your curriculum. You know, the curriculum for us, it's driven by the essentials, and you can see like all those concepts and domains it's similar, either it's there or it's here. We all are focused towards the patient safety and patient outcomes, right? So our concepts, it's in alignment with our essentials. Okay, so again the question is why DNP? Why do I have to go for that? I'm already practicing, I'm already a nurse. So the main focus is to start with a quote, to know but not to do is lethal. We all have a duty to our patients, a duty to our society, and when we have a lot of knowledge sitting and we are not taking that and implementing and translating that science into practice, then it's not reaching anywhere. So that is where we are asking the DNPs to be the forefront of translating that research findings and then just practicing the evidence-based practice. So again, evidence is available, but implementation of evidence-based care is still not a norm. And there are several barriers because of that. You know, like we are like sometimes hesitant to move forward. We may have like a really good thought process and ideas, and then we are hesitant to move forward sometimes. Just to give a little bit of history about the DNP program in the United States, in 1979, Case Western Reserve University opened the first nursing doctorate, but that was not the DNP, and that was just that standalone facility in Ohio. And then in 2001, the first DNP program was implemented in University of Kentucky College of Nursing. However, in 2004, that's when the American Association of Colleges of Nursing introduced the standards, and that's when those essentials and those essentials were driving our curriculum and the practice. Just to give an overview, like from that graph you see, we have like a 433 program nationwide, and I'm pretty sure there will be like a little bit more addition right now because it was from that time the data was taken. And so right now, here in Krishna Institute as well as in MGM, we are launching the pilot DNP program. So what we wanted to see in next 10 years is that graph goes like that, right? So that is where our responsibility, and that's where those who were here, I saw you raise your hand, 6 of you. Yes, we wanted to do the DNP. And it's your call, it's your responsibility to make it like go like that, right? Because you're going to be the DNPs and then you're going to mentor the future. We need the leaders to mentor the future nurses. So that is where one of your responsibility, one of your scope will be in that role also, that leadership role there. Okay, so why do we have to move to the DNP? As we know that our healthcare environment, it's very complex now. So we need like a highest level of nurses with the scientific knowledge and practice expertise to assure the quality patient care. Again, as I said earlier, if you look at your mission, vision, values, it's already written there, right? You wanted to give that high quality healthcare. So the DNP prepared nurses are demonstrating their values to society through practice scholarship. That is the difference again, practice scholarship that improves healthcare. The PhD nurses, they are actually coming up with that new knowledge, the new science, and then we are taking it from there and implementing, evaluating the outcome. If there may be like, yes, whatever is that scientific knowledge, it's good as it is, or there may be further research needed. So that is where, again, when you do the program evaluation, you need to be focused on, is it good as it is, or is there any other improvement needed? So that is where the sustainability comes. We don't want to just stop there, right? The focus is not just for you to do a project to get your DNP degree and then finish. No, the program is focused on helping you to understand the steps in doing the evidence-based project and continue. So that is important, because unless you have that motive to continue, then again, we cannot reach anywhere. We will be stagnant. So take this knowledge and continue, and then be the leaders and be the mentors for the future nurses. Okay, again, as we said, it's a complex healthcare atmosphere, the environment we are working. To impact the healthcare transformation, we need learn and employ scholarship, leadership, and teamwork. It's very important interprofessional collaboration. As we know that the complex healthcare, we see like the patients with a lot of comorbidities nowadays compared to previous. And I can say from the time I became a nurse to now, when you see the patients, there is a lot of difference. For example, like a lot of my clinical practice was focused on maternal newborn nursing, and at that time, okay, you are just handling the mama and baby for that moment, right? But right now, the patients who are admitted in the OB floor, they have a lot of comorbidities. So you're not just dealing with that pregnancy and delivery or the baby immediately, you are actually dealing with what they're coming with. Their diabetes, heart issues, chronic issues like lupus, Crohn's disease. So there's a lot of things. And then, so that is where we need that teamwork. It's like for us, we are at the forefront. We are seeing the patients. When it comes to, and again, I'm just relating that to the OB practice because that was one of my main one. I can give you a lot of examples there. But again, like when they come, maybe like the initial period, okay, this lady is pregnant, is ready to deliver. And then somebody, if you don't have that knowledge, if you don't understand the change in patient status, and if you're just only thinking about the mom to deliver and then send the baby home safely, then you may be kind of forget, or you are probably not noticing what's going on with this person other than just being pregnant and ready to deliver. So whatever comorbidities she's coming with, that has an impact on their delivery, right? So we need to know about that also, and then as nurses, when we are with them, we should be able to advocate for that patient. One area I still remember, like the postpartum depression. There was a patient, and then, of course, the nurses did say this person is not behaving properly. The answer we got was, well, she is like that all the time. She's been like that in the clinic. But turned out, like in 6 months, we found that lady in the news did something really bad to the baby. It's not. Who wants to hurt the baby? It's not that patient, right? It's not that mother, but it's whatever that mental issues she had, which was not addressed during that postpartum time frame. Where if those nurses were able to advocate a little bit more strong and have that knowledge and say, no, you need to actually look into the mental aspect of this patient before you discharge, then probably I'm thinking that should have been better outcome. So that is why, again, that interprofessional collaboration and your voice matters. That's where, with your advanced degree, you are actually heading towards. So just remember, advocate for your patient. If you have to be strongly advocating and being confident, that means you need to have that knowledge, right? The knowledge you have, and then you need to develop that skills. And it's not going to come as soon as you graduate. It's going to take, that's where we need the leaders and the mentors and just being open, asking questions and learn from each other. That's where the teamwork skills come. Okay, again, the benefits are developing advanced competencies for increasingly complex practice, faculty or leadership roles, enhanced knowledge to improve nursing practice, and leadership skills to strengthen practice and healthcare delivery. So again, you will hear that leadership skills, mentorship, advanced knowledge, translating research into practice, that's you're probably going to hear in every presentation, and that is the key of this DNP practice. Okay, I think pretty much we did say this. I'm just going to kind of skip because we've been telling about the leaders, change agents, evaluation of care. So coming down just to give an overview of the scope of practice in United States, I will say we have DNPs working in the hospitals, outpatient clinics, primary care, specialty practices. We also have DNPs in the leadership like in informatics, healthcare informatics, administration, practice leadership, public health, population health, and health policy, teaching at the university, and then being part of the research. So that's in an overview, and I have like a little bit of breakdown what you can do with your DNP degree in later slides. Just to compare the doctoral nursing programs, the PhD nursing and the research-focused PhD, there are some common characteristics for both. So both, it's a rigorous and demanding curriculum and expectations, scholarly approach to the discipline, commitment to the advancement of profession. So either you are a PhD nursing or the DNP, those are our common characteristics. And the program of study for the PhD, it is the highest, for the DNP, it is the highest level of nursing practice and translating research into practice, whereas the PhD is the highest level of nursing science and conducting research. And for the students, as a practice doctorate, you have a commitment to the practice career oriented towards improving patient care outcome and population health, whereas the PhD, they have a commitment to the research and then oriented towards developing new nursing knowledge. Program assessment and evaluation, how we can assess and evaluate, and again, just kind of note that point. That is how we can also say to the community and other healthcare organizations or the hospital systems in our country, yes, these are the program outcomes like healthcare improvements and contributions via your practice. So when you have a DNP assigned in an area, you need to also show the outcome. So how that quantified, how that metrics. So that's the only way you can go and advocate in another institution. See, this is what happened in this particular facility after having DNPs, and this is the program outcomes. Why don't you try this? If you go in this route, okay, these are the benefits. For us to just go and say, okay, you do the DNP and it's going to help, that is not going to help, right? When we go and ask, I'll say like, okay, for maybe some of the students, you still probably ask money from your parents, and then you go and ask, okay, I need 5,000 rupees. They're going to definitely ask, why do you need that? I just gave you something, or you've been doing fine with whatever money I was giving last month. So it's exactly the same thing. Why do we have to go? What outcomes you can show? What benefits for us, right? When you go approach the leadership, they are going to ask you, what's the return on investment for us? It's definitely, because when we talk about patient care outcome, we talk about the quality and safety. However, we need to have the money also, right? Otherwise, we cannot run, we cannot give salary, we cannot take care of the patients. So when you go approach your leaders, that is another important aspect. They are going to ask you that question, so be ready for that. How can I be ready? Like just looking at the practice, observing and having that scientific inquiry, and then coming up with your data and the program outcome evaluation, show them that data. So that is where, again, I'm saying, it's not just you do one project and stop there, it has to be a continuous process. And the program faculty, again, we need for the practice doctorate, we need a practice doctorate in nursing and expertise in teaching and leadership. And the same as the PhD, we need research doctorate, leadership experience in the area of that sustained research funding. So those, again, the program faculty need, it's kind of pretty much similar, but we just need some people who are in that practice so that they can also guide you properly. So as you see, like there is a little bit difference, but at the end of the day, the focus is improving the patient care outcomes, providing quality, safety, patient care. The practice doctorate as well as the PhD, we need resources. So we need mentors or preceptors, and we need to have like access to the diverse practice setting and access to the financial aid. So that's where maybe you can write some grant, access to the information and patient care technology resources. The same as the PhD, we need mentors and preceptors in research, access to research setting, and then access to the financial aid and access to the information and research technology. Okay, so coming down the question right now you're thinking, you can actually add on to this. So there will be a question, so after I do this degree, I'm actually practicing as a critical care nurse practitioner. Once I get this DNP, what can I do? Again, any of these things written here is actually patient focused. So you can continue practice as an advanced nurse in the hospital, and that's where right now the focus for us here in India, it's going to be in the hospital because all of you are the critical care nurse practitioners. So again, when you are there, there are some other things you could be part of or leading. So there may be like a 6 APRNs, 6 critical care NPs in your hospital, and then you may be the program lead because that's the one person overseeing all the NPs, right? You could be part of the core team. You have a core team here, right? The CPR team, do you have like a specific core team? Okay, so you could be part of that, like the core team, your core team is medical, who all are part of the core team here? Do you have like the intensivist, nurses? Okay, and the nurses are part of it, right? Okay, so that's another thing you could, and then rapid response team is something that we have in United States. You may have it here also. Yes? Yes. Okay, so again, leading that team, because if the patient doesn't need to be admitted to ICU, they don't need to be admitted to ICU, right? So if we can take care of them outside of the ICU, that's better. So just because you are the critical care NP, it doesn't mean that your practice is limited to there. So as you're thinking about your DNP, just think about it. Look at the data. Look at what type of patients are you getting? And then where are they coming from? Are they coming from ER? Are they coming emergency department? Are they coming from medical surgical unit? Are they coming after surgery? And then look at it and see, like, okay, what is the common characteristics? Is there anything, as you're practicing there, is there anything striking that, okay, this patient should not have been ended up here with these complications, or this patient should have been out of the ICU maybe like 2 days before, right? So look at your patient population, look at the data, look and see, is there something which we can improve in our practice that's going to change the patient outcome? Those are some of the thought process I want to put it there for your project as you think about the project. So that probably won't limit you inside of the ICU. You may have to go outside of the ICU when you think about that to the med-surg floor, and then coming out and then looking at those data to see what is happening there, right? So when you wanted to really improve the patient care in ICU, you still have to go outside of ICU. Does that make sense? Yes? My critical care NPs here. And the other thing is sometimes probably the patients are there longer. It may be some kind of care we are providing. If you change in a different way, that could probably impact. Even if we can make the patient to get out of the ICU or wean out of the vent for like a day ahead, that is going to help the patient. Like nosocomial infection, what you can do with that, is there a pattern you're seeing? And if you see a pattern, what is out in the literature talking about? For example, Foley catheter. I don't know how many days your patients are with the Foley catheter, and I can tell from my own experience, one of my relative, he was in ICU, and then of course, you know, we are there and then trying to understand. This person was in ICU for 3 weeks, and that Foley catheter was there for 3 weeks. What happens? You're making that patient incompetent to come out of and recover. So I don't know what was the reason. We were trying to find out, and sometimes it's like, it's easy, right? Yeah. We don't have to turn the patient or move the patient or trying to get the patient out of the bed. But like for us, we cannot leave the Foley catheter even after the surgery. If it's not indicated, the provider has to come and the physician has to write an order if they need it more than 24 hours. So think about things like that. If you see some practice like that, can we change what is out there in the literature? So that is where it comes as with your DNP degree in the hospital system. And then the other things you can do is clinics, private practice, which I know that's not going to be happen here until we have those primary care NPs and doing some other works. But that is a future for us as a DNP practice person. Then the population health. Like in administration, we can have a nursing director, either in the specialty focused, hospital system focused, case management. So those areas, the director, the leader who is actually guiding and mentoring the other team members, that's another area you could be part of, and then you can lead that. Chief nursing officer, chief executive officer, whatever is listed is some of the areas our DNPs are working, okay? So just giving you idea, so just when you think about it, these are the areas you wanted to think about it. Quality and safety officer, interdisciplinary fail-safe analysis team. The fail-safe is, it's like sometimes when we implement a new technology or new instrument, we just do like a study analysis to see like, okay, what is the risk and what about the education? Do you need a one-time education? Do you need to continuously educate? Which I'm pretty sure something like that in ICU, you could be part of it and you could lead that team because it's fine to bring all the new technology, but if we don't know how to use it and if there is nobody to support it, that is not going to serve the purpose, right? So that's something before you implement or bring something new, you want it to be in that team. It could be some related to some labs, or it could be the technology. You may be thinking, what is my role in that as a nurse? But who is using that equipment at the end of the day? Mainly, it's us, right? So we need to be part of, from the beginning, to understand what is the focus of this new technology or the instrument or the procedure, and what should I do to educate my nurses? So again, that's another role you can probably take off. And then the infection control specialist, risk manager. So the risk management, when we say about like when something happens, the root cause analysis, it's important. And as nurses, we should be the forefront on that. We have like the director, the entire risk management team for like a hospital system is the nurse. DNP prepared nurse is leading that. It's not the nurses only, there are medical doctors and other people from other discipline, like other healthcare discipline there. But again, we can lead them because we know what's happening at the unit, right? We know what's happening with the patient care. So again, that knowledge and your confidence is going to make you to reach there. Okay, are we just limited to the hospital systems? No, like nursing faculty, you can do full-time, part-time, or being collaborative with some school systems, you can do that. Professional development, that is another important piece. Like, yes, we have so many nurses coming out, so many NPs coming out, but important is like we need to continuously develop. We need to be like current, right? And someone needs to guide them. Someone needs to actually mentor them. So we have a professional development department in the hospital. It's called, some of it called the education, some of it's called the professional development. And we are not only leading the nurses, it's actually the entire hospital staff. And so the professional development department is, it's mainly run by the nurse leaders. So again, that is the continuing education for all healthcare professionals. The other areas are healthcare policy specialist, local, state, national level, accreditation agency council, site reviewers, and approval. We wanted to make sure when we, what is the purpose of the accrediting agencies? To make sure we are doing the best, we are providing the safe care. So as being part of that with that highest level of knowledge can say, yes, this hospital is meeting the standards, or no, this hospital is not meeting the standard. It's not just to be punitive, it's whatever is out, if there are some process improvement needed, we wanted to make sure that we are able to guide them to improve that, right? So that's the only way we can actually reach to the highest standards. So those are some of the areas as a DNP prepared nurses, we can actually work and then lead some departments like that. Any questions before I move on to the next? Okay, so I don't see anybody, any questions about the role, what we can do? And again, these are some from what I have observed and see, it's like, not just limited to that. Think about what else you can do it here, right? Because you know the practice here, you know the system here, so just those are some ideas, so it's up to you to think about it. And always remember, there are opportunities. Those opportunities will not come to you unless you look forward for it or unless you look for it, right, and approach it. So that's where just look through it and then just make sure what can I do, how can I change. Okay, so I'm going to go through the essentials. That's like our curriculum is based on the AACN essentials. AACN is American Association of College of Nursing. I have the link here, and then it's just publicly available information. You can just Google ASCN, and then you will get this home page, and then you can look for the ASCN essentials. So what happens with so our curriculum, we are developing the curriculum and the competence. It's a competency-based curriculum, and it's based on those essentials. So it provides a structure across the education program. It's a platform for curriculum design, and it's intended to produce consistency in outcomes. So each university can actually develop the curriculum, but we wanted to make sure that everybody's focus is same, right? And then everybody is following that essentials. So there is a consistency in our curriculum. And the essential model, as you see here, there are level 1 and level 2. The level 1 is the undergraduate, and then the level 2, the graduate curriculum, including the DNP, is based on the level 2 essentials, level 2 competencies. Okay, let me just go. So the essentials is a system of instruction, assessment, feedback, self-reflection, and academic reporting based on the students demonstrating they have learned the knowledge, attitude, motivations, self-perceptions, and skills expected. Again, based on this competency-based education, there are several ways you can demonstrate that competency. Sometimes it's doing the project. Sometimes it's being part of the hospital committees and then doing that exemplar. What was your contribution and how did that impact that particular committee? So there are several ways you can actually demonstrate you are reaching that competency. So there are 10 domains. So those are the knowledge of nursing practice, person-centered care, population health, scholarship, quality safety, interprofessional partnership, system-based practice, informatics, professionalism, personal, professional, and leadership development. Does that sound familiar to you? Yes? Did you hear about it today before me? Yes? Yes, where did you hear that? Somebody's answering, so I'm just looking at you, okay? Did you hear about it? Like 1, 2, 3, my third row. Did you guys hear about these domains somewhere in the previous presentations? The curriculum, right? All these things you saw in the curriculum. So what does it say? Regardless, our focus is same, and our curriculum is based on the same principles, same domains there. So again, these are our domains, and there are competencies and sub-competencies based on these domains. And then also there are concepts. The concepts written here, the clinical judgment, communication, compassion, diversity, equity, and inclusion, ethics, evidence-based practice, health policy, social determinants of health, and right now it's called as social drivers of health. Those are the concepts, and again, when you develop the curriculum, those concepts is embedded in those domains. And not necessarily every single concepts are going to be in every single course, but when you put it all together, your 6 semesters all together, you will see all those concepts are covered, all those domains are covered. Okay, and just wanted to give a few examples of the domains. The knowledge for nursing practice, that's our first domain. So the descriptor is integration, translation, and application of nursing knowledge. And again, it's for the basis for clinical judgment and innovation. So you need to have that knowledge to actually implement that research. So first, where do we start? We need to have the knowledge, right? And then this is an example of how the competencies that divided. I know it is small, but again, as I said, if you look through the website, you can actually get a description. It's something like this. You can actually see it has like a detailed description of all the domains, competencies, and sub-competencies. So again, we cannot go through everything. It's available to you. So just read through it. And then that will also, when you go through the competencies, sub-competencies, and the domains, that is also going to give you ideas. That's also going to help you to understand what can I do with this DNP degree in future once I graduate. So. Okay, so for the advanced level, you need to look at the level 2, that is on the far side. And then each competency, each domain has competencies and sub-competencies. The competencies are the one you see like in the gray boxes, like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, it's like a pink box there. Okay, and then the sub-competencies are the one under each competency. Okay, so when you look at the level 1 and level 2, the difference is the level 1, it's basically identify, apply, understand. When you look at the level 2 competencies at the higher level, it's asking for you to translate, demonstrate, integrate. So when you look at the objectives, it's like basic objectives versus the other one is the application objectives, right? Like integrate, apply, synthesize. So those are the objectives, those are the competencies under the level 2. The next domain is the person-centered care. Again, the holistic, individualized, respectful, compassionate, coordinated, evidence-based, developmentally appropriate. So person-centered care, again, is very important. And then also it says coordinated. That is, again, where you can actually work on it. That's where the health informatics comes in play, because if you think about one person may have like 4 different providers. Maybe like a general medicine doctor have some problems, maybe diabetes, the endocrine, may have some neuro issues, so that person may be consulted with a neurologist. Or they may be like, one of the NP is seeing this patient. So the coordinated care is important because sometimes what happens is if one doesn't communicate with the other in a meaningful fashion, then even like there may be overlap of medications if you think about it in a very simple way, right? The physician A, like internal medicine doctor, they ordered maybe 1 to 5 medications, and going to the endocrine doctor, the 2 out of 3 medications that person ordered probably was already something similar to what is already this patient is taking from their general medicine doctor. So if there is no care coordination, there is no communication, what happens is there is going to be overlap. Is that going to serve any good purpose? No, right? Because you don't want them to take all these medications if not needed. They probably got some lab works done with one provider. If the same one is ordering in the next one, somebody consulted to the specialist. Why do we need to do that if the other one is recent, just did it? Okay, communicate that, right? So again, those are the things it's important, and that's actually, it's very useful with the electronic health records. And then they can communicate each other, the provider can access it from anywhere. So that's going to help. Again, when you work for a facility, probably if that is something not there, that's something which you may want to put together a proposal. Again, you need to show them, okay, if you go in this route, what's the benefits for the patient? What's the benefits for the institution, right? So return of investment, that is also important. Okay, I'm just going to skip through this. Just to show you how our essentials are aligned as a competency level 1 and level 2 competencies. The third one is the population health. Again, healthcare delivery continuum from prevention to disease management. Again, prevention is very important, right? Being proactive, then being reactive, that is very important in our healthcare delivery. And the collaborative activities from communities, public health, that is also comes under the population health. Okay, and it's that collaborative practice, it's not just with the communities, it's also with the government entities. There are like organizations that actually drive the practice, the Center for Disease Control, WHO. So again, like, can we have our voice there? That is important. We need to have our voice there, right? So that's another area. Eventually you wanted to, okay, so how can I reach there? For you to reach there, you need to just go to that steps, climb that ladder, right? Scholarship for nursing discipline. Again, for the DNP, that scholarship is you're translating that evidence into practice. Okay, the next one is quality and safety, interprofessional partnership, system-based practice, informatics. I'm just going to go through that because you already heard about it. And again, I just wanted to make sure that you deep dive into your curriculum, try to understand that. Look at your curriculum side by side with your institute mission, vision, objectives, and goals. It's pretty much, it's all same, it's all in alignment, right? So if you understand that mission and values, you understand your curriculum, then that's going to help you to actually succeed in your program. In summary, the current essentials represents the competency-based education, and it's provide an opportunity for the learners to obtain and show that competencies, you're reaching that competencies. And the second level, sub-competencies, are the, it helps us to build and expand the competencies for nurse seeking advanced education in nursing. So that's in summary, in brief, the AS in essentials and how our curriculum is derived. And again, as I said, read through it, that's going to give you ideas, what can I do after I complete my DNP degree. Okay, any questions? I know you may be hungry, but any pressing questions I can answer right now? Yes? No? Or maybe later? We are here in the afternoon, so if you think about something, definitely we are here, so just feel free to ask us. Did that help you? Did you get an overview what can you do with the degree and why do we need the degree? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that informative session. Nextly, I would love to invite Dr. Pramila Lee to lead a session on quality improvement methods. Dr. Pramila Lee is a former nursing superintendent, professor and HOD of medical surgical nursing, Christian Medical College, Vellore. She has completed BSc in 1984 and MSc in medical surgical nursing in 1992 and has PhD in nursing from College of Nursing, CMC, Vellore. She has designed Nutri-Feed set for continuous internal feeding, which is currently being used in CMC hospital and in other hospitals as well. She has obtained Nursing Excellence Certification for Nursing Service of CMC in 2017 for the first time and recertification in 2019. She also has coordinated and managed COVID care during COVID-19 pandemic through training and deployment of nursing staff and managed COVID care efficiently. She has 39 years of experience in teaching and clinical supervision. She has overseas teaching experience. On sabbatical leave for 3 years, she worked at RAK Medical and Health Sciences University at Al Khaimah, UAE, in the capacity of Associate Professor, MSN Coordinator and HOD of Medical Surgical Nursing. 24 years of teaching experience in Örebro University, Sweden, as part of faculty exchange program, and has overseas clinical experience in liver transplant nursing at Queen Elizabeth Hospital, Birmingham, UK. She is recognized as a PhD guide for National PhD Consortium conducted by the Indian Nursing Council and Rajiv Gandhi University, Bangalore. the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai. She has published 53 research articles in national and international indexed peer-reviewed journals. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you for those word of introduction. It's 24 months, not 24 years. I know you may wonder out of 39 years that if I spend 24 years overseas, I won't have been teaching in India. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Dilip and the INC team for giving me this opportunity to be here and to share on this topic of quality improvement methods. Now, that's going to be the outline of the presentations. So we begin by saying what's quality, quality improvement, and what is the relationship, the similarities between quality improvement and research, and what are the different quality improvement methods, and I'll take you through that. So I'm sure each of you have heard the word quality. Now you hear it day by day. Today, as you are entering into the various accreditation, the quality has become the key word. So this word was introduced earlier. It was into the industrial area, but into the healthcare it came in 1980s. And then today, without me saying, all of you know, it's a key component for our success in any area. So talk about, I know you have been hearing the terms quality improvement, research, and evidence-based practice. Now these three have the similarity because all three are aiming to improve healthcare, and all three uses a systematic method. In the beginning, when people talked about quality improvement, there was a lot of difference that was said between these two. If you look at earlier literature, now for example, it will say quality improvement will use smaller sample size, but whereas research, you do a sample size calculation. But today, it says that, like if you go through now, you will understand the difference between quality improvement and the research. The line is getting faded and faded. So it's a lot, they overlap, and there's a lot of similarities which come. For example, when you talk about design, today RCTs are collecting data multiple times, time series design, what we say in research, which is there in the quality improvement. Now, same thing, data collection, it's not just over a short period, even extensive data collection points that happens in the quality improvement. And statistical analysis, in the past, quality improvement was focused more on just analyzing frequencies, mean, or whatever. But today, if you see complex statistical modelings, ANOVA, all the complex statistical methods are used even in the qualitative improvement, in the quality improvement project. Now, when it comes for publication, earlier quality improvement projects were not expected to be published, or even if they send it for publication in the renowned journals, they were not accepting. But today you find quality improvement projects that are done extensively are published into all the journals. And not only that, there are separate journals that are available overseas where people publish only the quality improvement projects, and systematic reviews on quality improvement projects are done. So that is the change that has happened. And of course, in terms of knowledge, dissemination or generalizability, in the past it was limited within the organization or the institution where it was conducted. But with the publication and what it happens, you can say that it is extending to other areas. In fact, quality improvement projects, which also take guides for further research projects. So they influence. Okay, so though I have been talking about how quality improvement projects and the research differ or similar, now in quality, though they are quality improvement projects, use all that we have talked about it in research, there are different tools and methods are used apart from this in the quality improvement project. So that is what I'm going to talk about in the next 20-30 minutes. So what is quality improvement methods? Any interventions that we aim to reduce the gap that happens in quality. And of course, these interventions or the quality improvement initiatives have contributed significantly for the outcome. So this has, I mean, if you go through journals, there are several journals that talk about it. Now, when you talk about quality of healthcare, if I can get a pointer. Quality of healthcare, it is, comes into three components. That is structure, process, outcome. Now when we talk about focusing on quality, we don't focus on only the actual care that is being provided, that is the process. Now the structure that is required for, and of course constantly we are evaluating the outcome. So now keeping this in mind that the clinical audits are there, I'm sure all of you are quite familiar with clinical audits because it's, I'm sure I'm not sure, like your hospital must be NABH accredited, yes? So constantly you must be conducting many audits and you must be collecting key performance indicator. So structure which involves, can somebody tell me? I know it's a lunchtime, not a time, good time to sit and listen. So what, can you give me an example for structure audit? Come on. To give care what you require. First of all, you need nurses, yes? So nurse-patient ratio, that's the structure, and the equipment. So even you know how to do it, if you don't have adequate equipment, you won't be able to provide it. See, it's important for us to know because when something goes wrong, you need to know, is it because of the individual person or because you don't have the equipment. So that's why it is important to carry out audit in all three aspects. Then process, actual process of giving care. Then outcome, some of the key performance indicator, KPIs. Can you tell me? I'm sure in your NABH all the time they must be talking about KPIs. Yes? Come on. Key performance indicator. In short, everybody says KPI. What is the rate of patient falls rate? Now you can tell me. Come on. Incidence of bed sore, medication error, yes? Okay. So, because those are the outcomes that will tell us what the quality of care that you are giving, yes? So, this is what is the clinical audit. Now, clinical audit is a part of the improvement process, it happens, and it is a cyclic process. Now, to start an audit, you always have to have a standard. So, what do we mean by standard? What is the minimum requirement when you talk about nurse-patient ratio or when you talk about equipment? So when you talk about the process of care, you need to see whether do you have standards, protocols, procedures. Now all becomes, you know, you need all that. So those are the first you have to make sure that standards are there because your audit, what you do is you are collecting data and comparing what is happening, the current practices, against the standard that are established. Now, with the audit, it's very important. Now, we come across our strengths, our weaknesses. I mean, our weaknesses which tell us, highlight the areas of improvement. So, we take the appropriate action. So, when we take the appropriate action, we should not be complacent, say, okay, I have done what the improvement is needed. You need to go back and see, is it happening for a short time or is it being continued? So that's why in the NABH there are basic requirements, certain audits have to be done continuously. Okay? So now this is, this is an audit which is very vital. So I think this is just an example to say, suppose if you are doing a clinical audit, you may be aware of it, medical reconciliation with patient at the time of discharge. So you may have a protocol to say what you are supposed to do when a patient, before the patient leaves the hospital, are they supposed to get the medicines and what is what are the aspects that they need to be aware of. All that will be there, part of your standards. So when you compare it, you find that you have only 75% of, the patients knew what was happening, or 70% of the patients got what is supposed to be. So it gives you an idea that you need to work, you need to improve that. So you need to analyze what are the reasons for maybe the, let's take the example like the nurses not explaining. So is it because that they are not aware of it? If the nurse is not confident, she's not going to explain to the patient. Yes, I know all of you will agree with me. When you are confident in your subject, you don't run away in the clinical area. You are happy to face anyone. You are confidently explaining to patients or anybody. So it is important, if that is a problem, it's important as a leader to address that issue. So make sure that your staff are equipped, that they have adequate knowledge. So automatically, if you have done that, and then you continue, and then you find automatically your re-audit will score higher. But we should never feel satisfied with that, because quality improvement is a continuous process. So you need to keep doing that. Now, next is benchmarking, performance benchmarking. Now, if we think, I have studied, I know it, I don't have to learn more, we will never go further, isn't it? So same thing, if you think care that my patients receive in my units, it's fine, I'm happy with that, there's no further improvement. So constantly we need to improve ourselves. So for that you need to constantly compare. So this is the process that I know like all of you must be familiar, it's benchmarking. So when you talk about benchmarking, you can benchmark internally or externally. Now, when you do a clinical audit in several units, if you can compare your results with one another, and you will be identifying best practices in certain units that may be contributing for better care, it's a time for you to adopt that. So you are learning what is the best practices. So you can do internal benchmarking within yourself. And not only that, you can also look at, I'm sure as a nursing administration, they must be doing it. When you're monitoring your medication error, your patient falls rate, or patients, bed sore, what is the incidence rate? Now, you may be monitoring to over the year. So each year you should focus that some reduction that you will bring in. So this is just a graph to show, it's an internal benchmarking about the incidence of pressure sores for between 2 years. So we need to say, I know you are not going to get a drastic improvement, but even a 0.1% makes a difference because the incidence is low. So you can see it from 0.25%, it is 0.22. So now again, that year you take a project to see, now what could I do to bring it further? So this is internal benchmarking. External benchmarking, you compare with the international standards. Now when you look at, there are standards published, what is the rate of pressure sores, or in terms of medication error. So where do I stand? So we can compare it with outside or with other institutions. So in benchmarking, that's what you do. You identify what is your error rate. Maybe like, first of all, you identify which area you want to do it. Now here I have taken an example of medication administration error. And then you find that throughout the year that your error rate is 3%. And then you are trying to compare it with the external standard, which is less than 1%. So then you need to identify what is the, I mean, later I'm going to talk about root cause analysis and so on. So what contributes to the error? So here again, going back to the clinical audit where we talked about structure process. So you need to analyze every aspect. It is not because many times we just tend to look at what we are doing, but look at from the staff all the support that they have in terms of that and see what are the reasons that these errors are happening. Now, what are the root causes? Is it because they don't have adequate staffing? Or is it because the orders are probably not clear or something? Or is it anything? Or is it that the medications are not available easily, so they are taking from other person? There could be different reasons. So when you are working in that area, you go in depth and find out what are the reasons for each of those. When you start focusing on eliminating those causes, automatically your medication error rate will come down. So that is what, like whatever the action, follow it up and you find that the rate is reduced. Now these are some of the other methods that are used. PDSA cycle, lean approach, Six Sigma, FMEA, model for improvement, and root cause analysis. I'll just quickly explain each of that with an example so that we understand what each of it. Now PDSA model, or some of the books will say PDCA model. So as the name it says, P is for plan, D for do, and S for study or check, and A for act. So now, when do we use this PDSA model? PDSA model is used, suppose if you want to introduce a new initiative or a new intervention, and then you want to check that this model can be used. Take an example of an ER, emergency room, where you find the patient's waiting time is prolonged. So you want to reduce the waiting time of patients. So when identifying the causes, then you feel like if you implement a triage system, that would help. So here you're going to plan all about triaging. So when you talk about planning about triaging, you will plan in terms of manpower required or in terms of like other resources, supporting services, and you will say who will implement, when will you implement. So every step has to be planned. And then in the step 2, your actual implementation that happens in that. Then coming to check or study, you need to go back and review and see what has happened. Maybe you found that your waiting time is increased. Pointer? Yeah. Your waiting time decreased by 20%. Now, don't stop with that, but you need to find out what worked well, what didn't work well. Okay? So, there are certain aspects probably had issues, or is there any other issue? Now, here in this example, you find there is a 20% reduction. This is a 20% reduction, but however, the staff experience increased stress. Now, we shouldn't think, okay, the waiting time is reduced, so I leave it. So we need to address even the staff stress over there. So now go back and see what reason that the staff have increased stress. Maybe because it's a new system that everyone in the institution have not understood, or everyone who comes into the ER do not, they are not well aware of what is happening. So therefore, probably the nurses are finding it difficult, or maybe it's a new role that has been adopted, so it needs increased manpower. So if you find that these are the causes, definitely those aspects have to be addressed. So that is what happens in ACT. So this is what to explain about the BDSA cycle. Next is a lean approach. Lean approach is to reduce waste. In what way can we reduce waste? There has to be a constant improvement. Like today we know the healthcare changes each day, and today the patient's demands are different and their needs are different, we can never be stagnated at one point. We also as nurses have to keep at it. What is the patient's expectation? You know, patient satisfaction is one of the key performance indicator. So we need to identify which areas. So in this context, if you say, now patients, what do we mean by this? Reducing waste and continuous improvement. So here, continuous improvement, reducing waste, that is by distinguishing between value-added service and non-value-added activities. Okay? So what do we mean by that value-added activity? Anything that will increase patient satisfaction, that is considered to be value-added activity. Anything that does not. Can you give an example? What does the patients expect from us? I know lunchtime, everybody is hungry, mind is not working. See the care that is given by us, care given by the doctor, the procedures that are done, medications given, it's all value added. It's very important for them, isn't it? But suppose if a patient has to wait very long time to see a doctor, ultimately they are going to see the doctor, but for patients that waiting time becomes a non-value added activity. So in part of lean approach, what you need to do is, okay, now is there a delay in certain aspects? Whether it is waiting for X-ray, waiting for doctor, or in that context, so how do we reduce that time? So that is what is the lean approach. So any time when you look at it, you look at the entire process and then you see it. For example, when you say about X-ray, there could be, it's not just you have to send the patient. But then probably, I don't know what is your system, maybe I'll just give an example. I know in an orthopedic ward for us, every patients who have, all of you know, after surgery, that if there is, whatever the fixation has been done, next day they will want X-ray to be taken. So there are so many X-rays, like about 10, 15 X-rays. Now there's only one person, like one designated area where they are taking the X-ray. So now the delay is, that person is continuously taking X-ray. You are also sending patient. But then each time you find that the nurse has to spend a lot of time calling and that time has to be reduced. So then we create a system where a particular time there are 2 or 3 machines will operate just to take all the post-operative X-rays. And there will be dedicated 2-3 people who will transport the patients between the clinical unit to the X-ray department. So with that we found that the time was just reduced, waiting time. So that is, so anywhere we find, and I mean I always look at it, it's not only the patient waiting time, it also in terms of nurses' time. Now to give an injection, if you do not have an organized trolley or organized place, each time you may be walking between nurse's station and the bedside, isn't it? Yes? See, we have been in nursing for the past 4 decades, so we know the developments that have taken place. So in the past, like we had a tray where we will take each time to the patient. So each time you come to the nursing service, fill your table, tray, and then you take it back. So then over time what we did, we designed a trolley. Each staff have a trolley which has everything, including hand washing. Today we keep saying hand washing, hand washing. Each time, can you come to the nurse's station to wash your hand? No. So it's not that she doesn't want. So what do? Scrub. So make sure that the trolley has. So now you can insist between patient, you do it. So that is again, it's a waste of time. So we need to look at even our own procedures to see, is there a way that we can reduce time, by coordinating. So I just give an example here, these are the steps actually in the lean approach. First is sorting. Let me take the example of a crash cart trolley. Now, all of you are quite familiar with that, isn't it? Yes? Crash cart? I'm sure all your units will have, your ICUs will have. So what is that very striking in the crash cart? In terms of usage. Because I recollect probably 4 decades or like 3 decades back, we have emergency trolley where we will have everything, and then like your intubation set, injection, then you take the injection tray and you go, isn't it? So now how does it differ now? Come on, are you all using CPR tray? Have you used it? Yes, isn't it? So first thing is sorting. What are we doing? All that is needed for intubation is kept in the one tray, one drawer, CPR tray, isn't it? It's not like each one can organize your CPR trolley as you wish, isn't it? So then you have one tray, drawer where you have all the medication. So there is a sorting out. Things are kept. What you require, things are kept, grouped together. It is placed together. They are set in order. And you are keeping it neat. So that's what it means, shine. Standardize. Now this rule, standard to say where to keep what, it's standardized across your institution, yes? So even if you are from one unit that you have gone to another unit, if there is a cardiac arrest, you don't have to go running saying, I don't know where things are. You know that if I open the crash cart trolley, where things will be placed. So that is what is standardized. Now the last yes in lean approach is sustain. Any new improvement activity that you do, it always will work initially, but over time slowly it will get faded. But it will work when you make it as an organizational culture. Now the staff, and they make sure that it is part of the training, you make sure that it is embedded into the system. Like I come from, from the Christian Medical College, Vellore, we practice integration. So we have all faculty, we are involved in the clinical supervision. So there's one thing, what we keep, there's something that I always like to say is, when you introduce a new practice, for beginning period, you have to have constant supervision. After some time, it will become part of the care. Whether you supervise or not, your staff will continue the practice. So that is what the sustainability is the other aspect, what we need to be cautious about. Then the next one, anything anybody wants to ask? Okay, next is Six Sigma. What it means, that is target your defect and reduce it. It was actually introduced in the industry, industrial areas, where they said the target is 6 sigma. 6 sigma means it's 99.9999. So in nursing also, we need to target our 6 sigma. It's as 99.9999. So that is what. So how do we, in the lean approach, as I said, you identify, implement, evaluate. So same way here, define, measure, analyze, improve, control. The steps are very similar. I'm not going to go in. So each of that, you identify the defect, you see what to do, what is the level. You might have reached 98%, you still have to move it. So because our target is 99.99. Okay, so that is 6 sigma. Now, I've been talking about PDSA, lean approach, 6 sigma. It doesn't mean each one stands separately. You can combine and do it. Okay, and it doesn't mean it goes in an order. Whatever you want, 2-3 methods, 2-3 tools can be combined. If you are taking a quality improvement project, you can use more than 2 tools or 3 tools that you can use. So this is just to say, if you want to combine lean and 6 sigma, lean will focus on reducing waste, and 6 sigma will try to reduce the defect. So ultimately, you will be able to contributing towards better patient care in a more efficient manner. The next one is model for improvement. This is again, it's a structure approach. I'll explain with the diagram. So looking at it, you can see there is already PDSA is there, and there's already audit, structure, process, outcome. Now there are your model for improvement starts with 3 questions. So the first question is, what am I trying to accomplish? So in the clinical area, what am I trying to accomplish? So set an objective. So whether it is your medication error or anywhere, what am I aiming? So set your objective. How will we know that the change is an improvement? That is, at any time, we need to always make sure you collect data before you implement any change or a intervention. Because unless you have the data, you will not be able to compare to see what improvement that you have made. Then, of course, your interventions can go through the PDSA cycle, and constantly you are collecting data. So when you collect data, it covers all 3 processes: structure, process, and of course your outcome comes. Next is FMEA, or it is failure mode or effect analysis. Now as leaders, we always say, what's the quality of a leader? We like to say the leader has to be proactive, not reactive. Yes? So reactive is you are responding only to the problems. But when you say proactive, you are preventing it before it occurs. So when you are a leader, you have the responsibility to make sure, so you have to be proactive and make sure that the problems don't happen. So in that context, constantly you need to identify where can we go wrong. You know, which areas, like again you take about medication error. Now, what are the problems that can happen? So this is what it says. There are 3 aspects you have to review. What problems that can happen? Then, what could be the contributory factors for that problem to happen? And the third one, if that problem occurs to the patient, what will be the effect? I mean, what will happen to the patient? So, there are 5 steps. The first one, as I said, you choose an area. I said the example, you take medication management. Now, when you say medication management involves starting from prescription, dispensing by the pharmacist, and administration by the nurses. So you need to look at the entire process if you want to understand. Or even if you talk about, like, you want to look at only administration part, okay, or maybe the prescription part, administration, not the dispensing aspect of it. Even in the clinical area, for drugs, you need to have the clinicians who is writing the order, you have the pharmacists who are supplying the medicines to the patient, and the nurses who are storing it and then administering to the patient. So everyone who is involved in that have to be part of it. That is what it is. Assemble an interdisciplinary team and describe all the process. So suppose if you say medication administration, we need to put down what are the various steps that happens in the clinical area with regard to medication administration. I'm not talking about the administration procedure, okay. The patient brings them, I don't know what is the protocol here. Patient collects the medicine from the pharmacy, keeps it at the bedside, or maybe the medications that require refrigeration get stored in it's handed over to the nurse, stored in the refrigerator, and then the nurse takes, administers. Okay. Now drugs again, there are different forms are there, multi-vial gets supplied, the various aspects. Then you do something called a hazard analysis. In my next slide, I will explain to you. Now, what is hazard analysis? In each of that step, now you will see, maybe I will go to it. I have just taken 2 steps. For example, storing medication in the fridge and then using multi-dose vial. I mean, it still happens, isn't it? So now, these are the 2 steps I have taken. So if you say storing in the fridge, you have to ask the question, what could go wrong? So we know that if the nurse is not careful, or probably sometimes similar medications, sound alike, look alike medications are there, same patients with same names are there, there are so many things. So the wrong drug administration can happen. And why does it happen? What is the cause? because it is all kept together. So what will happen if you administer that to the patient? Patient gets an incorrect medication. Now you come out with a score. There are three aspects you need to write. One is occurrence. How often this occurs? Okay. So if you say you yourself can develop an objective score list to say what is 10, what is 1. So same thing for detection. Now sometime the wrong medication administration could have gone without being noticed, isn't it? If it is not, it's not a harmful medication, patient hasn't come out with any adverse drug or the staff hasn't reported, it goes unnoticed. So you need to be careful. Is there a possibility that it can go unnoticed? And then, if it happens, what will be the severity? So for all three components, you have a scale of 1 to 10. So each step you will write what will be the scale. Okay? So as you said, like here, I mean this is just an orbital number I gave. So you say 3, 5, 8. So when you multiply these three, you get a score of 120. So if you have 10 such steps that happens in a process, now it gives you an idea which step has to be addressed immediately. Because as proactively there are different problems that can happen, everything cannot be addressed together, but the ones which can cause the most severity or something that which needs to be addressed, we'll be able to identify by looking at the score. Then immediately you can take an action what to do. Now today we are talking about barcoding so that all these problems can be avoided. And then again today what we say, avoid multi-dose vial, go for a single dose vial. So this is, any questions here? Okay, so this is something as leaders that we can use to identify and then to act proactively so that the problems don't happen. The next one is the root cause analysis. Now, when there is a problem, the human tendency is to sit and look at the problem over it again. Okay? But actually today what it said, you try to understand the problem. But more than that, we need to spend, in fact it says 80% of your time should be spent on planning or seeing how it could be prevented in future. Okay? Yes, we need to understand the problem. In all angle we need to be. But just talking just about the problem will not give us a solution. We need to understand what is the underlying cause and then taking action for that. For example, let me say a patient in a particular unit. I know critical unit, you find the incidence of breath sore is more. Nurses are supposed to be turning patients every, hourly or 2 hourly, whatever. Now, according to your protocol, according to the, your whatever standards. Now, you have all that, but still you find that the patients are developing bed sore. So, you need to understand. Patients are developing pressure sores. So you need to understand. So what I was talking about, look at the structure, look at the process. So if you find the unit does not have adequate air mattress, air bed, whatever the nurses do, it's not going to be completely helpful unless you have those equipment also. So just by providing those equipment, or sometime it could be you need more nurses because you have one nurse looking after 3, 4 bedridden patients, it becomes difficult. You need somebody else to help you to turn. So this is what is underlying cause, identifying the underlying cause. So unless you address these issues, if you keep telling, change your patient position, it's not going to help us. Okay, so that is what is the root cause analysis. So trying to find these root cause analysis, there are 3 tools that can be used. One is 5 whys, fishbone analysis and Pareto chart. Now what is 5 whys? It's as the name says, you keep asking why. I know nurses are supposed to ask why all the time, yes? Okay? So patients fall into the bathroom, why? Maybe there is no side grab bar. I mean, I've just given an example. The relative didn't go. Why the relative didn't go? Relative didn't know that they have to go, because just like at home that you are going. Or you're talking about patient falling from the cot. The relative is not demonstrated how to use the side rail. So when the relative wants the patient to out of the bed, the relative is not replacing the side rail. So you ask question why until you get an answer, and then whatever is the factor, so you will address. Next is the fishbone analysis. Sometimes it's also called cause and effect diagram or Ishikawa diagram. Okay? Now this is how it looks. Here again, it's the pressure sore. Now whatever is the problem, is the pressure sore, patient falls, medication error, whatever the problem that you want to analyze, you write the cause. And then the major causes come under the bones, okay, each of them if you consider. So mostly these major causes have to be focused on patient, factors, management, equipment, environment, supplies. So all aspects have to be focused. So this is like a guideline for us to see. Now if you, I don't know if you could read it here, patient factor, see immobility, malnutrition. We know there are times patients with such low albumin, whatever you do, there is a very high risk for developing pressure sore, isn't it? So such, you won't be able to do anything, okay? But whereas if you look at it, okay, understaffing, you know that you can do something, or it is negligence, that patients are not turned on time, which something can be done. Now again, policy, protocol if you have, because if there is a protocol, the staff are trained accordingly, they are aware what to be done. So then come to equipment supplies, as I told you, do you have adequate beds and so on, and then also it includes the staff training. Okay, because many times we feel like, you know, we have done 3 years of nursing, 4 years of nursing, we have learned anything. But that's only the tip of the iceberg. The staff who are going to be working in that area, you have the responsibility to develop yourself. And of course, the leaders have the responsibility to develop your staff so that they become an efficient staff in the working area. So that is fishbone analysis. Now this is the Pareto chart. This is actually, it's an Italian economist who brought this, and what he said is, his name is Vilfredo Pareto, that's why it said. It's called 80-20 rule. So what this person addressed, any problem that happens, if you look down the various causes, maybe there are only 2 or 3 causes which will be causing 80% of the problem. So when you are trying to solve the problem, if you could address the most commonest causes, and if you address them, the problem will get solved much quicker. Now let me explain to you with the diagram. If you look at it, now this again, what are the different type of medication error? Now to reduce the medication error, as we are talking about from 3% to 0.1%, now you want to implement changes, you want to take some interventions. So what would you do? You first identify what are the common medication errors that happen, and if you address them, your error rate will automatically come down drastically. So write down in a bar graph in a descending order. And then the line graph goes, this is your cumulative, okay, number. Like when you are doing in the computer, even your mean, you get a cumulative number, isn't it? Now, at 80%, you draw a line, okay? Now, when you draw a line, see, you can see there are 4 causes which comes within the 80%. So, they are considered to be vital few. And this is called trivial many. So as a manager, as a leader, first you focus those, I'm not saying this need not be done, but your effort should be focused on these first. So at the end of it, you find your medication error has come down drastically. And of course, as your aim is even higher, then you can focus on the rest. So this is what. Okay, so the last tool, it's a flow chart or the process mapping. I'm sure you are very familiar with. When we are talking about trying to understand what happens in the X-ray room, trying to understand what happened in ER, each of this time you will need to use the process mapping. So in process mapping is nothing, and the entire process is listed down. Okay? So, for example, like, as I was talking about the lean approach, you are trying to reduce the reduce the time that is required for a patient to come and see the doctor. So you need to put down the entire procedure. Okay, the patient comes, does the registration at the counter, and then comes and waits for it, and how does the system work? So each of you will know what your steps are, and you write it, and which aspect that you identify that you will take action, and therefore you will be reducing the time, and that is making things better for the patient. This is just an example what I have given, but I have already said another thing. Anyway, I would conclude by saying quality improvement is a continuously you are improving what is happening in the healthcare, and clinical audit helps us to identify the areas that needs quality improvement. It gives us ideas where it needs the process have to be changed or the interventions to be added. And of course, quality improvement projects also contribute, gives us, it helps us to raise questions that can be answered through research. And as part of quality improvement, you are equipping your staff by training them. Ultimately, all this will contribute to clinical transformation. Thank you. I think next two are my reference slides.
Thank you, ma'am, for that insightful session. Now, we will be taking a short break for about 45 minutes, kindly requesting all to be back by 3 p.m. so that we can continue with the rest of our sections on time. Thank you.
इथं येणार आहे ना मॅडम परत तुम्ही परत येणार आहे ना स्लाइड चेंज जर ठेवा लागला तर
Without much of a delay, let's dive back into our sessions. First, we have Dr. Shani Varghese to lead us a session on evidence-based practice, methods, steps, and differentiation between evidence-based practice, quality improvement, and research utilization.
Dr. Shani Varghese is a professor at the University of Houston Andy and Barbara Jesner College of Nursing. She is a pediatric nurse practitioner and the director of the U.S. College of Nursing Health Clinic. Dr. Varghese earned her bachelor's in nursing with midwifery from Dr. MGR Medical University, India. Her master's in nursing as a pediatric nurse practitioner from the University of Houston Health Science Center, Houston, and her PhD in nursing from the University of Texas Medical Branch. She has been practicing as a pediatric nurse practitioner since 2004. In 2010, she opened a nurse-managed pediatric clinic to provide primary health care for underserved children. She was instrumental in opening the University of Houston College of Nursing Health Clinic, a nurse-managed clinic in Midtown Houston for those experiencing homelessness and being underserved. Dr. Varghese research focused on telehealth, vitamin D deficiency, and social drivers of health for underserved population. She has received U.S. congressional recognition for being the Nurse Giving Excellence Meaning Award of Texas. She is a global nurse consultant and a Fulbright specialist. She is the past secretary of the National Association of Indian Nurses of America and the current president of the Nursing Honor Society. Dr. Varghese has done many local, national, and international presentations and is a published researcher. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for all the kind words. And we'll go ahead and start. All of you had lunch? Yes. This right click will work, right?
We can continue with this, it is not working.
Okay, or I'll go there. Okay. How many of you heard EBP or DNP today? Nobody? You all heard, right? So I hope tonight when you sleep, these words won't be echoing in your ears, because you were listening to EBP and DNP, different aspect of it all day today, right? So I'm going to talk more about evidence-based practice, EBP again, okay? So how did it all start? Years back, the nurses were doing more research. So nursing is an art and science. That's what I learned when I did my bachelor's degree in nursing. So if something has to be a science, you have to have research behind it to support it, right? So what happened, all nursing leaders promoted nurses to do more research. We prepared a lot of PhD prepared nurses. They did research, but this research was sitting in the textbooks. It did not benefit anyone. So we needed to develop another role to translate the research from the textbook to the bedside, okay? That is why we have to have DNP prepared nurses, so they can translate the research from the textbook to the bedside, or to the patient, or the system, or population. So you all understand what is the need for DNP now? To translate the research to the bedside, okay? It is a process. So what we are going to learn, I'm going to present on what is the process of translating research from the book to the bedside, okay? So as a DNP, you have to learn the process, how to translate. I know I'm reiterating, but I want you to get this. So why EBP? So every terminal degree have to have a capstone project. For PhD, the capstone project is a research. For DNP, the capstone project is a evidence-based practice project. So history of evidence-based practice. So evidence-based practice that grew from evidence-based medicine. In 1991, Gordon Guyot and his team developed the term evidence-based practice. The purpose was to shift the emphasis in clinical decision-making from intuition and systematic clinical experience and pathophysiologic rationale to scientific, clinically relevant research. Have you ever heard in the units people say, or nurses or staff say, oh, this is how we have been doing this all these years? You have never heard that? Then you all are doing evidence-based practice. If you have heard that, there is some gap. You have a lot of work to do, okay? So in my first few years of nursing, I was doing postpartum and newborn nursery. I was a staff nurse there. So this nurse, nursing assistant, who had been working there for so many years. So when I come to give a baby bath, you remember you have to fold the towel and hold it here, and you wipe one eye like this, then you change the corner, wipe the other eye like that, and she comes here, do 15 babies in an hour, she's done. And she said it's always been working. But when the baby started having eye infection, we knew something was wrong. So this is how we've been doing all these years. That doesn't work anymore. Whatever you're doing should be based by research. So in order to do that, you have to learn what is evidence-based practice and the process. So what was the purpose? Change the decision making from intuition or unsystematic clinical experience to scientific, clinically relevant research. So continuing with the history of evidence-based practice, David Sackett in 1996, a Canadian physician, American physician, so he developed So he did more studies into evidence-based practice, and this has been evolving for last 25 years, and now EBP is cornerstone of healthcare. So the Sackett made a basic model of evidence-based practice. So he said evidence-based clinical decision making is a combination of research evidence, clinical expertise, unique values and circumstances of individual patients. So it is always patient-centered. Years back, the care was more provider-centered. Now it is more patient-centered. So this is Sackett's 5-step model. This is the foundational model for evidence-based practice, asking the question, acquiring the best evidence, appraising the evidence, applying the findings to clinical practice, evaluating the outcome of change. Other critical components are considering patient value and preferences, then clinical skills with the best available evidence. How many of you are familiar with the nursing care plan? So I think all this model, after I read it, boils down to nursing care plan, because you have to have a plan, you have to evaluate, you have to assess in the beginning. So it starts with asking the good clinical question. So Sackett's 5-step model, that is the foundational framework for all other evidence-based practice model they developed after this model. So we already talked about the purpose. This is to change our practice to scientific and more with support with more clinically relevant research. So the journey from evidence-based medicine to evidence-based practice. So evidence-based medicine primarily involved physicians and focused on the treatment aspect of the medicine. But right now, then it was later adopted by other healthcare professions under the term evidence-based practice. So it was started as evidence-based medicine, now it is evidence-based practice. So everybody in healthcare using the term evidence-based practice. So earlier, one of the presenters said our patient's issues are complex now. So we do need a multidisciplinary approach. Do you remember she was explaining about mother and baby, and now the mothers are having other comorbidities, maybe diabetes, overweight, maybe some other issue. So it is beyond just taking care of the mother or baby. So we need a multidisciplinary approach. What if and she also mentioned about postpartum blues and somebody harmed the baby after having the baby. So it needs a multidisciplinary approach. That means sometimes we have a mental health provider there, sometimes a social worker there, sometimes physiotherapist, when we need pharmacists there. So it's a multidisciplinary approach to solve the complex issues of our patients. It includes nurses, clinicians, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, physical occupational therapists, the list go on. And it also includes many facets of health, such as etiology, prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and more. So evidence-based practice is the key to deliver the highest quality of healthcare and ensure the best patient outcome. Evidence-based practice is always to make the best patient outcome, okay? A lifelong problem-solving approach to clinical practice, and it integrates search, critical appraisal, and synthesis of the most relevant and best research evidence. So even if you forget everything, I want you to remember that graphics. So it says best scientific evidence combined with the patient's values and clinical expertise of the clinician. Why is it important? Clinical expertise of the clinician. You have good evidence, and the patients, want to have a change. You want to improve the outcome, but if you don't know how to do it, then it doesn't help anybody. So that's why we have to train the clinicians to make a change using the evidence-based practice models. So there are 4 main aims for evidence-based practice. One is improved patient experience. The second one is improved outcomes, cost reduction, and it also empowers clinician satisfaction. Patient experience, so staying at the hospital, we do a lot of patient satisfaction survey. That is, we are not measuring the patient outcome when we do patient satisfaction survey. How was your experience staying at the hospital? Okay, so patient satisfaction is very important, and improved outcomes. Maybe they got discharged in the within that time frame, but if the experience was poor, then that will affect the patient satisfaction score. So when we have accreditation agencies come, they always look at the patient satisfaction score. That's why the patient's preferences and values are very important. Cost reduction. If you are following the scientific evidence, or if your practice is evidence-based, there is automatically a cost reduction. For example, for infection control, if you are following the latest evidence out there, definitely infection is controlled. That might reduce the number of days the patient stay at the hospital. Okay, so there is a cost reduction, and empowers clinician satisfaction. When the patients are satisfied, the nurses or clinicians are also satisfied. When it goes both ways. Okay, when we are happy, we take good care of patients. When the patients are happy, we feel happy also, because we did something to make a change in that patient. So what is evidence? How many of you have done a research class? No one? Not yet? Maybe not yet. So research evidence is systematically collected facts. It's a foundation for sound nursing and healthcare. And even master's prepared nurses or DNP prepared nurses, you have to have knowledge about research. How do you create evidence? So if you have paid attention in the morning when Dr. Punitha ma'am was explaining about the curriculum, there was a course called statistical. Did you see that? There was a course on statistics, because the DNP prepared nurses, you should be able to read and understand statistics. Statistics is always a bunch of numbers, right? Someone has to interpret it for you. So for nurses, when you're doctorally prepared, you should be able to read and interpret the scientific literature. So all those courses that was listed and talked about this morning, that is very much needed to prepare you to be a leader and teach you, learn how to do evidence-based practice. The components of evidence-based practice, we are talking about evidence. So there are external evidence from research and evidence-based theories, and then there are internal evidence generated from outcomes management or quality improvement projects, or patient assessment. Then we also have patient preferences and values, and these are components of evidence-based practice. Evidence-based practice. So why EBP? Earlier we talked about the quadruple aim. There are 4 aims for evidence-based practice, and I tried to explain that also. Best patient outcomes, reduction in healthcare cost, reduction in geographic variation in care, that means standardization of care. When Dr. Lee presented the quality improvement, and she mentioned standardization of care. So whatever care is given in this hospital should be similar, the next hospital also standardized. So if you have evidence-based practice, then standardization is easy, because everybody is looking at the same evidence. So promotion of retention of healthcare workers. So promotion of retention. Retention is in United States, it's a big, nurse turnover is a big issue. So people don't stay for long because based on some of the factors. And even the new graduates, there is a higher number of nurses leaving the bedside or leaving nursing the first 2-3 years because they couldn't take the stress. So, and also nurse-patient ratio is very important to keep the nurses happy. And then despite these benefits, how many benefits we talked about? 2, 3, 4? I said quadruple aim. All of you are here, sleepy? Okay, so we talked about 4 aims, right? So despite these benefits, familiarity and implementation of evidence-based practice remains low, okay? So it's beneficial, we know the benefits, but implementation of EBP remains low. So that is another reason we need to prepare our nurses to carry out evidence-based practice projects. That's why we need DNP, prepared nurses. I'm not saying that it is not important at bachelor's level. At bachelor's level also, you should be practicing, you should be doing evidence-based practice. Master's level also, you should be doing evidence-based practice. The difference is the DNP is prepared to translate the research from the book to the bedside. The others should be able to read and understand evidence-based practice and follow it. So I have a picture here, it says magnet, that's one of the accreditations for the hospitals. So it's a big deal if you're a magnet status hospital, that means your practice is evidence-based. Steps of evidence-based practice process. It starts with the picture and the writings on the other side, it says the same thing. So cultivate a spirit of inquiry. It starts with the 0. And then number 1, I will explain each one of these steps in the following slides. Ask the burning clinical question in PICO format. Search for and collect the most relevant best evidence. Critically appraise the evidence. Integrate the best evidence with one's clinical expertise. Evaluate the outcome of the practice decision or change based on evidence. Then disseminate the outcome of the EBP decision or change. So step 0, cultivate a spirit of inquiry. I think morning also someone asked, do you have a why question? Do you have a why question? What is your why? When you are at the bedside, have you ever thought about what is the best way of doing this? Or I wish I can do it in a different way. Have you ever, anybody has thought like that, or everything is perfect? If you're saying everything is perfect, then there is no need for all this. So there are some deficiencies. Maybe you don't want to open up and tell. There will be some deficiencies. So what is your why? Why questions, okay? And ongoing curiosity about the best evidence to guide clinical decision making. Ongoing curiosity. That means how do you have to read. You have to read scientific literature, then you will know what is out there, what is the best evidence. Then willingness to question current practices. So sometimes it's not the willingness to have the courage to ask question the current practices. That is step 0, cultivate a spirit of inquiry. What is your why? Think about a why. Have you ever wondered why something is in a certain way, okay? So how can we do it? If you have an evidence-based practice culture, if the culture is supportive, then you will have the willingness or the courage to ask that why question. So what we have to do, develop nurses who possess a spirit of inquiry within a culture that support a systematic process for asking clinical questions. So what is a EBP culture? If the institute does not have a evidence-based practice culture, then it is very hard to implement evidence-based practice, okay? So EBP culture, have knowledge about the practice to see the deficiencies. You have to know You have to know enough to see the deficiencies. Have a habit of reading scientific literature, attend conferences, constantly have a desire to change what is not ideal. So in order to do that, you have to know what is ideal, right, to make a change. At least even think about or have a why. You have to know what is ideal. Education and so there is always a education and practice gap. I have heard my students tell me, oh, this is how we learned in the simulation lab, or this is how we learned at the school, this is how we did the checkoff. But when we were at the hospital, they were doing something different. Or like maybe the nurses were cutting corners, like want to finish everything so quick and the student is observing everything. So there is always an education and practice gap, because what we are teaching is the ideal situation, but sometimes when you in the practice you see you don't see what you learned in the textbook. That means there is an education and practice gap. There should be a why question. Okay? Even if you won't be changed something right at that moment, take it to your faculty. You should ask a why question, why it is different. Maybe they don't have enough resources, maybe they don't have enough time. So have why questions. So ask where you feel comfortable, ask your faculty why it is done in a different way. So another way to prepare nurses is in service to all practicing nurses, give them some, if they don't read the scientific literature, have a journal club or something so we can talk about the latest research pertaining to that unit or population. So then step 1 is asking the burning clinical question in PICO format. I don't want you to forget PICO format, P-I-C-O-T, okay? P stands for population, and population can be a unit population, or population can be adult, or sometimes, women or men, but narrow it down, like in a trauma unit, a 5-year-old respond to treatment is different, maybe different from a 70-year-old respond to treatment, right? So you cannot say trauma patients in the trauma unit. Maybe you have to have a little bit more, narrow it down a little bit more, maybe based on the age. Or if I say pediatric population, for me, pediatric population is 0 to 21. How about 21 react to some medication? Probably different from a newborn. Or the procedures we do to a newborn may be different from the way we perform it, may be different from for a 16-year-old or 18-year-old. So population learn to narrow it down, but don't make it too narrow. So intervention, what does intervention mean? Something that you are doing to improve the situation, but this in EBP, intervention has to be based on evidence, okay? So intervention has to be, so how do you find the best intervention? We'll talk about it in the next slide. Excuse me. So sometimes intervention can be pharmacological intervention. I'm talking in general. Sometimes it's non-pharmacological intervention. Sometimes maybe health education is an intervention. Sometimes maybe delaying something is an intervention. But whatever it is, it has to be based on sound evidence. Okay? Then C is comparison of intervention. We all have, every unit have a standard care. That's how you do things usually. So whenever you're doing intervention, you compare the patient outcome when you were providing the standard care, and now you are doing some kind of intervention, and then after the intervention, what is the outcome? So I've been learning about this NPCC program for the last couple of days, so I do hear a lot of good comments on how efficient and competent the nurses are, the NPCC graduates are. So I've been hearing this. So for that, the outcome, how do we compare before and after? So before having this the critical care nurse practitioners in the unit, before having this program, how was the patient doing? What was the number of days the patient stayed in the ICU, or number of days the patient stayed intubated? Okay, then you implement this program. The standard care was the nurses were doing the standard care before. So when you implement this critical care program, after 6 months, you want to evaluate to see what kind of impact this critical care nurse practitioners made. Did you understand that? Have you compared? There was a standard practice, then you do the intervention, then you compare to see what kind of impact, what is the outcome. Okay? So when you write the outcome, you have to define. So if I write number of stays at the hospital, before and after, if that's what I like to measure, then I have to have a conceptual definition and an operational definition. Conceptual definition is what is your definition of number of stays at the hospital, okay? And operational definition is how are you planning to measure that? How are you planning to quantify it? Did you all get the difference between conceptual definition and the operational definition? Yes? No? Okay. Then time. How long was the intervention? Okay, so for this NPCC program, maybe 6 months after implementation, after 6 months you wanted to see the outcome, how it has improved, okay? So everybody got PICO, P-I-C-O-T, PICO? So we ask PICO question when we do evidence-based practice, okay? For research, if you're doing research, then we ask a research question, okay? So step 2, search for the best evidence. I don't know what kind of search engines you use. These are the common search engines we use, PubMed, CINAHL. If there is just nursing related, you can find everything in CINAHL, that is Cumulative Index of Nursing and Allied Health Literature. Then Google Scholar, we use that too. And ProQuest is a collection of dissertation, right? Okay. Medline, yeah. Medline, PubMed. If it is like generally medical issues or problems, then Medline and PubMed helps. If it is very nursing specific, then CINAHL helps. And, you don't have CINAHL, okay. And if you have ProQuest is a collection of dissertations. So if you want to look at the dissertation, then you can use CINAHL. K-Hub? Oh, okay. We don't use that. Yeah. Then there is another one for the Cochrane collaboration. The Cochrane collaboration is collection of systematic reviews. Maybe for a critical care in nurse practitioner program, maybe you can search Cochrane collaboration. So if you don't, I don't know whether you have Cochrane collaboration subscribed. Okay. So. Oh, okay. So Cochrane collaboration is good from a nurse practitioner. So I do use Cochrane collaboration a lot. So what happened in Cochrane collaboration, systematic reviews, it's a collection of systematic reviews in simply saying, instead of reading 50 articles, I can read one systematic review and find an answer. Okay, for evidence-based practice, there is a slide talking about level of evidence. So we prefer to see systematic reviews. What does it say? Because we have done enough studies with whatever problem or concern you are looking into. So if there is a systematic review, plenty of research done on that matter, on that practice concern. And everybody use Google, right? It's not regular Google, it is Google Scholar. So when you do literature review, this is a template, literature review matrix template. When you do, these are the steps for literature review. Select a topic. Select a topic, identify appropriate places to search that I showed you in the last slide. Then search for sources, read, analyze, critique, write the review. So if you look at this template, I don't know whether you can see it. So I will have, if you're doing a evidence-based practice project, it's good to have, even if you're doing research, it's good to have a literature review matrix template. What it does, if I complete the template, appropriately, then after that I don't have to go through all my articles every time I think about writing, because you're not going to write your evidence-based practice proposal or the report in one sitting. It takes months to complete it. Okay, I don't want to discourage you, but that's how it is, because it's a capstone project. It takes, for your curriculum, it starts from, I think, the evidence-based practice seminars, that's where it starts, and it goes all the way to your graduation. So it's a long process. So as you go, you collect information and complete this literature review template. So you only have to read the literature review template when you sit down to write, or when you have to have a summary of what you have done. So literature review does not, I was explaining how to do a literature review, what are the search engines you can use. Then you have to have keywords, key terms to pull up the literature. Sometimes if your key terms are too broad, it will bring like 5,000, 6,000 articles. So you have to have, just like you have sample size, sample for criteria for sampling, you have to have criteria for literature review also. What year you want to see? Like you want to see all the way from 2010 till here. But one thing is, with the literature review for evidence-based practice, it's hard to find systematic, it will be hard to find systematic reviews within last 5 years. So you have to go further back sometimes to see all the research that was done in your particular topic. So, and also literature review for EBP, it is not an annotated bibliography where you describe each research in a paragraph. It is not that. It is summarizing it. After you read 50 articles, what does it say? How many of it support your intervention? How many of it doesn't support your intervention? So we want to see a good synthesis of the literature, okay? So there is a little bit about Cochrane collaboration. It was founded in 1993 and named after British epidemiologist Archie Cochrane. So what led him to do all this? Because he said most treatment-related decisions were not based on clinical evidence. He proposed that researchers should collaborate internationally to systematically review all the best clinical trials, specialty by specialty. So this is the logo for Cochrane collaboration. It's an international not-for-profit and independent organization. I heard from your dean that you do have Cochrane collaboration, so I want all of you to go search, look for something. I do use Cochrane collaboration if I have a question about the treatment or the latest guideline. I still look Cochrane collaboration to see what is the latest asthma management guideline, or what is the latest antibiotics for certain conditions. So Cochrane collaboration will give you a systematic review. And so instead of reading all different articles, I can just get the information from reading 1 or 2 systematic reviews. I just added that for your information. So resources for evidence-based practice, systematic reviews, clinical practice guidelines. One example is asthma guidelines. For every disease, there is an algorithm that you have to follow for, how to manage it. So for critical care, maybe like how to intubate a patient, you have to follow some kind of criteria, right? You cannot just intubate anybody and everybody, right? So then there are care bundles, there are set of interventions for complex issues. For diabetes, diabetes comes with a lot of other comorbidities like, food care issues, there are other issues with diabetes. So care bundles, these are the resources for evidence-based practice. The critically appraised evidence, rapid critical appraisal. Are the study results valid? See, when you go to buy something, you have a lot of, see, for example, I see mostly women here or ladies here. So when you go buy a sari, you have like 50 of them on the table. Then how do you pick the best one? Because you have some kind of criteria in your mind, right? Then it's like it has to be cost effective, it has to be good, whatever you have in your mind. So just like that, you have like 500 articles in front of you, and so I usually do read the abstract and then see which one is best. And also, Best means, is it valid? Is it reliable? Or if the instruments, if they have used instruments to do research, or the instrument, what is the validity of the instruments? What is the reliability of the instrument? What is the sample size? Any indication that the statistician manipulated something so they can, or the researcher manipulated something so they can produce the intended result. So you have to do a rapid critical appraisal before. What did I do? Where was I? Okay, we were talking about critically appraising the evidence, rapid critical appraisal. So, for evidence-based practice, include only the studies which is valid and reliable. So, this is the level of evidence I was talking about, hierarchy of evidence. Level 1, systematic reviews or meta-analysis of randomized controlled studies. So, level 2, randomized controlled studies. Then controlled trials without randomization, case control and cohort studies. So when you do the literature review matrix, you can see each article what level it is. Okay. For evidence-based practice, it's better to have level 1 and level 2 articles. Okay, because you don't want to make a practice change based on a qualitative article or few qualitative studies. You should be able to see the research in a where they can quantify the evidence. Okay. So step 4 is integrate the best evidence with clinical expertise and patient preferences. This is the implementation step. So far we were planning. So after your evidence-based after your literature review, you should have some guidelines from the evidence to address your practice concern that you identified. Everybody understand what is a practice concern, right? Practice concern is something that you like to change, okay? Or practice concern, like there are guidelines, but the unit is not following the guidelines, then it becomes a concern, okay? So step 4 is the implementation step. So EBP is not based solely on research and published evidence. Patient histories and circumstances also you have to take into consideration. And availability of resources must also be considered. You have this evidence base, all kinds of evidence, and you have guidelines developed, but the resources, if money is involved, if the resources or the personnel, because that is also resource. If you don't have enough staff nurses to, help you with the implementation, then that is not going to happen. So availability of resources must also be considered. So before you start the project, you analyze the situation. What is the culture of your unit? What is what kind of resources are available if you want to make a practice change? So then for implementation, the theoretical framework. Theoretical framework is the roadmap or for the process of implementation. If you're making a house, it's a blueprint, how you're going to build the house, okay? And in the morning we looked at several theoretical framework for quality improvement. Do you remember any one of those? Have you heard Six Sigma, Lean method? Okay, so that was for quality improvement frameworks. Okay, so I'm talking about there are theoretical framework for evidence-based practice too. I did not include an example. Later, Dr. Joseph will be talking about the theoretical framework. Then evaluate the outcome. Remember from the PICO question, O stands for outcome. So you have to remember, you have to have a conceptual definition and an operational definition, because you have to know what you are measuring, how you're planning to measure. So the outcome must be predetermined and measured appropriately after implementing the EBP change. So before the implementation, you have to have a plan, how you're planning to measure the outcome. Outcomes must be measured, and it can be short-term or long-term outcome, and there is a project and process evaluation. So for evidence-based practice, it's not research, but we do research, but we do use some research methods for analysis session, okay? For outcome analysis, we do use statistical methods. For quality improvement also, we do use statistical methods. So don't think because we are using statistical methods, it is research. It is not research, it's different from research. But we are using same analysis process to evaluate the outcome. Step 6, disseminate the outcome of the EBP decision or change. You did a wonderful project, but if no one is, if it is not published or presented, no one knows about your project. Okay, no one knows. You spend a lot of time to do the project, and it helped many people. So if you confine it to yourself, nobody is benefiting from it. Okay, even if it's a literature review, publish it. Even if it's only a literature review and you develop some guidelines from the literature review, it is still worth publishing, because someone else don't have to do the same literature review to come up with the same conclusion, right? So presentations at the hospitals, and our students, the master students, they present the proposal at our sometimes during it's a poster presentation. They do it during graduation ceremony, or sometimes we have honor society meeting, they do presentations there. Or during COVID time, it was so hard to coordinate, so they did it for the Zoom presentation for whole faculty and students. So presentation at the hospital or even the school is fine. Publications, and there is also a gap exists. We do research, but we don't publish everything that we are doing. That's a dissemination of the outcome of the EBP decision. So barriers and facilitators to evidence-based practice. Remember, there should be a spirit of inquiry. Sometimes, we don't even, cannot even focus on the spirit of inquiry because, there are a lot of barriers. But the barriers are time constraints. You have, the patient staff nurse ratio. You don't have enough time to finish what your assigned work. Time constraints. Inadequate staffing, the same thing. Cost and lack of resources. Lack of teamwork. Everybody has to, our dean usually say, you have to play in the sandbox together. Then only, that's teamwork. You're doing the same thing too. You have the common goal, so you're playing together. Then organizational support is very important. Facilitators, leadership, and champions. So sometimes, in order to have evidence-based practice project, we have to have EBP mentors or EBP champions. Then well-designed strategies should be there, protocols and resources, adequate services and resources, and time. Time is a major factor. You have to have enough time to carry out what you want to, carry out the evidence-based practice project. So strategies to eliminate barriers to using evidence-based practice. How can you eliminate the strategies? How can you eliminate, we talked about time constraint, patient-staff ratio. So how can we eliminate those barriers? You have to talk to people, right? You have to talk to the in charge or whoever is. When you become a leader, you see if you have adequate staffing so we can carry out the evidence-based practice project. Developing a strategic plan to create a culture and environment that fosters evidence-based practice. Dispelling misperceptions about evidence-based practice. So educating the staff is very important because you want them to be on your side. Then only you can do something in the unit, right? So educating. So sometimes when you know why we are doing, then they will be on your side. Sometimes if they are part of the project, if they are part of the planning, then they will be on your side. So you have to, before implementation phase, you have to assess your unit. What is the climate? What is the culture? Is it supportive? Or what are the barriers? Then you think about strategies to overcome the barriers. Then the encourage questions about currently used clinical practices. And then only they will know is there any concern about the current practice. The last one is developing EBP mentors. So that is the steps in evidence-based practice project. Do you have any? Okay, now it's time for questions. Did you learn anything? You don't have an answer for anything? Do you have any questions? If you don't ask me questions, I'm going to ask you questions. No questions? What does PICO stands for? What does P stand for? What I stand for? C, comparison. Outcome. Huh? The time. Very good. So under outcome, I talked about two definitions. What are those two definitions? Conceptual definition and operational definition. Very good. Thank you. Good job. Should I just continue? Yeah, yeah. Second session. Yeah. Okay. I'm not done yet. I have one more small presentation, okay? So I'm going to talk about evidence-based practice, quality improvement, and research utilization. This is a small presentation, okay? We heard enough about evidence-based practice, and we heard enough about quality improvement from Dr. Lee. So I don't have to go into details of quality improvement because she did a good presentation on different types of models that is being used in quality improvement. And so I'll give you a summary. Then we will compare what are these difference, between EBP, quality improvement, and research utilization. So when you think about it, there is a very fine line between these three, okay? Not sometimes you might feel like everything looks the same, but there is a fine line because we started with the quality improvement in 80s. Now we see more evidence-based practice. So it is shifting from, but even then we do all hospitals or wherever you're practicing, they need evidence-based practice, quality improvement, and research utilization. So we cannot say this is important, that is not important. Everything is equally important. So you heard enough about evidence-based practice, and I have the same graphic here. So, I have a couple of slides with quality improvement. So Avidis Donabedian is known as the father of quality improvement. So quality improvement is defined as data-guided activities intended to bring about quick improvement to a clinical problem in a particular setting. Most of the time it is done in a particular setting when you want to fix something quickly because you don't have time to do extensive literature review before you make a decision. So fundamental concepts of quality improvement, Dr. Lee explained this. Do you remember structure, process, and outcome? Most of the time the quality improvement projects are to improve a process. And she gave good examples too. Patients is taking, I think the emergency room taking too much time. So they had to improve the process. So structure is adequacy of facility, and she talked about structure too. What is the structure? When it comes to patient care, the hospital, the surrounding, the staff-patient ratio, right? That whatever is there, that is the environment, that is the structure, the equipment, administrative structure. Then process of care, completeness and appropriateness of care. Are we providing the appropriate care? And coordination of continuity of care and prevention. Outcome is outcome of medical care and restoration of functions for patients. So why quality improvement? To correct workflow process, improve efficiencies, reduce variations in care, and address clinical, administrative, or educational problems. She talked about standardization of the care. I don't know whether you remember that. So quality improvement seeks to standardize processes and structure to reduce variation, achieve predictable result, improve outcomes for patients, improve healthcare system and organizations. How many of you remember PDSA? You all have very short-term memories. We heard about it this morning, PDSA. And she explained it very well. Plan, do, study, act. Okay, PDSA. That is a framework, one of the framework. What are the frameworks she talked about? Something to prevent waste. You remember lean? And she talked about Six Sigma. Okay, now you remember. So this is one of the models that can be used for quality improvement. Plan, do, study, act. What is planning? Develop an improvement plan. Do roll out the plan on a test basis, then study the actual result or measure the impact of what you have done. Then take action. If nothing has done, then repeat the cycle, see what was the deficiencies and repair it. And remember, she talked about root cause analysis. Yes? No? So root cause analysis, what was the issue? Where was, and she gave a good example about medication error. What was the root cause analysis? Like, why did it happen? Instead of blaming the nurse, what are the circumstances that led into the medication error? I don't know whether she discussed it today or the other day. Okay, that's PDSA model. So for quality improvement, you have to have an aim statement instead of a question, okay? You have to have an aim statement and answer those three fundamental questions. What are we trying to accomplish? How will we know what that a change is an improvement? What change can we make that will result in improvement? So the next one is research utilization. So what were we talking about so far? Quality improvement, right? And now research utilization. Process of applying research findings to healthcare practices and decision making at individual practice level. Research utilization, sometimes we do it just one nurse. I read something, then I know I need to refine something I was doing. Or it's not like, not a major, changing scope or anything. Something that I read scientifically, sound research, then I change my practice based on that. Okay, transferring knowledge to actual practice. It could be on a nurse changing what she is doing, or may involve in changing the protocol at the unit. Or sometimes it can be used for education to spark additional research. So here is the research utilization path, emergence of research findings on a topic. You found out there is some new study and there is new findings on something that you are interested in. Then evaluation and integration of that finding, that is the best research evidence. Then efforts to use findings in practice, that is research utilization. There is another slide that shows what is the difference between evidence-based practice and research utilization. So there are different types of research utilization: indirect, direct, and persuasive. So indirect is involving change in nurses' thinking. That's conceptual utilization. It's changed how I was thinking. Then direct is direct use of findings in patient care. Then persuasive, involve the findings to persuade others to make change. So as a faculty, like I do that a lot. I read new research and then I tell my students, these are the new findings. This is how you do things. So that's like persuasive, encouraging someone to make changes. So here, this is a research utilization path and EBP path. So if you, research utilization path, emergence of research findings on a topic. Whereas EBP path, you start with search, you start searching for the best evidence to make a change, okay? So then the other steps are similar, evaluation, integration of findings, best research evidence, then evaluation of other types of evidence. So what do we do with the evidence in this path? The difference is research utilization path, emergence, you found out there is some new research out there. Whereas EBP, you are looking for evidence to see what is the best evidence out there. So these are some comparison. Evidence-based practice, I'm not going to read it, you already heard. Quality improvement is improving healthcare services, systems and processes locally to improve outcomes. The research utilization, using the research findings to make practice changes at the individual level. So goals of EBP, QI, and research utilization, evidence-based practice, find existing research that demonstrate which policy, practice, or procedure is the best. And QI, improve patient outcomes by methodically identifying areas where performance falls short. Research utilization may lead to change in practice based on one study. Evidence-based practice we never do based on one study. Research utilization can be based on one study. Okay, but you're not making a major change in your unit. It's like sometimes it's your way of thinking. Sometimes you persuade someone to make a change in the practice. So in relation to literature review, evidence-based practice needs extensive literature review. And the literature review itself is a whole semester process. So for QI, projects typically don't involve extensive literature review. And research utilization also does not require extensive literature review. Which of this, out of these three, which one needs extensive literature review? None? Evidence-based practice needs extensive literature review because you want to figure out what is the best evidence out there, okay? So quality improvement will have a aim statement. Evidence-based practice will have a PICO question. Research utilization does not require a question, but if I add research there, then you need to have a research question. So here is another comparison table. When you think about method, quality improvement, PDSA, you can also read it. Level of evidence is very important. I talked about level 1 and 2, that is what is required for evidence-based practice. Research utilization, no extents, you don't have to look at the level. Then sample, QI is usually focused on unit level, and EBP is usually evidence-based for focusing on patient population. It's a bigger, okay? Then research utilization, we don't look at the sample. Sometimes, it's making a change in how nurses thinking. Human subject, IRB, are you familiar with the Institution Review Board or human subjects? I don't know what is the terminology you use here. So anytime where there is a patient is involved, then you have to have IRB approval to conduct the outcome assessment. But research utilization, you don't have to have IRB. So implications, QI is process change. Remember when I talked about quality improvement project, it's always to improve a process. Then EBP, it's a practice change, and research utilization is understanding the change. So dissemination, QI, unit or agency, but in the morning you heard Dr. Lee said quality improvement projects can be published now. So I wanted to add this research, one slide on research. What is the difference between research and evidence-based practice? So I wanted to remember one thing. Research, we are producing new knowledge. Evidence-based practice, we are translating that knowledge to the bedside. Did you all understand? So PhD versus DNP. PhD produces the new knowledge, and the DNP translate that knowledge to the bedside. Can you remember that? Like a couple of sentences, okay? The difference between research and EBP, and the difference, one difference between DNP and PhD, okay? And we heard in the morning, PhD is a practice doctorate. PhD is a research doctorate, and DNP is a practice doctorate. Okay, we already talked about that. Any questions? Oh, okay, the last slide. The method, so quality improvement, evidence-based practice, and research utilization. This is like a three-legged stool. So if one leg is not working, you cannot sit on it, right? So for a unit, we need all these three. Because you don't want to have a one leg or two legs stool. You need to have a three-leg stool. So it can support your practice well. Thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, ma'am, for those wonderful session.
Thank you.
Now we request Dr. Beena Joseph to lead a session on Scholarly Evidence-Based Practice Project, Problems Identification and Methods to Address the Problem, Plan for Implementation and Evaluation of the Outcomes, and also to provide the Evidence-Based Practice Project report.
This one in this folder.
Yes. And then it says number 3. The 3. Yeah.
3.
Okay, I am back. How many of you are feeling sleepy? Okay, but I am feeling sleepy, so it's your responsibility to keep me awake, right? Okay. And I cannot ask anybody to pinch me, there is nobody besides. If I was sitting there, I could ask that, but yeah, so you cannot sleep. That's the ultimate disclaimer is you cannot sleep, then I will be just sleeping here. Okay, so since we already heard about all the EBP steps and everything, right now it's time for you to write down that why, right? It's just those who are actually say, yes, I'm going to go with this DNP program, this is the time you're going to start, right? So just go ahead and write everybody has a pen and paper? Go ahead and write your why question or that burning question. Okay, is this right? Is there something I can do to change this practice? Or I feel like there is something else I can do to improve. So if there is anything pressing like that, go ahead and write it down right now, like maybe 30 seconds. And then we can come back to that at the end. So you're going to tell me like, okay, so this is what I'm going to do with it. And I can say this will be your start, right? And as everybody else was mentioning here in the morning also right now, this is going to be like a journey. It's not going to happen just over 1 week or 1 month. So you need to start from now. Did everybody write something? You all have some ideas? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, like you learned about the EBP steps. There are more to it, like when you actually submit a proposal and then when you go forward with that project, implementing, evaluating, and everything. So there are a couple of other steps, like in that process, you need to incorporate, which again, you need to start from the very beginning. Okay, so when we talk about the scholarly EBP project, again, it's the generation, synthesis, translation, and application of, and dissemination of knowledge. Aim to improve health and transform healthcare, and it's related to a practice issue, so that's what you wanted to just ask like that why question right now. And when you ask that why question, just go ahead and think about it. How can that knowledge be applied to those problems? How can it be helpful to an individual, a group of patients, or to an institution? Because even though it says a practice problem, patient-focused, it's still going to impact not just the patient, it's going to impact the institution or the organization where you're working, right? When the patients are safe, then our outcomes are good, and then the metrics are good, our revenue is good, and then we get, when somebody is sick, where do they want it to go? Wherever they get where do you want to go if you get sick? Wherever we get the best patient care, right? So that's where we want to. That's where we want to take our loved ones. So when we say that it's a practice problem and you practice evidence-based practice, that is going to impact patient, family, community, organization, everywhere. So, and the DNP project, it's a demonstration of how practicing scholarly nurses can build new knowledge. When we say that, yes, we are translating the scientific evidence, we are translating that research findings into the practice. As we implement that findings on your journey, you may also find, okay, there should be additional research. So that's something which you have like a recommendation at the end of your project. We need a little bit more clarity on this. Or maybe I found, like doing the lit review, I found new evidence there, so maybe somebody needs to do research on this. So you can also build new knowledge, and also you're building new knowledge by implementing that evidence-based practice and say, okay, if you do this, the outcome is going to be better. Or don't think that all the project is going to give you the positive outcome what you're thinking. There could be, maybe that's not working. And then again, that's where you stop. You're going to say, okay, let me do further lit review and see what other evidences are there. Maybe intervention A is not working with the patient population I'm handling. Maybe the choice of B can work, right? So again, it's not stopping there. You are going to continue that path. So the EBP, basic, best research evidence, clinical expertise, patient values, we are putting it all together. You already heard about it. This is something, we're just going to carry over. And like when you do the project, this is where we are basing it. So that's why it's coming back and back again. Okay, so as I said, you already learned about the phases, like spirit of inquiry and lit review and appraisal and all those things. But again, when you think about the project, there are other factors to consider. Where am I going to do the project? That is important, the project site. It may be like the same project site for all of you, maybe different units. So what's my project site? What's my patient population? You need to start with a needs assessment. Some topic may be of interesting to you, but is that a need for that particular unit or particular organization? That is also important. The reason why that is important is that's the only way we can succeed with that project, right? If there is something which, wherever you're doing it, that's not of no benefits or that's not a need there, then probably that project outcome is not going to be what you're expecting. And what is the significance of those problems you identified? What are the background, and then who all are the stakeholders? It's very important because for us to continue, implement and evaluate that project, we need to get buy-in from our stakeholders. So you need to identify who are the stakeholders. From the very beginning, you need to approach the right people. You need to you go through every steps of your journey. You need to actually update them, meet with them, right? So that's another important piece you need to consider. IRB process, which is the human subjects production. So like, I don't know how it goes to be the process here, but it could be like, the university IRB process, or it may be like the hospital. Sometimes you have to get the university as well as the hospital or the organization you are doing. And that is also, depends upon what's the process here. It may take 1 month, 2 months. I don't know what's the review process here. Anybody knows any faculty here, they can probably contribute. There are times the IRB, you know, the review group meets only like once a month or twice a month. So when you are thinking about your project, you need to make sure that you are starting this process early. And that's why you see those courses, when you look at those, when you look at the curriculum outline, there are some courses starting from the very beginning to prepare you to actually submit that IRB. The other things are theoretical framework and change theory. I'm going to explain it as we move along. Implementation, evaluation, and sustainability. It's not you identified the problem, you identified the intervention. Now, as a DNP student, you have to implement, evaluate, and then come up with the outcome. Then what are the sustainability plans, right? How are you going to sustain that project? How are you going to continue? How are you going to disseminate? All those things you need to consider. So you wrote the problem, and then again, it's like a concept map, nursing process. Just write down all those pieces, and at the end, you know, start actually connecting those pieces together. Okay, so when you select the project site and population of interest, when identifying the phenomenon of interest, consider the phenomena that are contributing to the current outcome of the whatever the organization is experiencing now, and then ask what is interesting to me, why the topic is interesting, right? And then also when identifying the problem, why the topic is important, what is it about the topic that is a concern? Maybe some topics are interesting to me, like, okay, I wanted to do something with the diabetic patient, but if you don't have the right patient population where you are planning to do the project, and then also if that is not a concern of that particular unit or the organization, then is that a real topic you wanted to take on to do the project? Maybe not. You may want to reconsider that. And then also the other question you wanted to ask is there a need to change nursing practice to improve patient outcomes? You probably identified something, but then again you need to understand, is there is a need, then you can go forward with it. So that is why identifying the problem, project site, who all are your mentors, stakeholders, all those things are important as you move forward with your project. The other thing I will say, to avoid frustration, keep your options open. You probably will write one topic and then think, oh, I can do this, I see this, and then maybe it probably will turn around, you may not be able to do that project for different reasons, right? So you cannot just go with one idea, and I will say, like, even you started writing, maybe probably have like 2 or 3 concerns, maybe that's better, because of that way you can see. And it may be also connected each other, right? And then the other thing is sometimes we get so excited and we wanted to fix everything. Very careful with that also, especially when you're in the student period to complete and have that degree. Make sure you narrow it down because of the time factor also. See how much time you have to implement and evaluate and all those things. So narrow it down. Even if, let's say, I'm just giving an example of diabetes. There are several things you can do with, right? When you come to the diabetes, what is my focus? Narrow it down and then just kind of take on those something which you can accomplish during that time frame. But you're not stopping there. And that topic you wanted to continue once you graduate, you need to continue from that, right? You build on what you did, and then you can continue and then take on from there. So again, keep your options open, otherwise you will be getting frustrated. Okay, I did all these things, I did all this lit review, and then now you're telling me I cannot do it. It could be for different reasons. So just make sure, very careful with when you finalize the topics, and consider, as I said, your project site, talk to your mentors, talk to your stakeholders, all those things needs to happen upfront. Okay, when you consider the project site again to identify, is this a real need at the project site? Do a SWOT analysis. And then again, I will say, I can't stress that enough, talk to your stakeholders. You need to get their buy-in, right? Those leadership support is very important for us to succeed. And needs assessment, identification of the gaps, so do a gap analysis, and I have a template after, so you can actually look at that, how to, you can take that and then see, like, you just do the gap analysis to identify what's the actual problem, what can I do, what's the current state, and what's the desired state. And then mentors, finding that right mentors, the expertise in the area of teaching, experience in the area of role and population of practice, it's very important. And make sure they have that high level of experience and practice concurrent with the focus of your program. Theoretical framework, it is important. You can use one theory, two theories. It depends upon your problem as well as how do you want to implement, right? And then you could have like a theory for selection of your intervention. You probably need to have a theory to guide your implementation process, because there need to be a structure, otherwise it's not going to happen. So select a good theory to actually do that implementation, and I have an example I can explain to you later. When you select the theory, just ask some questions. Reflect your personal nursing practice, and also this theory is going to help to describe, explain, and predict the phenomenon in which you are interested. Then also ask the question like, can this theory be used as a guide or a framework? Does the theory offer a way to develop, assess, implement, and evaluate? It's very important, right? So that's why I said like sometimes you need to also ask, look for some change theories, because what you're looking is to change some practice. So some change theories is going to help you to actually guide that process. And then the other question is, will the use of this theory help to support excellent nursing practice? Again, the theories are not just limited to the nursing. You can actually select the theories outside of the nursing, because some of the implementation theories outside of nursing, right? So you may want it to just look outside of the nursing theories. When you select some tools and instruments, again, consider the validity and reliability and the permission to use. Because some of those instruments out there, you can get it for free when you are a student. Some of the instruments you can get it from the publisher. You can write to the publisher. You say that I'm a student, this is my student period, this is my expected graduation, can I use this instrument? They'll give you permission, written permission, like electronic permission, right? And then that probably you need to submit that with your IRB process. So some other permission you could actually contact the author. You can get that also. And also consider the cost. In my experience, a lot of times students can get free for like a year or some, and then you just have to follow their guideline. So again, the IRB, so like how do we submit the project protocol? You need to submit a project protocol. I won't say there is a unique template for it, because it depends upon where you're submitting your proposal, right? So follow the project protocol template from your institution or the IRB, and then you just put all the information and then submit. But before you prepare the project protocol, you are going to do the project proposal. The proposal has pretty much everything what you need to take it and put it in the protocol. The protocol is a mini version of the proposal. So the proposal is going to be bigger than the protocol. So if you have everything in the proposal in order, it's easy for you to transfer that information. And as I mentioned earlier, the IRB approval, you probably need to get it from the university, project site, affiliated institutions, and that definitely your faculty will let you know the process. So the implementation, evaluation, and sustainability. So the project team, the DNP project allow you to practice and refine skills to lead a collaborative team. So again, when you think about the project, you also wanted to consider who all are going to be the key members of my team. Because sometimes when you do some projects at the unit, you probably need to help, need help from the other staff nurses, because part of it may be something you want them to collect some data, or maybe they're part of your education, they're part of your review. So just make sure who are the team who will be involved when you're doing the project. And also, it's very important, the organizational commitment. That's very important. That's why I said just meet with your stakeholders from very beginning. That is going to make your process smooth. The other things to think about is the data management, data collection, data storage, data analysis, and then also make sure you know how long the data needs to be kept based on your institution and the IRB protocol, IRB approval. Okay, so just give an overview. I have a project so that we can take the step by step. So it just gives you a little bit more idea about what we will be doing during the project, how extensive it's going to be. So I thought like giving you an example step by step probably will be better. So this is a project this was the heading. Again, when you submit final, like make sure that heading needs to be very clear and not too fancy, but it has to be clear to the topic. So this is project motivational interviewing and pain management, improving patient satisfaction. It is actually the project I did it when I was doing my DNP. So some of the references you will see is a little old because this project was completed in 2016, almost getting 10 years. So you may see like some of the references are 2010, 2015. So being said that, always just make sure you will start your search within that 5-year time frame, and not necessarily that's the only thing you're going to do it. Once you do that 5-year search, I may extend to maybe a little bit beyond. Sometimes you also have to go back way old because you may wanted to use some original research. So in my project, I used one original research. That's an instrument I used. So again, there is nothing wrong with it, but always just make sure you're using the current evidence. Okay, so the problem, why did I come up with this problem is when I started thinking about pain was always to my heart. The reason is like when I was actually at the bedside so many times, you know, sometimes patients comes with a chronic pain. You hear this comment, I don't know if some of you might have heard it or maybe not. Well, that's a frequent flyer, always come to the ER. Oh my God, whatever we do, the pain, you know, that's have zero pain tolerance. So a lot of comments like that. And also, it was very, when I thought about the pain, definitely always in my mind, what can I do to make an individualized approach to the pain management? So I can give you an example also, like, I don't know, if anybody here with a migraine headache, you can relate to it. So this particular person has a migraine headache, and the physician already know that for years, this person is suffering from migraine headache. On the other end, started complaining about headache, and then this particular person really said, my headache right now is not related to my migraine. But the answer was like, oh, you have a migraine, you know, sometimes the pain comes like that. And then also, going to the doctor's office, the blood pressure, when they look at the blood pressure, 120s over 80s, and then they'll say like, okay, that's not my blood pressure because the baseline, we all learned, okay, for male, it's 120 over 80, for female, it's 110 over 70. That is, I mean, that's like a baseline it's giving for us to get an idea, but a person who has a 90 over 50 baseline for many years, if that person's blood pressure is 120 over 80, do you think that's a concern? Yes, right? So that's another thing. You have to always just know what's the baseline. So that was also going on, like maybe for like a year. Okay, that's fine. Are you stressed out? Or maybe it's a little stress. But eventually, this patient was giving already like I'm getting sick or something is going on for like a year. And it took a while. It took like that person to collapse one day for them to really deep dive into what is going on with the patient. So again, if somebody was listening to that patient, okay, this headache is not my migraine headache, my blood pressure is not right, probably I don't think that person could have collapsed, okay? And then getting into the emergency court team and getting into cath lab, which all those things should have been avoided if somebody was listening and ready to provide that individualized care. So that incident, like, you know, the pain was always close to my heart. But again, I didn't know if that is something which I can do it. So I went to my project site and then also did some literature review why this pain is a concern. So like in US, it's really if the patient satisfaction, the pain management, all those things contributing to our payment. So I'm not going to read all these things, but there are literature out there. It says a lot of 25% of the patient, you know, the US population is affected by chronic or persistent pain. And then estimated cost of pain-related healthcare, loss of income, work absence, it's like almost 100 billion. And then one of the CMS study in 2015 had, like it says, 23% of the skilled nursing unit patients are returning to the hospital within 30 days of discharge. So that's the background about the pain. So if the patient comes back to the hospital within 30 days of discharge, the payment is affected. there, we don't just get payment for like if the patient is admitted and the patient was in the hospital for 5 days, so here you go, like, 50,000. No, there is nothing like that. It's based on the performance, it's based on the patient outcomes, and then patient satisfaction. There are a lot of factors contributing to it. So that's a little bit of background and significance. And then, so with that, like in my project side, I was talking to a different department, and then the patient relations officer, one day I met with her, then I was just discussing about this because I know the pain is one of the factors in the patient satisfaction survey. So that is a survey our patients get when they get discharged, and then it's based on their experience in the hospital. It's called the HCAP survey. So coming to find out, patient dissatisfaction with the pain management was a problem in our acute medical surgical units. And then, so the hospital, the project site I had was a comprehensive hospital in Southeast Texas. And that was one out of the 12 acute care facilities they have, and it's a non-profit hospital. Now they have like 13 acute care hospitals and almost 25 plus outpatient clinics and almost same amount of surgical centers. So they have a lot of facilities within that organization. And this particular facility within that organization has like 426 licensed bed and 6 40-bedded acute medical surgical units. Means that's like a 240 out of that 426 is medical surgical patients. So it was a concern for that pain management in that particular unit. So I did the SWOT analysis, and this is the template. You can use it. It's like you're looking for the strength, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat. So when I look at this project site, I know you cannot see that, but some of the strengths we identified was, this is a magnet facility. So when we say magnet facility, they are striving for the excellence. They need to keep up with the patient satisfaction, evidence-based practice. So I knew okay, they will be in favor of it, right? And then they have a research council, they have a patient relations department, solely looking for all this patient satisfaction. And this particular unit also had availability of admission discharge nurse, where I knew if I select this project, I can get some help from those admission discharge nurse. And the weaknesses were inconsistency in using pain assessment and inconsistency in following up with the pain management, pain status. And one of the reasons at that time I was doing, there was a staff shortage because the facility was using a lot of agency staff. There was like, agency staff is like, they come, they have like a contract for 3 months and then they will go, right? So there is not like, the commitment level is not that high as the full-time employees there. So the unit had a lot of agency staff. And then also, the intervention I selected, I wanted to do was the motivational interview because it's a patient-centered approach. And definitely the staff unfamiliarity is going to be a weakness, which I knew it already. And then opportunities was like recognition of the project outcome at the micro, meso, and macro system level, because I knew that if this is this outcome, you can actually take it, start with the unit, you can go to the hospital-wide, and it can go to their organization. And then using the motivational interview is a patient-driven, patient-centered approach. And the availability of HCAP survey result, because you get that every month, right? You can run the report pretty much every week and see that progress there. So that was another opportunity. And then, of course, when the satisfaction is high, there are employee unit incentives in that particular facility as well. So those are the opportunities there. And the threats, the number of new admissions during the period of project implementation, I didn't know how many new admissions because I have to do with the new admission, new patients. And then the number of HCAP survey will be returned during my time frame because I have to complete the project and graduate, right? So that was some of the threats I already perceived before I start the project. The lit review, I'm not going to read it. Those are the engines I searched. And then out of that, like the level of evidence used. For the interventions, it was all level 1 evidence, but then I had some like, to support my other background and all those things. I had like level 1 to level 4, but mainly it was level 1 and level 2. So the PICO question was, among acute medical surgical patients, that was my patient population, how does the use of motivational interviews, that's the intervention at the time of admission, influence patient satisfaction associated with management of pain, my outcome during hospitalization. That was my time. Sometimes the time may be like 3 to 4 months, like that. But this one, because my outcome, I was going to evaluate the survey, the HCAP survey, it's based on the patient within that time frame before they get discharged during the hospitalization. So that was the PICO question. The project timeline. So this is another thing you wanted to plan. When you start the project, just make sure you have a project timeline. Look at where you start from based on your curriculum, where you start, and then also how long you have it, right? And then write it down. This one, I had to finish this over a year. That was my time frame. And then like between 4 different courses, so I started. But all my selection of project site and everything else started before what I put it in this project line. So just have a clear picture. It's not going to be exactly the same, but at least it gives you some kind of structure to start and finish that project. And now you have to select the methods, design how you're going to recruit your samples, what's the sample size you need, what are the exclusion, inclusion criteria. So all those things you need to plan ahead. And again, for that, you also need to know your project site, how many patients and what's the time frame, how many admissions per day, and what type of patients are getting admitted. So based on that, you can actually select your sample. So mine was 83 acute medical surgical patients, and I approached 122 patients. I believe 101 said yes, they will participate. But out of 101, I was only able to complete 83 because there were several steps. Like initial was like submitting, I had to get the consent form signed, put it in the medical records, and then start the interview. So starting with an instrument called the PBPI, that's the Pain Beliefs and Perception Inventory. That will give you an idea about patient's perception about the pain because you want it to individualize, right? And that instrument needs to be, the way I wrote my proposal was I'll complete that within 4 hours of their admission. So that is why I only got 83 out of 101 said yes, because some of the patients within that 4 hours, when I went back to the room to do it, they probably were in radiology department or somebody else was in the room, and by the time I went back, the 4 hours is over. So based on my proposal, I cannot use them. So that's why I ended up with the 83 patients. And the age group was 18 to 70 years, convenient sampling method, because definitely I wanted to get as much as patients as possible during the time frame. And the exclusions were not able to self-report pain or complete the pain beliefs and perception inventory or the pain CQN survey, pain care quality nursing survey. That is a survey I used for the immediate outcome before they get discharged. So if they were not able to self-report, or like to complete that survey, then those patients were excluded. But if I had enough time, probably, or maybe wanted to continue, I can consider the other patients because we have language lines and I can use them. But then again, I have to change my project because they're not really self-reporting even though you use the language line. And then patients with the psychiatric disorders or cognitive impairment was also excluded. And then that's actually the chart you have it there is basically my patient population and their diagnosis. That was from my outcome evaluation. Okay, so the intervention was motivational interviewing, and again, that's a technique, and it's a patient-centered approach. It's a communication style, and you use open-ended questions to start with to learn more about their pain beliefs. What do they want us to do? What are their thoughts about? Because some patients don't want to take pain medications. They wanted to try other alternatives. For one patient, pain level of 3, maybe for other patient, it's pain level of 5. Some patients don't want to do any interventions unless it's more than 5. So just wanted to get a little bit about their perceptions, and also the PRN medications. There are some patients, okay, can you bring the medications as soon as I can take it because I don't want my pain to go too higher, right? the PRN medications, you're not going to give it unless they ask for, but there were some patients who really asked for that, and what I did was I communicated that with the unit nurse, and then at that mark where they can take the pain medicine, they're not going to bring it unless they have the pain, but they were making sure they're doing a follow-up pain assessment, and based on that, they were doing the interventions. So starting with the open-ended questions, then affirmations, like you are kind of, okay, this is what you want to do, this is what I heard, so that's also come to the reflections. And so it's like reinforcing what you heard and what they wanted to do, and then summarize it. So what I heard is your pain, this is what you think about the pain, these are the interventions you want to do with this, you don't want to take any pain medicine until the pain, pain goes this much. So whatever they said it, their beliefs about pain, we are summarizing it. Again, it's very important for us to understand the patient-centered approach, the patient's preference for the pain and pain management, because again, for us, we get patients from different culture and like different nationality. And you will be surprised, like, the way they look at the pain or the pain management, it's different. So we need to know, we cannot go with our thought process about the pain management to the patient. Same way, even if here, I can see, like, you may have patients from different states. They may have like a different perceptions about some of this healthcare and then the interventions and things like that. So again, patient-centered approach. So that was my intervention. And the theoretical framework I used two. One, for the selection of the intervention, G. Watson's theory of human caring, and that actually lay with the intervention I selected. Okay, it actually focused on that communication, active listening, patient-centered approach, consider the patient as a whole. So all those things fit in with that G. Watson's theory. So that's why I selected that to actually guide my intervention. And then Roget's diffusion of innovation theory was the theory used for the implementation. That is a change theory. The good thing about that is it has several steps as you wanted to plan your implementation. Couple of things are the relative advantage. Okay, I think I have another slide about it. Let's see. Okay, we'll talk about the theory in a little bit. Just to give you an idea about the tools I used, the PBPI instrument, that is the Pain Beliefs and Perception Assessment tool, and I got permission to use that from the publisher for 1 year for free. And the pain sequence survey, that's a 14-item Likert scale, which I used before the patient discharged from the hospital. And I got the permission from the author, and that was like an email communication actually to the author, and then they responded right back. It didn't take like more than a week before I got the permission. And then also developed a sample motivational interview communication template to make sure the intervention I'm doing is consistent, and then also once we finish, for the unit to continue, they need to have like a template. So those are the 3 instruments I used. The IRB approval, like for me, I had to get it from 3 different places. One was my university from the project site, under the project site, the hospital and the affiliated health science center, because the hospital I did, they were associated with a teaching institution, so I had to get the hospital as well as that particular teaching institution's approval process. And then before submitting that, I had to get a project site approval, letters from the stakeholders, and then also develop the informed consent, and that is the consent I used to get to recruit my patients. Okay, so the change theory, as I said, the Roget's diffusion of innovation theory, it's actually, I really like it, but again, there are so many change theories out there, so just decide which one you wanted to use. So in this theory, it's broken down like the steps of the implementation. The first one is the knowledge stage. So the stakeholders, the unit, they need to know the existing problem, and then they also need to know the intervention because they're not going to be familiar with it. So whatever you have to do to make them familiar with it, if they are continuing, then you need to teach them about it. So that happens in the knowledge phase. The persuasion stage is we need to make sure there is a favorable attitude towards the project. So it's like a leadership buy-in. Then you need to submit the project proposal. You need to review that with your stakeholders. So those are the persuasion stage. And then decision stage, your project plan, responsibility of the members, and then yes, I'm going to start the project this time, so all those details, right? And in the persuasion stage, to get buy-in from your leaders, just make sure you need to be able to explain what's the relative advantage, what's the compatibility, complexity, trialability, and observability. So which means they need to know, okay, why is it important? What is it going to help? How is it going to help, right? And then is it too complicated to implement this? So when I consider the facility is also a magnet facility, they are looking for how to improve their patient satisfaction score. And then we can do it because pain assessment is part of our vital signs. So everybody has to do pain assessment. So it's just a different approach. Everybody has to make sure that the pain is managed properly. And trialability, yes, I can do it with that patient population, and we can also transfer to the other units. And the outcome is really observable because you can do the survey regardless if I use a different survey or not, they would be able to see it from the HCAP survey. So that's like a given survey for the hospital, right? So they are going to see that. And then the implementation stage, so you notify the leadership, participant consent, and then do the intervention, pain sequence survey. All those things happen in the implementation stage, and the confirmation is report of the project finding internally. Then it's a sustainability plan and ongoing support. When it comes to the ongoing support, I had several sessions offered after the project was completed about the motivational interviewing for the project site staff members. Just to give an overall, this is the overall pain sequence survey analysis. I'm not going to go in detail. The only thing is you need to have a plan for your outcome evaluation. So just think about what statistics, what type of statistics you are going to use it, descriptive, maybe a t-test, ANOVA, so whatever that is. That is why there is a course also, they're talking about that also in your curriculum, right? And that's why it's important because you have to get that outcome, you have to analyze it. The results, some of it, most part of it, it was favorable, I got it, but there was a section in the pain sequence survey, it has like 3 components, being treated right and comprehensive nursing care, and then some of it is related to the medication administration. So being treated right under the comprehensive nursing care, the outcome was what I was looking for. But the medication part actually didn't have like the positive outcome because again, why it was, because that's purely on the medication. My focus was not part of, on the medication. And then the challenges with the medication, what the findings based on their open comments were like, okay, sometimes it was getting the medications prescribed on time from the provider. The other incidental finding we had when doing this project was the patients who were transferred from ER and PICU. They said, I asked for pain medicine, I was really in pain, but they said when I get transferred to the unit, they'll give the pain. So what happens is when you transfer, the electronic health record needs to transfer from this unit, they need to go and change it from this, wherever they're coming to the other unit, unless then you won't be able to access their orders or give medications because you're scanning and all those things. So there may be a delay if the patient's pain was not managed before they were transferring. So when doing that, finding that, and then reporting that out, when I did actually the presentation with the unit leadership and at the project site, what they did was they took that finding and created a process, like a quality improvement. So they started a process of retrospectively going back and looking at the data about the patient's transfer time and the patient's level of pain when they reached the unit. And there was like quite a bit data to find that, okay, there were like patients were really reporting high level of pain when they got transferred to the unit, and there was a time frame sometimes like for 1 hour, the patient did not get any medication, so whatever they were asking for, because of different reasons. So what they started was like monitoring that, and then they made it a process where before you transfer a patient to another unit, they need to document the pain level 15 minutes before the transfer. So if the pain level is more than 3, they need to also document what interventions they did it. So that was like a project, it continued, and that was the sustainability there. So they took it from there and they continued that project. Dissemination, again, you need to think about where you're going to disseminate the findings because you found it, and once you have that positive outcome, you wanted to see that someone else is taking from there and using it so they can also have the same impact, right? So I did at the project site, unit staff meeting, leadership rounds, magnet committee meeting, and at the EBP council. Then in the project organization during the annual research day, and at the local university, and at the international level, this was presented at the Sigma Theta Tau International Leadership Connection in 2017. So again, when you develop your project, you need to actually think about it, where can I disseminate this? Okay, so that was a little overview of the DNP project, an example. I know it was probably a lot of information, but did you get an idea where to start? What are the components? How you come up, how you start, how you come up with the final product? Yes? No? Any questions with that before we move on? I mean, the next one should not be that long. Okay, if you don't have a question, I have a question. Did you get an idea where to start and then what components probably needed? Or at least a starting point. Did you get an idea about a starting point? Those who are actually going, okay, who all are said that you are deciding or you have decided to probably start the DNP or thinking in next 2 years? Did you get an idea? I need an answer, yes or no. It's a very, it's a closed-ended question. It's very easy to say. Okay, who all are sleeping here? I thought I was sleeping. Okay, did you get an idea where to start? Come on, I need to answer. I need an answer before I move on to the next one. Yes, no? Okay, so what's your why question? Anybody wants to share your why question or your burning question? No? Okay. Okay, so next one is just a little bit EBP proposal and EBP report writing, what components to include. Pretty much you saw what it actually takes. So just putting it all together, the first one is the gap analysis. Remember we said, do a gap analysis as you move forward with the project, like when you have the topic. So what is the current state, what's the desired state, identified gap, and the gap due to, is it due to knowledge, skill, or practice? And then methods used to identify those professional practice gap. Is it direct observation? Is it from retrospective chart review? Is it something like an outcome evaluation of some of the satisfaction survey? Or is it your quality indicators? So just identify those. So that this is very important so that it can guide you where you want it to reach. SWOT analysis, internal factors are the strengths and weaknesses, the external opportunities and threat. So that's a template you can use it to do your organizational analysis to support your project. Pick a question, just a sample, like for if it's an intervention type, you can actually write. Maybe you want to take 30 seconds, 1 minute and write your question right now. Why don't we do that? You already wrote a problem, right? Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you, you can write it. And you can keep it with you. So in like the patient population, what population you want to focus, how does, that's the intervention you are thinking about. Compared to, if there is a comparison group, sometimes there is no comparison group. Like for me, there was no comparison patient population per se because I didn't use the same patient population, right? But I did compare the patient satisfaction before intervention and after intervention. So the HCAP survey, that's something that was my one comparison for the survey, the outcome result, but no patient population because I didn't use the same population before and after intervention. It was a different group of patient population. And then also it comes to affect the outcome. You write the outcome there, what you are thinking about, and within whatever the time frame you are thinking about, right? So basically, most time it will be probably intervention or like a therapy for your project. Okay. The project protocol, as I mentioned, it is customized based on your organization, based on the IRB site, like, the IRB, whichever the hospital or the university IRB process, they should be able to tell you the project protocol. And I will say, like, it's a mini version of your proposal. Okay, this is a sample, probably like the headings for your project proposal, the project description, just like an introduction, and then the background and significance. Under that, your practice problem, your significance, incidence, privilege. If there is any quality, safety, legal, and ethical implications, that's what is going to go under the background and significance. Then you come up with your P-code question. In that, you have to define your patient population, your intervention, your comparison, outcome, your timeline, all those things you need to explain under that. Then your operational definitions is important. You need to give a brief overview of the theoretical framework you selected and why you selected that, how that theory is going to help your project. And then definitely, once you have the lit review, the synthesis of the literature, that is important. Practice recommendation. So once you have the lit review and the synthesis, then you say, like, based on this lit review, this is the practice recommendation that's supported, right? Based on the current evidence. Then the project setting, you need to actually explain. So some of the proposal may not have all the organizational mission, vision, and everything, but some may ask for that. Then description of your client, your organizational need, your SWOT analysis, stakeholders, project mission, risk and unintended consequences, those things comes under that. And then you need to explain your project plan, what change model you're going to use, what are the barriers and facilitators, the timeline, feasibility of doing that project, and then the protection of human rights and privacy, and resources and budget, those things comes under the project plan. Then the project evaluation should include your data collection, data protection, and data analysis, and then your dissemination plan, and the conclusion, and all the references and appendices, tables, and all those things. So this is going to be the project proposal. Once you have this proposal, it's very easy for you to take the information and put it in your project template. And then once you have your final, once you implement an evaluation, what you're going to add to this, what you did with implementation, what was your outcome, what's your conclusion, what was your limitation, those are the things you will add with the final report. So the proposal, once that proposal is done in the right way, then I will say half of the work is done, right? And a paper, again, it's pretty much the same thing, but you will add an abstract, and then you will also add the discussion of your result, right? Your result tables, and all those things, the summary needs to be part of that project paper. A few things about writing, scholarly writing, just the building a scholar in writing, the BSW model will actually tell you where do you start and how you connect all those thought process. I thought it would be really interesting, so just make sure, read about it. BSW model for scholarly writing. So what it says is, the first one, it says you just have the bonds, right? Independent ideas. So that's what I was asking you, write your ideas, right? And then you may have 3 or 4 ideas, and then from that, you probably still have like some branches out. So those are your bonds, and then you wanted to connect that idea. So like for me, pain and the motivational interviews, how can it help? And then I have patient satisfaction. So how can I connect all those 3 pieces together? So that's connecting those bonds. And then construct skeleton, ideas connected throughout. So like your background significance and the organizational need and all those things, you take it there. Then add muscles to your skeleton. That's where you are going to have that literature support, right? Because you come up with the idea, you find a problem, now you need to have a literature to support. This is what the problem, this is the intervention, and this is how I came up with it. So that's like adding muscles to the skeleton, and then add essential organs, originality and creativity. So how you're going to connect, how you're going to implement your theoretical framework, all those things. Think about there, and then also add the brain, critical thinking, and critical appraisal. So it's like once you have those pieces, and then you're putting it all together. Okay, so those things happens before your proposal or before you write a scholarly paper. And a few other thoughts about scholarly writing: write a clear, concise statement. Don't drag your ideas. Just tip the point and then that's it. Begin the paragraph with a simple and direct topical statement. Keep sentences simple and relatively short. Use an active voice, third-person pronouns. Avoid informal terms, slangs, controversial or biased words. Avoid repetition and meaningless statements. Sometimes when you read the paper, you read that sentence, long sentence, and the same thing is written in a same little bit different structure. Don't do that. Just what you want to say, just say it. That's it, right? Don't add too much narratives. Just be straight to the point. So those are some of the things you wanted to consider when you write. And also I will say, after you write a sentence, read it a couple of times to see, like, if I am reading this from a third person perspective, am I able to understand that? So whoever is reading needs to immediately grasp what you're trying to convey, right? So that is how you have to write it. So for that, keep the sentences short, simple, straight, direct to the point. Some resources you can actually get it from, like, about writing, from Purdue University. That's also, you can just search online. I think that's it pretty much. Okay. I think it's done, but probably done. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, ma'am, for that insightful session.
Okay, before I leave, any questions you have? Can we answer anything before we leave?
Madam, for DNP projects. So we have time for 15-20 minutes before this valedictory program. So all, even the NPCC students, so you can also discuss about EBP project.
Good evening, everyone. I request all the dignitaries to sit on the dais. Today is a day of immense pride and celebration as we mark the official beginning of a program that will not only advance the careers of our nursing professionals but also elevate the standards of healthcare across our communities. This valedictory session is a time for us to reflect on the significance of this milestone and to recognize the incredible journey that has brought us here.
As a token of love and gratitude, we would love to request Dr. Mrs. Vaishali Rasi Moite ma'am, Dean, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, Karad, to welcome Dr. Mrs. Neela Mishra ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth, deemed to be University, Karad. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would love to invite Honorable Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, President, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi. We would like to invite Honorable Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, President, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi. Now I request Dr. Neela Mishra ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth, deemed to be University, Karad, to felicitate Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, President, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi. Now, I request Dr. Mrs. Namrata Moite ma'am, Associate Professor, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, Karad, to felicitate Dr. M.V. Godpade sir, Registrar, Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth, deemed to be University, Karad. Now I request Dr. Neela Mishra ma'am to felicitate the guest of the day, Dr. Punita. Dr. Punita, Consultant, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi. Next to Mrs. K. Next to Ms. K.S. Bharati, Senior Consultant, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi. Next to Dr. Pramila Lee, Professor, Christian Medical College, Vellore. Next to Dr. Beena Joseph, Professor, Houston University, College of Nursing, Texas. Next to Dr. Shaini Varghese, Professor, Houston University, College of Nursing, Texas. Next to Dr. Asha Sharma, former Vice President, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Mrs. Jyoti Salunge, Dean Academics, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, to welcome Dr. Mrs. Vaishalya Rasing Moite, ma'am, Dean, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, Karad.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I request Mrs. Afsana Mulani, Professor, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, Karad, to welcome Rohini Babar, ma'am, Chief Nursing Officer, Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth, deemed to be University, Karad.
Invite Dr. Prakash Narikal sir to present an overview on launch and orientation of the Doctor of Nursing Practice Critical Care Program.
Good evening, esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Honorable Dr. Neelam Mishra, Vice Chancellor, Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth, deemed to be University, KUDU, Karad. Honorable Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, President, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi. Dr. M.E. Gorpade, Registrar, KUDU, Karad. Dr. Vaishali Raj Singh Moite, Dean, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, Karat, and the distinguished dignitaries from the Indian Nursing Council, university officials, chief nursing officer, faculty members. It is my pleasure and privilege to present an overview of today's historic event, the first time in India launch and orientation of the Doctor of Nursing Practice Critical Care Program, organized by the Indian Nursing Council in collaboration with Houston University College of Nursing, Texas, USA, and hosted by Krishna Vishwavidyapit, deemed to be University, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, Karat. The event began with inaugural program at 9 a.m. The chief guest for the program was Honorable Dr. Suresh J. Bhosle, Chancellor, Krishna Vishwavidyapit, deemed to University, Karat, and the event was graced by the presence of Honorable Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, President, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi, Dr. M. E. Gorpade, Registrar, Krishna Vishwavidyapit, Mr. P. D. John, Executive Director of Krishna Vishwavidyapit, Dr. Punita Ma'am, Mrs. K. S. Bharti, Senior Consultant, INC, New Delhi, Dr. Pamela Lee, Professor, Christian Medical College, Vellore, Professor Shani Varghese, Professor Dr. Beena Joseph, faculty from College of Nursing, University of Houston, Texas, USA, Dr. Asha Sharma, former Vice President, INC, Dr. Pramila Lee, Professor, CMC, Vellore, Dr. R.G. Nanavadkar, Medical Administrator, Krishna Hospital and Medical Research Center, Karat, and deans of other constituent faculties, university officials, medical preceptors, nurse preceptors, ICU in charges, faculty, and students. The inaugural program commenced with an invocation song by students of Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, Karat, followed by the traditional lamp lighting ceremony by the dignitaries on the dais, symbolizing the illumination of knowledge and the beginning of new academic journey of DNP students in the India. This was followed by a floral welcome and felicitation of dignitaries with the mementos to commemorate the historic moment. Dr. Vaishali Raj Singh Moite delivered the welcome address and presented the journey of MSc Nursing in Nurse Practitioner Critical Care Program at King's Karat from 2017. She shared high insights into the conceptualization of the program, curriculum development, innovative teaching and learning strategies, the challenges faced, and how these challenges were overcome under the leadership and guidance of Honorable Dr. Suresh G. Bhosle, Chancellor, KVD Karat, Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi, alongside support of university officials, medical preceptors, nurse preceptors. This provided the perfect context for the introduction of DNP Critical Care Program. Followed by this, Honorable Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, President of Indian Nursing Council, officially launched the DNP Critical Care Program. In his address, he emphasized the critical role this program will play in transforming nursing education and practice in India. He highlighted the importance of developing advanced nursing professionals who are capable of handling critical care situations and leading healthcare reform in the country. And also, sir mentioned about the Maharashtra showing light to the country, especially Krishna Vishwavidyapit in nursing education, and also expressed the efforts to start this DNP program, and also congratulated the Chancellor, sir, for starting this DME program at Karat. So, followed by President's speech, Professor Dr. Beena Joseph and Dr. Shani Varghese from Houston University shared their experiences and emphasized the importance of global partnership in enhancing the quality of nursing education. They expressed their excitement about the DNP program's potential to uplift the Indian nursing standards and create a strong foundation in evidence-based practice. Why should all nursing professionals should opt for a DNP program? Dr. Asha Sharma, former Vice President INC, congratulated the university for starting first time DNP program and also provided an overview of the workshop objectives, outlining the sessions that would cover the implementation of evidence-based practice, quality improvement, research utilization. This set the tone for technical sessions that are going to be followed in workshop. and course mainly mentioning 85% of practice at clinical area and only 15% theoretical aspects. So it is going to be practical oriented course developing a professional leaders in the nursing practice. Honorable Dr. Suresh Bhosle, Chancellor KVD Karad, congratulated the organizers and welcomed the program. His speech focused on critical need for advanced nursing professionals, Indian healthcare, how the DNP program would play a key role in addressing this gap. Appreciated the role of INC in developing nursing education at Karad and India, and hospital known for nursing services and the importance of nursing in healthcare delivery system, and suggested for starting a course for nursing administration by the INC. The inaugural session concluded with vote of thanks by Dr. Jyoti Salanke, Professor and Dean Academics, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, Karad. She expressed her gratitude to all the Indian Nursing Council members, the College of Nursing at Houston University, and all the dignitaries and participants for their active involvement in the program. The launch of the DNP Critical Care Program marked a momentous occasion, being the first of its kind in India. It signaled the start of a new era in Indian nursing education, opening up new opportunities for nursing professionals to pursue advanced education in critical care, aligning Indian nursing with global standards. The collaboration between INC and Houston University promises to strengthen this initiative with ongoing support for development of skilled healthcare leaders. The event set stage for one-day workshop designed to equip participants with essential knowledge and skills to successfully implement the DNP curriculum and develop evidence-based practice projects. So followed by this, a tea break and workshop begin with the sessions mainly on overview of INC guidelines for starting DNP critical care by Mrs. K.S. Bharti, Senior Consultant, INC. Madam provided comprehensive briefing of Indian Nursing Council guidelines for establishing DNP programs in universities, colleges. She emphasized the importance of these programs in raising the professional standards of nursing education in India. She covered the regulatory requirements, accreditation process, and implementation of guidelines that institutions should follow. The second session was DNP curriculum overview by Dr. Punita ma'am. So, explained the curriculum framework for the DNP program developed in collaboration with Houston University. She highlighted the core components such as clinical practice, leadership, health policy, evidence-based research, seminars, clinical hours, credit hours, theory hours. And session 3, DNP education and scope of practice in USA by Dr. Beena Joseph, professor from Houston University, provided insight into the journey of DNP practice in United States and discussed the essential skills required for critical care practitioners and how DNP graduates contribute to healthcare delivery by applying evidence-based solutions to improve patient care outcomes. Session also introduced the participant to the role of DNPs in shaping healthcare policies. Madam also explained domains and concept according to AACN. And a comparison of DNP with PhD programs in India and USA was also conducted by Madam. Then session 4, the quality improvement methods by Dr. Premila Lee. So session on a quality improvement, focusing on their importance in nursing factors from FME, then root cause analysis, benchmarking process, process mapping, clinical research area, service, evaluation, and clinical transformation with real practical examples of clinical practice. So followed by this, there was a lunch break, and after lunch break, session 5, that is evidence-based practice methods by Dr. Shani Varghese, covering history of EBP, then Sackett's 5-step models, purposes of EBP, and EBP and quadruples, then components of EBP, and implementing the best evidence in patient care. And participants were guided on how to conduct literature searches using search engines like Sinal, then Picot model of evidence-based project. Then session 6, that is differentiation between EBP, quality improvement, and research utilization by Dr. Shani Varghese. Clarified the distinction between evidence-based practice quality improvement initiatives, and research utilization in clinical practice. Participants how to each contributes to better healthcare but operates with different methodologies and goals. The session 7, that is Scholarly EBP Project Introduction and Phases by Dr. Beena Joseph. Madam Beena Joseph explained about EBP project phases with examples, purpose, and EBP project starting from project site to sustainability. Madam also presented one EBP project which made every participant known to prepare an EBP project. The last session, that was EBP proposal and EBP report writing by Beena Joseph, explained how to prepare a EBP proposal. To start with, explain gap analysis and following Picot question method, IRB process, and also explained the parts of EBP proposal and format like BSW scholarly writing model and rules for writing, also covered by the ma'am. And this workshop was a fruitful experience for all the future DNP and also nurse practitioners and faculty members. And by this I conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I welcome Honorable Dr. Neelam Mishra ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Krishna Vishwavidyapith Team to be University Karad, to hand over the certificates of today's event. Firstly, I would like to call upon Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, sir. Dr. Shiny Verghese. Dr. Punita ma'am. Mrs. K.S. Bhardi ma'am. Dr. Pramila Lee. Dr. Beena Joseph. Dr. Asha Sharma. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Honorable Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, sir, President of INC, New Delhi, to hand over the certificate to one of the NPCC participants. One of you, please come forward. All of them can come forward and receive the certificate. All NPCC participants can come forward and receive the certificate. I invite Rohini Baba ma'am, Chief Nursing Officer, to come forward and receive the award with the NPC. Thank you, ma'am. Nirmal to give a feedback of today's event.
myself Suhas Nirmal, second year NPCC student. I would like to thank to our management and Dean ma'am for launching this orientation of DNP program. As we were early waited this moment, the speaker provided us useful and practical strategies to work as a competent nurse practitioner, and by today's workshop we came to know about the doctors of nursing practice in detail, how to translate research to bedside practices by evidence-based practices, and explain about scope of doctorate of nursing practice for the highest level of clinical practices, and leadership and a role of discipline to us, then quality improvement and the development of validation and advanced competencies in clinical area, where the in practices of PhD in research in intensive degrees, and this really helped to us in future for the more clinical evidence-based practice. And the workshop was very useful to us to know more about the DNP as well as advanced nursing practice. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Suhas. Now I request Dr. T. Dilip Kumar Sir, President of Indian Nursing Council, New Delhi, to address the gathering. Please come forward, sir.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, once again I would like to congratulate all the nurse practitioners, candidates who really participated with a lot of enthusiasm. We could make out their participation was very interesting, and also I would like to congratulate the Krishna Institute of Vidyapit for taking the initiative to become the #1 institution in India to start this DNP program. This itself shows how Krishna Institute of Vidyapit want to take forward the nursing education and nursing practice, and also innovative programs, because it becomes very easy to run the regular program. I think an institution is taking interest to launch the new program and also to bring the global the nursing programs into India. So that is a big initiative which the Krishna Institute of Vidyapit has taken, and we as the Indian Nursing Council would like to support this initiative and to take forward. And also we would like to thank our partner from the University of Houston, Dr. Todd and Shelly Varghese and Joseph. I think with short notice they were able to make it convenient to participate, and they are really shown their interest, and they have brought how some of the new technologies, new evidence nursing practices which are prevalent in the United States, how they would like to bring it to the India. And again, this institution is in many ways in first. And another first is, I think you are our partners from the University of Houston coming all the way. They are being Indians, and they have, because many times we always, some of the new programs are launched by the other foreign dignitaries, whereas a new initiative and a new one of the highest degree which India nursing fraternity can think of is the DNP, and such program is in the hands of our Indian nursing professionals, which they have excelled in the United States, and they were able to come back to and to give their what they have excelled in from in the USA, and they want to see our Indian nursing and midwifery professional also to reach that stage. I think that's once again I would like to remember on this occasion the Dr. Durga Agarwal, who was the man behind to bring this DNP program to India, and also is the man behind being an engineer from India, working in the Texas, and he has contributed for the, I can say, world nursing and midwifery sector. because the Texas itself was not having the DNP program. His initiative of taking forward in the University of Houston, which has now they could start the DNP program in University of Texas, and the same he wanted, he being an Indian and going and successfully flourishing the business in the United States, he wanted to give back to India, especially in nursing and midwifery, because you don't know how much follow-up work he has done, and how many telephone calls, how many monitoring with the University of Houston and with the Government of India and also with the Indian Nursing Council. That speaks volume of his interest, and today we have seen the light of the day of launching this program on a pilot basis, and the Krishna Institute of Vidyapit is going in the history of the nursing and midwifery in India, and definitely this new program is going to see that how best we can improve the quality of the nursing practice, because generally we always talk of the PhD program where in the education excelling, but whereas this is the innovative idea of how best the nursing practice, nursing and midwifery professional working at the bedside, working in the critical care, how they can excel themselves to contribute for the providing the competitive and comprehensive patient care, to see that the impact and outcomes can be seen in the critical care units. So I think the nurse practitioners who have participated in this, I think I would like to congratulate all of you. I think many a times what happens as a students, they don't want to venture into the new programs. You have taken the so much decision and the interest to take this new program, to be the first ones in India. That speaks volume of interest of being the first nurse practitioner program in these institutions. So your names are going to be in the history of the nursing and midwifery in India. So therefore I once again I would like to congratulate the people who work behind the screen to make this program, and especially our Vellore, our nursing and midwifery professional like Dr. Punita and the Pramila, who have taken a lot of interest to make this program successful. Again, my team in the Indian Nursing Council, Dr. Asha Sharma, Bharti, and our secretary, Colonel Sarvajit Kaur, and all these people work behind the screen to take forward and to launch this program on a pilot basis. I think everybody needs to be congratulated, because many a times it's anything new program, lot of work has to go behind the screen to make this program successful. So I think it should be written in the red letter of the day for the nursing and midwifery sector in India. So once again I would like to congratulate all of you and thank you very much, and definitely Indian Nursing Council is going to provide all technical support, not that only we are going to be only by launching. Definitely we will be issuing a guidelines to the institution how best you can collaborate with the University of Houston to take forward this initiative to make it successful, and definitely we may face some of the hiccups. Definitely we will try to solve those hiccups and see that this program should not only to be limited to this institution, this again it should go to the many of the institutions, because critical care is one of the very important area where we can the nurses participation can reduce the impact can be made for the critical care patients. So therefore this is a new beginning and new career path which has shown for the nurse practitioners in India. Once again wish you best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those kind words. Next, we would like to invite Honorable Dr. Mrs. Neelam Mishra Ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Krishna Vishwavidyapit, deemed to be University Karat, our innovative visionary, to enlighten the gathering.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, esteemed organizers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, my dear students, respected faculties, again very good evening to one and all. It is an absolute pleasure and privilege to stand before you in my humble capacity as a Vice Chancellor of this illustrious university at this valedictory function of ceremonial launch specialty programs in the Faculty of Nursing of novel and unique type, which turns out to be a maiden launch in the country, bringing real credit and glory to the Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences. I would like to record my sincere thanks of thankfulness and gratitude to all the key luminaries who not only graced the inaugural ceremony but also have guided all concerned by their words of wisdom in an immaculate manner. Their advice, counsel, guidance, university shall always not only uphold but also look upon so that for timely extension of the same whenever it is needed. I shall be failing in my duty if I am not complimenting Dr. Vaishali Mohite Madam, Dean of illustrious institution, and her team for not only picking up challenges but also mitigating them in an impressive manner by adding feathers of credit to the cap of our university. The present initiative, in my humble opinion, could not only result in expansion of academic but also is providing for an advanced path for turning them into nursing practitioners in specialized domains. It is pertinent to note that the paucity of nursing manpower in India and in the entire developing world is a huge challenge. The mitigation of the same, not only in numbers but also in required cadre, including those of specialty domain, is the only way for the purposes of making health an equitable right to all concerned across the globe. This will mandate the policy interventions, academic initiatives, and all support mechanisms to be rendered in the required cause of generation of trained nursing manpower in the desired and required manner in the shortest possible duration, so as to make healthcare services meaningful, impactful, and capable of fulfilling the absolute needs of global population at large. The initiative so taken by the university through its nursing unit, in my humble opinion, is a landmark in that direction which I could like to salute in all my humility. I am sure that the team led by Dr. Mrs. Mohite would left no stone unturned to make it grow and develop, that it turns out to be an exemplary model in the country as a whole worthy of emulation. On this valedictory, I only like to put across my sentiments as brought out by Swami Vivekananda when he said, "Arise, awake, and stop not until the goal is achieved. Let us live the same." Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. As we come to the conclusion of our event, I would like to invite Dr. Mrs. Nutan Potar, Associate Professor, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, Karad, to propose the vote of thanks.
First of all, I would like to thank to our principal madam for giving me opportunity to give vote of thanks. Good evening, good evening to all the esteemed guests, dignitaries, and participants. I extend our deepest gratitude to our chief guest for the valedictory session, Honorable Dr. Neelam Mishra, Vice Chancellor of Krishna Vishwavidyapit, for your inspiring presence and insightful address. Your leadership continues to guide our institution towards excellence, and we are deeply honored by your presence. Thank you, madam. We are deeply grateful to our Honorable Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, President of Indian Nursing Council, for launching this prestigious DNP program. Your remarkable contributions to the advancement of nursing education in India are truly commendable, and your support has been crucial to the success of this initiative. Thank you, sir. A special thank to Dr. M.U. Gorpade, Registrar of Krishna Vishwavidyapit. Your contribution have been pivotal in success of this event, and we deeply value your support. Thank you, sir. Special thanks to Dr. Asha Sharma, ex-Vice President, INC New Delhi, for your valuable insights that have enriched this program. Your contributions are much appreciated, and we are thankful for your support. Thank you, ma'am. We are also deeply grateful to Mrs. K.S. Bharti, Senior Consultant of the Indian Nursing Council, for your participation and support. Your involvement has been essential to the smooth execution of this event. A special mention of appreciation goes to Dr. Beena Joseph and Dr. Shaini Varghese, faculty members from the University of Houston. Your contributions to this collaboration have been invaluable, and we are grateful for your insights and partnership in strengthening the ties between our institutions. Our heartfelt thanks also goes to Dr. Punita ma'am, consultant at the Indian Nursing Council, for your esteemed presence and valuable contributions. Your experience has added immense value to the discussion and the overall discussion of this event. We are also deeply grateful to Dr. Pramila Lee, Professor at Christian Medical College, Vellore, for your leadership and contributions. Your presence continues to inspire and uplift the nursing community. A special thanks goes to our Dean, Dr. Vaishali Mohite, for your leadership in the NPCC program. Your dedication and vision have been instrumental in advancing the program, and we deeply appreciate your efforts. Thank you, madam. I am also thankful to Mrs. Rohini Babar, Chief Nursing Officer, Krishna Hospital, Karad, Dean and Dean Academics of various faculties of KVV Karad. I would like to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of our medical preceptors, nurse preceptors, and ICU in charges for their mentorship and guidance. I would also like to express our gratitude to the photography department, IT department, and guest house staff for their cooperating and support throughout the event. Finally, I extend my deepest thanks to teaching and non-teaching staff of KINS, whose tireless efforts and hard work behind the scene have been essential to making this event success. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nudan ma'am. Esteemed guests, faculty members, and our beloved students, with absolute pleasure, we welcome you to the closing ceremony of the Doctor of Nursing Practice program launch. It has been an eventful day of inspiration, learning, and celebration. We are thrilled to be embarking on this new journey towards advancing nursing leadership, clinical excellence, and patient care. Today's event has been a momentous occasion, marking the official launch of a program designed to empower nursing professionals to make a transformative impact in healthcare. Through today's discussions and presentation, we heard about the vision, challenges, and the opportunity that this new chapter will bring. As we close today's ceremony, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all who made this event possible: our faculty, administration, and especially our beloved students, who are the heart of this program. You are the leaders and innovators of tomorrow, and we are confident that the knowledge and skill you gain from this DNP program will serve to revolutionize healthcare for years to come. With that, we officially declare the Doctor of Nursing program launched. We invite everyone to stay connected and continue to share in this journey together. Thank you for your participation, and we wish you all a continued success. Thank you once again. Now requesting all to raise for the national anthem.
आशीष मांगे